you want to come up? You have a good one?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Easy one.
There you go. Daily routine. Point of order? Point of order.
Member with a Starbucks cup in the chamber, that is not allowed.
Okay, so the rules are the honorable minister, the cup. We can only have glass cups here, so the glass cup. So cache-la. Bon. There, daily routine of business, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 12 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. I think they got that one from the Senate bill because it's next. Okay. First reading of Senate public bills. Ms. Dancho, seconded by Ms. Vecchio, moves that S2005, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release and domestic violence recognition orders, be now read a first time. The honourable member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill S205, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release and domestic violence recognizance orders, be read for the first time and referred to committee. It's my honour to move that this bill, seconded by my honourable colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, is seconded by my honourable colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London, Mr. Speaker. Ultimately, this bill, Mr. Speaker, will save lives, in particular the lives of women fleeing abuse and life-threatening situations. It will ensure that dangerous abusers of women wear ankle bracelets during important times throughout the criminal justice process. This will ensure that women at risk of abuse or murder by their abusers are immediately alerted if their abusers come near them. This is supported by provincial governments of Quebec, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and New Brunswick, and it will align with the federal government. It will align the federal government, with the good work already accomplished by the province of Quebec. And a very, very sincere thank you to the creator of this critically important bill, Conservative Senator Boisvenu, who has dedicated his life to protecting women. I'm honored to be on this journey with him, Mr. Speaker, for greater justice for women. Thank you very much.
This motion is deemed adopted. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Williams, seconded by Mr. Major, moves that Bill S242, an act to amend the Radio Communication Act, be now read a first time. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce and move Bill S242, an act to amend the Radio Communications Act, be read a first time and sent to committee. I want to thank Senator Patterson for all his hard work of getting this bill passed through the other place, the Senate, and I'm looking forward to getting it passed through this chamber. Canadians currently pay the highest cell phone rates in the world and some of the highest internet rates. As it currently stands with spectrum auctions, companies buy spectrum for a 20-year with no conditions policy, and they actually have to use that spectrum to provide service. Many companies buy the spectrum with no current plans or intentions of using it. We've seen this across Canada multiple times where spectrum is held for real estate purposes and sold for millions and millions of dollars. Canadians, especially in rural and remote areas, suffer with poor or non-existent cell phone services because of the spectrum speculation. This bill will correct this by introducing a use it or lose it provision to all wireless sold at auctions. It will require the license holder to provide service to at least 50% of the geographic area covered by the license within 3 years of that license being issued, or lose it. This is a great bill, and Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to sponsor it. And I want to thank my member from Dauphin, Swangwingward, Nepawa, for seconding it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. When shall this bill be read a second time?
Now, right now.
Sorry, I skipped that part first. The motion is deemed adopted.
first reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
You've already had practice, but when shall this bill be read a second time?
No, let's do it. Let's go for it.
At the next sitting of the House. Any other first reading? We're good. Motions. Presentation.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, petitioners in my riding are calling on the Government of Canada to provide additional funds to support the construction of the Lettsmont Regional Aquatic Centre in Agassiz, which has seen its projected cost skyrocket due to inflation. The name Lettsmont means one heart, one mind in the Halkomelem language. Last spring, the provincial and federal governments both announced funding for the project. The provincial government contribution totaled $9.5 million, while the federal contribution was just $454,000. Residents of the District of Kent, Harrison Hot Springs, Seabird Island, Shem, Stalo, Stehalis, Squalets, Squahook, Popcom and Peters First Nations, and the Fraser Valley Regional District electoral areas C and D all support this project. It is one of the first infrastructure projects in Canada where all local Indigenous communities are collaborating with municipalities, and I humbly ask the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities and other members of this government to support this project that all of my constituents, particularly Indigenous youth on reserve, are calling for. All they're asking for, Mr. Speaker, is a regional aquatic facility, a pool like every other Canadian has in their community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of residents of my riding from across Canada, I table a petition which asks the House of Commons to pass a law on reasonable diligence when it comes to human rights and environment. There are many reasons for this because many Canadian businesses contribute to damaging the environment and human rights outside of Canada, and those who whistleblow this are often subject to reprisals. So what the signatories to this petition are asking for is that Canadian companies stop hurting the environment and disrespecting human rights, that the businesses which are found to be guilty of this have to face consequences for their actions in front of Canadian courts.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for St. Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise to present a petition on behalf of Canadians concerned about the opioid crisis. The overdose crisis is often, as it's often referred to, is probably better understood as a poisoning crisis. Note that it's a public health emergency, as has already been declared by British Columbia's provincial health officer, and that there's a disproportionate representation of Indigenous people who have been impacted by this crisis. The Canadian Public Health Association, the Global Commission on Drug Policy, World Health Organization have all recommended drug decriminalization supported by these petitioners. Note also that there's an increased need for funding for harm reduction strategies to keep and prevent the risk of Hep C cases, which is particularly related to unsafe use of drug supply. The petitioners point out that this public health emergency results in thousands of deaths in Canada, and they are poisoning hospitalizations that have been occurring. In fact, over 17,000 opioid-related poisonings since 2016, as well as over 14,000 deaths. The citizens and residents of Canada call on this House of Commons to declare a public health emergency, to reframe this crisis as a health issue rather than a criminal issue, to listen to the recommendations made by social workers, frontline workers, nurses, and doctors, and to decriminalize drugs in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, Presentation of Petition, the Honourable Member for Pembroke, Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I have 4 petitions here, and first of all, the petitioners wish to convey their sorrow for the fellow officers, the friends, and family of those involved in the tragic event earlier this morning. These petitioners want the Bill C-21 to stop in its tracks. It does nothing to stop the real problem of gun running and leaves a gaping hole that will remain as long as this is in force. They therefore call to either end the bill now or revoke the law if it gets that far. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Les ordres du jour.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Business of supply, study of an opposition motion on immigration, standing in the name of Mr. Blanchet. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Savard-Tremblay, moves that, given that 1. The Century Initiative aims to increase Canada's population to 100 million by the year 2100. 2. The federal government's new intake targets are consistent with the Century Initiative objectives. 3. Tripling Canada's population has real impacts on the future of the French language, Quebec's political weight, the place of First Peoples, access to housing, and health and education infrastructure. 4. These impacts were not taken into account in the development of the Century Initiative, and that Quebec was not considered. The House reject the Century Initiative objectives and ask the government not to use them as a basis for developing its future immigration levels. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, once upon a time, there was McKinsey and something called the Century Initiative. And despite the fact that I rarely speak English in my official functions, you have to call things by their name. And this is an initiative which will sabotage the future of the French language in Quebec and in Canada. And so an initiative like that can't have a French name or a translated name, and that's why it's called the Century Initiative, and that's what I'll call it. This is a vision of the economy in the service of capital, and a vision of working people in the service of the economy. However, at the Bloc Québécois, we tend to believe that it should be the opposite. The economy should be in service of working people. The initiative would aim to increase Canada's population, assuming Canada survives to 2100, to 100 million people by the end of the century. The truth is that this is just a slogan. It's futurology, and the true goal is immediate for today. They claim that they want to make Canada a world force. Now, what is the great richness of Canada? Well, yes, there are certainly people's brains, there's democracy, etc., but there are natural resources. The oil that people want to remain dependent on, forests, mines, which could allow Quebec to be a leader when it comes to the electrification of transport, which right now they're trying to transfer to Ontario by using natural gas. On top of that, there's cheap labor, the imbalance of the labor market. And so it's within all of this that we have the fight for our collective identity, which is getting very bad press these days. Unions, for example, which get very bad press these days. And governments that too often look to break strikes deny the necessity of getting rid of that right with the support of the NDP, and that suggests that this is a government that is not pro-labor. And I would note that the union movement I'm not sure how they can see themselves in a prime minister who said yesterday many times, yes, but I spoke to business, or an NDP which supports major capital, major corporations instead of workers. You know, we can't trust this government, for example, to protect forestry jobs. We don't believe what they say. McKinsey has a terrible reputation when it comes to human resources. You don't have to get to the end of the book when McKinsey comes to town to realize that they do the same thing every time. They try to break the labor sector. They try to make working conditions worse. And so this Century Initiative is something that has been blindly or with acceptance taken on by Ottawa. And they are at the same time farming out some services in immigration. And there's hostility from Ottawa to Quebec's desire to, at least in some ways, follow its own path within Canada. Mr. Martin, in committee, recognized at committee, to a question that I asked him, that they hadn't taken Quebec into account at all when it came to developing the Century Initiative. For them, whether it was passive or active, they condemned Quebec to be just another community of people descended from immigration back in time within the Anglophone mosaic of Canada. And Mr. Dominic Barton admitted in his testimony that they made recommendations and that it was the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister alone who was responsible for the choice of implementing a policy with the known effect, which makes it at least part of the intentions of the government, is to directly threaten the survival of the people of Quebec. Immigration has many virtues. The issues, for example, of the labor shortage can be dealt with through this? Well, to some extent, yes. But is it the ultimate solution to the labor shortage? Well, it's one of the solutions, one of the possible solutions, but it is not the only solution to the labor shortage. So here, once again, we're falling into, just simple sloganeering from those who would call for infinite immigration. So it comes with responsibilities. It comes with humanitarian responsibilities, a responsibility to welcome people. There's a responsibility to recognize that with climate change, in which Canada plays a central role with its obstinate desire to continue to extract hydrocarbons, which are warming the climate, that tens of thousands of people around the world are going to have to move. There will be increased migration because of climate, and we will be responsible, at least in part, for welcoming them. But under what terms? That's another part of the debate, and it's something we'll have to do. Take responsibility for sharing the weight that misery is inflicting on those who are less fortunate than us. That is certainly at the heart of good immigration policy. And there's the inevitable fact that people are going to want to migrate to find a better life. But that comes with some uncertainty. It has been said, it has been repeated, but those who said we need to protect some political levers of power have not been listened to. There's going to be an incredible impact, for example, on the cost of the education system, which will go up quicker than the tax receipts from the new arrivals. The same thing will happen to the under-financed healthcare sector, underfinanced because of the voluntary ignorance of the government and the Prime Minister, a government that doesn't listen to the needs and the requests for health transfers, the need for daycares, the housing crisis is not going to be fixed by welcoming 500,000 new arrivals per year in Canada, including 110,000 in Quebec.
Supporting these people's income. Some people arrive in the country with very little money, and then the franchisation and the development of a feeling of belonging to the people and the nation that welcomes them, with the risk of social problems of various natures, the coherence of a cultural corpus that allows everyone to function within a single society. The creation or broadening of pockets of poverty that may not be able to be harmonized. The appearance of cultural and linguistic ghettos for people who do not want to integrate, people for whom it will be too late because no actions have been made or actions have been made with ill intent, as is the case in Ottawa. There's also the Indigenous question. I don't want to speak on their behalf, but the maths are what they are. The natural growth of Indigenous peoples will not be able to follow the rhythm of an immigration level at 500,000 people every year. This big con, at the end of the day, that wants us to integrate First Nations within immigration communities. Well, as far as Indigenous peoples are concerned, we are the immigrants. I'm an immigrant, you are an immigrant, Mr. Speaker. And there are people that come into our country. But anyone who immigrates into this country cannot just say that they are Indigenous. You're either born Indigenous or you're not. Perhaps this is an opportunity for First Nations to realize finally that Ottawa isn't working in their best interest. As a nation, we might lose a bit of our soul. Our weight may fail in the emergence of a different and unique culture. Immigrant culture transform who we are, and that's great. Do we want to say we have a common language? We have a common culture? The state needs to be secular, needs to be progressive, and that defines us. There will always be an artistic and cultural input that makes us richer through immigration, but this has to be done harmoniously. And we must not fail on that matter. There are three choices, therefore. Just shrug or increase immigration levels and losing our language. Second option, obtaining a guaranteed percentage of seats in this House, which was simply refused by the government, and the government full well knew what it was doing. The government knew that by refusing our pre-established percentage of seats in Quebec and by adding to that an increasing level of immigration, the government was condemning Quebec, forcing Quebec to wilt away within this confederation. There is, however, Mr. Speaker, a third option: the appropriation of full sovereignty by the Quebec people. Sovereignty isn't a fictional concept. It is the normal appropriation of all of our means through our choices. Some could be freely and consensually shared with other nations. The idea of having 100 million Canadians and 500,000 immigrants per year, we won't do this. We won't. The NDP agree and the Conservatives agree. Perhaps we'll debate as to how to get to this amount. Perhaps there is a certain opening within the Conservatives to debating this, but we have to be careful. We need a consensus because the current consensus seems to isolate Quebec. There is a concept that exists within intelligence bodies. Useful idiots. I'm using another English term in my speech. When someone, without realizing it, serves the interests of someone else, like systematically supporting policies that are hostile to Quebec, sometimes thinking that you're doing the right thing makes of you a useful idiot. People seem to not realize that to act differently would be positive for both Canada and Quebec. Immigration isn't inherently good or bad. We have to make sure that people are happily integrated. Tools need to be granted to those who choose to come to Canada through language and through adaptation to the workforce, the first parameter of which is the language spoken in the area. The equivalency of diplomas, further studies to be done for diplomas. Is immigration just a numbers game? I would say that everything is possible. I've always been against debates just based on numbers. 110,000 seems like a lot for Quebec. What I would say is that if Quebec were to choose to increase the number of immigrants, this increase needs to be progressive. We need tools when it comes to measuring the success of what we've implemented for a healthy and good integration. We need a common cauldron where we have a national identity that evolves over time. Yesterday on television, I heard that apparently sovereignty will change nothing. Sovereignty will lead to clear integration policies, a clear message when it comes to where people arrive in Canada. And sovereignty would allow us to make our decisions on our affairs. Sovereignty, above all, would put an end to the following practice. Ottawa, through legislation, through money, and through courts, defeat what Quebec wants to do. Pursuant to the idea of budgetary imbalance and pursuant to the numbers of the government, in 30 to 40 years, the federal government debt will be erased. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, most provinces at the same time will technically be bankrupt. That is what we call fiscal unbalance. Ottawa is taking up all the money to the detriment of provinces and Quebec that thereafter do not have what they need. It is a way for Ottawa to dismantle provinces, and it's a way for Ottawa to dismantle the Quebec nation. Naive people down in Toronto think that all this imbalance comes from the Supreme Courts, and it comes through activism that targets individual privileges. Naive people think that this will save Canada. God save the King, after all, some say. But they're wrong. Quebecers are patient, they're generous, and they are welcoming. But there are many to realise that immigration policy, as suggested by McKinsey, that is laughing all the way to the bank, threatens Quebec's population. And the Quebec population will want to act in consequence in this. At the end of the day, we'll have to go through sovereignty, Mr. Speaker. Until then, we have to make sure that someone here in the House tackles this vision head on, this vision that harms Quebec. And, Mr. Speaker, that is what the Bloc Québécois will do. We won't wait for long. We will grant ourselves a country. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister for Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech this morning. Immigration is essential to grow the economy and to fight the demographic issues of an ever older population. I agree that integration is important. It is important to make the necessary investments to make sure that people have a good quality of life. But the decision of how many new arrivals will come from other countries and will come to Quebec is a decision that Quebec makes. The question I have for the MP is as follows. Canada needs to reduce the number of new arrivals from all countries. For the same reason, Canada wants to allow themselves to integrate new arrivals in Quebec. Is that what the MP is saying? Canada needs to reduce the number of new arrivals for the whole country? The Honourable Member for Baie-Chambly. I don't think that we're talking about reducing numbers. I would like to immediately tackle the conclusion of that train of thought. In my point of view, Canada will do what Canada wants. From my point of view, if Canada wants to abandon its culture, which is already adulterated by our neighbours from the south, then it's up to Canada. If Canada wants to renounce what it is to be Canadian, well, apart from the flag, the name of the country and the crown, and if it wants that, then that's Canada's business. And the question has an easy answer. Just you take care of your affairs, Canada, and Quebec will take care of its own affairs.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Leader of the Bloc. He spoke a little about labour. In Quebec, like elsewhere in the country, we need workers. We need workers in specialised fields. I have numbers. In 2019, it took 12 months to bring in a specialised worker, a skilled worker in Canada. 12 months is the time the process took. As of March 2023, it takes 73 months to bring a skilled worker into Canada, here in Canada. So Canadian companies need these workers to come in, but it takes 73 months, 76 months. When we see how many workers we need, after 8 years, the government is completely incapable of providing Canada these skilled workers. The Honourable Member for Baie-Chambly. That's a completely different question, but a very interesting question. The Bloc Québécois is of the following mind. We need generous immigration. Now, let us not muddle that with more opportunistic immigration. We're not here to just give cheap labour to companies. We need to give good jobs to good people who come to Canada. To have a significant economic impact, we have to do this with a minimum of efficiency. Rare are the governments that remember what efficiency means after 7 or 8 years. I think that the current government never knew what efficiency meant. It's long. It takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of paperwork. We made suggestions that would have accelerated the process, suggestions that were not part of them. The government could have used these with regards to the number of permits, the requirement to renew them, how long they last, so that we can have workers who come in either permanently or seasonally. We wanted to facilitate the arrival of workers. It's not a question of numbers, it's a question of how we do things, and that would have had an enormous impact on the economy. But the government said, no, we're the smartest, we're the most generous. But at the end of the day, they are the heaviest and the most cumbersome in the world. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree on one thing. Quebecers are generous, Quebecers are welcoming, and I lived there for 2 years. And I experienced it. But the NDP has nothing to learn from the Bloc Québécois when it comes to breaking strikes. Pierre Carl-Pellado is the biggest strike buster in Canada and in Quebec. Over the next few months, the Bloc Québécois knows full well, the NDP, over the past few months rather, forced the government to table a bill regarding strike busting. We'll see if the Bloc is ready to accept that bill. He was talking about risks. He was talking about ghettos. It's a rather sad throwback to the French far-right discourse that we have heard. But he hasn't talked about the Francophone population around the world. The Francophone population over the next generation, globally, will reach 500 million people. That's 500 million. And so these are people that we need here as well in Canada. Nurses, medical experts, skilled workers, people from Senegal, from Congo, Algeria, Morocco, Cameroon, etc. These are people we want to welcome in Canada. So the issue isn't what the leader of the Bloc Québécois is saying. The issue is the federal government that failed to obtain or to reach its objectives when it comes to Francophone immigration. A new Democrat government will do that. It is important. Can we agree on that at the very least? Francophone immigration targets need to be reached. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, that was a lot of talk, but as polite as possible, I'm going to be as polite as possible. Someone who tries to put French and extreme right, Pierre Belado and Bloc Québécois in the same sentence, all I can say to that is that it's a lot of disdain. The Bloc Québécois, the NDP didn't receive lessons from the Bloc Québécois. The Quebecers voted as they wanted, and so now the NDP only has one MP in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. I'd like to thank my leader for that excellent speech in this House this week when we asked questions to him. The Minister for Immigration said that he wasn't choosing the Century Initiative aims, but was choosing his own objectives. From 2003 to 2025, the government's federal targets are completely concurrent with the Century Initiative numbers. So the question is simple. Does he believe that the federal government, does he think that the government is following the Century Initiative objectives, or is the government using their own objectives according to their own vision? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. If the government hadn't detracted itself from its responsibilities of making its own mind up and turned to McKinsey, which is the intellectual mind behind the Century Initiative, an initiative that just says, this is how we will be when your grandchildren retire. But don't forget to bring in lots of cheap labor in the short term. These maneuvers are a bit dubious, but let's talk about the burden of proof. They didn't take the Century Initiative numbers, they took their own numbers, and they just happen to be the same, apparently. Quebecers will know what to do with this information. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, it saddens me that the leader of the Bloc Party is manipulating the immigration issue, which has built this country from coast to coast to coast, as a way to advance his cause. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the leader of the Bloc Party, does he not recognize, take a look at the province of Manitoba and the growth that we've witnessed in Manitoba from a population, without immigration, our population would have decreased. And if you take a look at the French factor in the province of Quebec, there's more. There's a French factor in the country. There's more people speaking French language today in Manitoba than there ever has been. The French factor in the province of Manitoba has been enhanced through immigration. Mr. Speaker, for example, we will see people of Filipino heritage, Punjabi heritage, also speaking the French language. Manitoba, I believe, is a strong advocate for the French language. Why is the Bloc trying to use immigration in a mischievous way in order to achieve their own personal political objectives? I say
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member. Well, our political agenda is not exactly a secret. And I think that it's enough to illustrate that, and the rest will follow. I would like to ask my relatively esteemed colleague Why is he instrumentalizing immigration? To try to put an end to all Quebec desires to affirm themselves as a people, a nation, and a country.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, l'Honourable Ministre de l'Immigration, des Réfugiés et la Citoyenneté.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the opportunity to rise to speak to this debate in the House of Commons today. Before starting, I'd like to thank my colleagues for their support in improving the quality of my French. Members in each party have helped me in this effort to learn a new language. When I arrived in Ottawa after the 2015 election, I did not speak French. I could only say, bonjour, je m'appelle. And when people would say to me, ça va, I wouldn't know what to answer. But now, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the support of my colleagues, I can communicate simple ideas in French. And today I do want to communicate a simple but important idea, important for the future of Canada. And that idea is that it's possible throughout our country to welcome new arrivals and protect the French language and culture at the same time. And that's not just a possibility, it's a reality. Through this debate, I would like to make a few points. First of all, immigration is essential to help our economy grow. Immigration is essential to fight the demographic challenges of our aging population. It's very important to continue accepting new arrivals and protect the demographic weight of the Francophone community at the same time. Before getting into the meat of my speech today, let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker. The Century Initiative is not the federal government's policy. It is I who brought forward these immigration levels in the House of Commons. It is I who engaged with organizations that represent the Francophone community. And it is I who signed on the dotted line. And now, I'd like to start talking more about the importance of immigration in Canada's economy. It is essential for Canada to welcome immigrants because Canada's situation is significant at the moment. We need to look at the facts. We need to welcome people with the right economic skills. And in order to do that, we need to understand our current economic context properly. After the COVID-19 pandemic, when borders reopened and the economy got going again, Canada experienced a strong period of recovery. For example, there is a record number of employed people in Canada at the moment. A record number of people with a good job. GDP is higher than before the pandemic. But despite this success, there are now more than 700,000 vacant positions in our economy. Businesses are looking for workers to grow. Without immigration, it is not possible for Canada to maximize its economic potential. This is very important because we don't have enough workers in our domestic labor force to meet the vacancies in the economy today and for the future. Mr. Speaker, this is not just an economic matter. It is not just an economic analysis. Immigration is also important for social reasons. In particular, it's very important for Canada to do something about the challenges of an aging population. 50 years ago, Mr. Speaker, there were 7 workers for each retiree in our country. Today, the number is approaching only 3 workers per retiree. When I myself reach retirement age, I think that number will have reached only 2 workers per retiree. We need to welcome people with the right skills to fight against demographic problems. Without changes to our immigration approach, it will not be possible to make the necessary investments in order to support our public services. It is key that we welcome people with the right skills. When current workers retire, we need to make sure we have others to fill the space that they were occupying. And with the aging population, there is going to be a burden placed on our healthcare system. There are many reasons to embrace new arrivals. They make enormous and significant contributions to the long-term vitality of our communities. I have an example from my riding. Just after the 2015 election, we were losing a school because many families were leaving my community. I think you understand this, Mr. Speaker. You are from Nova Scotia. Generations of families are leaving Nova Scotia to look for economic opportunities in other provinces or countries. I myself worked in Alberta for 5 years because of the economic opportunity there. After the 2015 election, my community was also losing a doctor, a professional in the mental health care system. And my community was losing mental health services. It was very hard to see all these things being lost from my community. Now, it is possible for people in my community to go find a doctor or a school elsewhere. It's hard, but it's possible. But now, imagine the consequences for Francophone communities in the same circumstances. When I visited the Francophone community, for them, it wasn't just difficult to find a French-speaking doctor. It was impossible. When schools close in the Francophone community, it's not just difficult to go to another school in the next community. If the next community is Anglophone, then it's impossible for families to live their lives in French, to access childcare in French, to go to school or buy things at the store in French. It's a matter of the very identity of a community, and it's very important to enable people in Francophone communities to live their lives in French. We know that the French language is declining in North America. It is key that we ensure that Francophone communities can continue to thrive and that people can continue to live their lives in French. It's not just a possibility, it's a reality now. I am proud to be the minister who not only has welcomed the highest number of new arrivals in Canada, but also the minister who raised the target for Francophone immigration for the first time in 20 years. We are working closely with stakeholders to ensure that Francophone communities can welcome people with the right skills. And meeting these targets is not an accident. It's not a coincidence. It's the result of decisions made by our government over the last few years. Mr. Speaker, our government has created a plan to support Francophones and bring in Francophone immigrants. We have created an official languages action plan with the necessary funding to support the success of the plan. We are continuing to make investments. We are investing in organizations to ensure that people don't just arrive in Canada, but also integrate into communities. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to hold events to recruit and promote Canada as a destination for people who seek opportunities in a new country. Mr. Speaker, we are continuing to bring forward essential solutions to protect the demographic weight of Francophones throughout our country. We have made changes to the express entry system to create entry opportunities for people who speak French or are bilingual. And the next change will include new tracks in the express entry system for Francophones. That's important for me because if you need to increase the number of workers in this country, it is mandatory that we welcome people who speak French in order to protect the demographic weight of Francophones. The Francophone community needs to be able to see a future in Canada. With the decisions of our government and the policies that we've brought forward in the immigration system, that is possible. And we're already seeing results. Now, Mr. Speaker, the situation in Quebec is different. The federal government has an agreement with the province of Quebec. According to the agreement, Quebec can set its immigration levels, the number of people arriving in La Belle Province every year. And Quebec can also choose every person who arrives in Quebec for economic reasons. That's not up to the federal government. It's a decision that is taken by the government of Quebec. The federal government's role is to consider other factors like security and eligibility, but the decisions about the number of arrivals and their language competencies, well, that's up to the province of Quebec. And in order to ensure that Quebec can do that, we transfer nearly $700 million a year for integration and Francisization. That's a good thing, Mr. Speaker. When I meet with businesses that have a presence in Quebec, businesses tell me that we need to continue to meet with workers, to bring in workers rather. Mr. Speaker, there is a labor shortage in our economy, inside and outside Quebec's borders. And that's not just something I'm saying. You don't even need to go look at Stats Canada's website to understand that there is a labor shortage. It's enough to just walk down the main street of any community in Canada. Employers need workers. In order to support the post-COVID-19 economic recovery, it's an advantage for Canada to welcome people into communities. When I speak with my international counterparts, Canada is the country with the most difficulties to process applications to meet communities' demands. And when there are opportunities to welcome people with the right skills, then we can imagine a rosy future for our economy and our society. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address today's motion and to say why I'll be voting against the motion. There are several reasons. But regarding the Century Initiative, I'd like to be very clear once again. The Century Initiative is not the source of the Government of Canada's plan. There are many different policies in my plan. There are many differences between my plan and the Century Initiative. For example, there is a portion of my plan which is just about Francophone immigration, which is very important. There is a plan to welcome people who are more vulnerable. That's very important for me. To also ensure that smaller provinces can welcome immigrants. Often, new arrivals may prefer to travel to the biggest cities in Canada. But we have the ability to help people go to the Atlantic region or northern regions and to ensure that Francophone communities can experience the benefits of immigration. Mr. Speaker, it's not okay for the Bloc Québécois to hide behind the Century Initiative, to make arguments about how Canada should reduce the number of new arrivals. If the argument is that Canada should reduce the number of new arrivals, then the Bloc Québécois should just say so. This is the best place for such a debate. But ultimately, this has become a false debate because this is the government's plan, not the Century Initiative. It is my signature on the dotted line. Mr. Speaker, when I started studying French after the 2015 election, I learned a lot. I am not perfectly bilingual, but I can now hold a conversation. But I didn't just learn a new language. I learned about the importance for the Francophone community to protect their ability to continue to exist, to protect people's ability to live their lives in French, to live in their communities with their children in a Francophone community. Those who vote for the motion today are voting against the ability for Canada to support people who are more vulnerable, to welcome people with the essential skills that we need in our economy. If you are Acadian, Québécois, Franco-Ontarian, if you live in the Francophone communities in Western and Northern Canada, I want to send a very clear message. I will work every day to protect your ability to speak French. I have been working and will work to ensure that your communities can survive and thrive. And I will work every day to protect your ability to live your lives in French. I will be working on that today, tomorrow, and in the entire future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I can never say enough good things about the fact that his French is improving from day to day.
Un applaudissement. Pendant 20 minutes de temps, je pense que c'est une première pour mon collègue.
I think this might be the first time that my colleague has made a 20-minute speech entirely in French. And I'd like to congratulate him. Now, earlier, the leader of my party spoke and said that there are 3 options here before us. And one of them is to say, well, you have your thresholds in Canada, we have our thresholds in Quebec, which are different. There's a demographic difference between the rest of Canada and Quebec if we look at the thresholds as they are now. Now, the Bloc Québécois, through the member for Drummond, had tabled Bill C-246 to ask the government to ensure that a certain threshold of seats in this House would be reserved for Quebec. And that bill was voted down. And yet, if you look at PEI, for example, they have 4 members. That's accepted in the rest of Canada. But when Quebec asked to have that threshold, 25% of seats in this House, that was voted down by the government. Wouldn't that have been a solution? And if that were the case, we might not be having the same debate today.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Well, just to clarify, the fact that PEI has 4 seats in the House of Commons, that reflects a constitutional obligation to maintain the number of numbers in this House as they existed and in the other place as well. But the solution for me and the consequences for immigration policy go far beyond that. And that affects other subjects, not just the number of seats in the House of Commons. The impact is much greater. It's much greater than that. We're talking about small communities where schools are closing, where businesses are closing, and people who want to live in small Francophone or Anglophone communities are seeing that they have to leave those communities permanently in many cases. So the solution for me is to continue to adjust the immigration plan to reflect the reality in our communities. And so I will continue to welcome a greater number of people because it's a good thing right now. If conditions were to change in our communities, then it's possible to review the plan. But for right now, this is the right plan for Canada.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me begin by stating that as a British Columbia, as a province that is underrepresented in this federation, it pains me to see this government remove Terry Fox from Canadian passports. But to the motion and to the speech today, I'd like to point out that in 2019, for a federal skilled worker in Canada, it took 9 months. In 2023, that number has increased threefold to 27 months. Businesses across Canada are wondering when this minister will take concrete steps to lower the number of months it takes to approve a federally skilled worker to come and work for a small business in Canada. Can the minister today provide us with a timeline about how he is going to reduce that critical number? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question, and I have a clear answer, because today a new applicant who's coming through the Federal Express Entry System is expected to take 6 months. The posted timelines reflect applications that may have been approved recently that may have been in the system for a significant period of time. There's an anomaly presently because we've gotten through the majority of the cases that have been in our inventory, and having now processed cases that were previously in the inventory for people who were seeking to come to Canada when the borders were closed, there's a not quite a false statistic on the website, but it doesn't necessarily do a good job of explaining the anomaly. We're going to be moving towards projecting forward-looking processing times so people will better understand how long it will take for an applicant to get here. But I'm pleased to share that our family reunification, our federal economic streams, our study permits and work permits are more or less all back to the standard of service that we enjoyed before the pandemic. I'm pleased to continue this conversation should the member wish to understand the timelines that exist under different immigration streams after we finish the debate today.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Many people may not know this, but prior to doing this job, I actually spent over 8 years working with newcomers to Canada and the region that I represent. And I remember being very overwhelmed by the generosity and kindness and the gratitude of what it meant to be Canadian. I went to a lot of citizenship ceremonies, and Mr. Speaker, I have to say those were some of the most amazing parts of my life, and also really made me appreciate in a new way how important it is to be a Canadian. So, I'm sad that we're having this discussion today. I think immigration brings a richness and a profound deepness to our community. I believe that we don't have to lose our identity while we're welcoming other identities, and that they actually create a much more diverse and dynamic community. I'm wondering if this member who just did his speech, the minister, could talk about why it's important to bring more French-speaking immigrants to Canada and how that would add to the beauty of our country.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
The honourable member for her question, but her service before politics to support newcomers in the community that she calls home. There's a number of different reasons why I think we need to embrace immigration if we're going to benefit from what diversity can offer our communities. In particular, there's a reason we need to continue to bring more French-speaking newcomers to communities across Canada. In general terms, I reflected the experience of my own community. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, though things have changed since 2015, we still have not seen the school return. We still have not seen the mental health services return. But what we have seen as more people move into the community, including newcomers, is a lot more people have moved home. We're not talking about more schools closing. We're talking about building houses to welcome all the people who would like to come join our community. Mais pour des communautés francophones.
But for francophone communities, it's essential that we support those who speak French, because without that immigration, when businesses close, when schools close, the options for people who speak French to continue to live their lives in French disappear. They have to leave that community to get a job in other communities.
That we take into account the impact on different communities, including linguistic minority communities. If we continue to support the ability for Francophone communities to attract newcomers, it will allow them to raise their families in French, in the language of their choice, in their community. This is the kind of thing that will keep people on board with our immigration policy if they see a future for themselves in it. And by living in a community that embraces newcomers and diversity, I can tell you from personal experience, it has made my community a more vibrant and dynamic place to call home.
In comments, question commentaire, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions reflect the economic impact of welcoming immigrants. And at the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee, we've discussed the closure of an Olymel plant in Quebec. And one of the reasons why it closed is that there's a labor shortage in that area. And I think that this is a major problem throughout the province of Quebec. Could the minister please discuss the importance of immigrants for Quebec's economy? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And it's not just an issue for businesses in Quebec. It's very important as well for the Francophone community in Canada. For example, when I visited Saint-Quentin in northern New Brunswick, I saw a new pilot program for essential workers there. And when I visited the plant in that town that was using that program, I saw with my own eyes the opportunity not just for the business, but for this community, and to see how it's making an impact when people come to that community. And the same is true in Quebec. When people come into communities, particularly rural communities, it's possible for that community to continue to succeed and to continue to exist and to continue to provide opportunity for young people in that community to continue living their lives in French in that city. When plants close permanently, it's really hard because families leave communities. And it's not rare for somebody who moves to an Anglophone community to lose their opportunity to continue speaking French and to pass that along to the next generation. Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very proud, but also very happy to have been born here in Canada. It was a great victory to be born here in Canada, in a way, because it's a country that is full of opportunity. I had a single mother. I was adopted by two teachers who always taught me that here in Canada, no matter where you come from, you can work anywhere. It's the same country that my wife came to as a refugee, and it's the country that we want to continue to be there for our children and their children. But unfortunately, that's not the country that we see today. Everything is broken in Canada after 8 years under this Prime Minister. He doesn't like it when I say this, so I'm going to say it again. Everything is broken after 8 years under this Prime Minister. And that also includes the immigration system. We have history here in Canada of an immigration system that is the best in the world, that's based on good common sense. Invite people to come and work. They're immigrants like the Italians who built our infrastructure, the workers from countries across the world who came here to build hospitals, homes, to build our economy, and to create wealth for all. But when people come today, well, what do they see? There's no homes. So 9 out of 10 young Canadians believe that they will never be able to buy a home for the future. There's a lack of health care. Why? Because we prevent immigrants from working as doctors and nurses. There's over 1 million Canadians, immigrants to Canada, there's over 1 million new immigrants who are waiting right now and who are waiting longer than the government's own targets. And when immigrants come to Canada, they have a hard time accessing work permits. People who want to work, but who are prevented from working by this Prime Minister and the total incompetence of his government. And we also see that with the strike that the Prime Minister caused. Because of that strike, there's going to be even more delays, which are going to separate families, which are going to prevent potential workers from getting jobs, and which will prevent refugees from coming to a safe haven here in Canada. It's the total incompetence of this Prime Minister which has caused these problems. But instead of focusing on the work that, it can be maybe a bit boring, of repairing the damage that he's done, the Prime Minister and his buddies, his corporate buddies in the big multinational companies like Dominic Barton, have these ideas of creating a grand utopia for the future. Instead of building our country based on good common sense, the way we have for over 100 years, he wants to create a revolution. And he's painting an idea of a utopia that will never exist. Instead, he should be focusing on the basics, the foundation of our system. He should be accelerating the time it should be making it easier, make it quicker for our businesses and our farmers to fill positions through immigration where Canadians aren't available to do that work. They should be accelerating family unification, allowing grandparents to come to Canada to take care of their grandchildren so that the parents can work. And finally, they should be allowing more nonprofit groups to sponsor refugees and to allow them to provide the opportunity to learn English or French and to help make sure they have access to a good job and to an apartment or a home. That's the good common sense work that's necessary. But instead of doing that, the Prime Minister wants to focus on the priorities of the big multinational corporations like Dominic Barton, like McKinsey, an organization, where the former CEO has received over $100 million in contracts from this government, and who has a dream to change this country into some kind of utopia. Well, Mr. Speaker, I will never listen to those people. I will listen to the good common sense of everyday Canadians, the people who go to work every day and do the work. My conservative, good common sense government is going to repair this damage, and that's why I'll be voting for this motion to reject Dominic Barton and the Century Initiative and to rebuild our immigration system on good common sense, the good common sense of everyday Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And speaking of common sense, I'll be splitting my time with a common sense Conservative MP for Calgary Shepherd. Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud and I'm so grateful that I won the lottery of life to be born here in Canada. Born of a teenage unwed mother, she put me up for adoption to 2 school teachers. They taught me that it didn't matter where I came from. It mattered where I was going. It didn't matter who I knew. It mattered what I could do. That's the country my wife came to as a refugee. That's the country that allowed her family, her brother to be a soldier, other brother to be a carpenter, her sister to be a nurse, and for her family to work hard and achieve great things. That's the country we want your kids and mine to inherit, but it's not the country we see today. Canada, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, this out-of-touch Prime Minister, is broken. Yes, it is broken. And what we see especially broken is the immigration system, which leaves 1 million immigrants waiting longer than the acceptable wait time to get into Canada. We see international students abused and exploited by human traffickers, shady consultants, some of them losing their lives and being sent back to places like India in body bags because this Prime Minister and his government have failed to protect them from the predators and the scam artists that are destroying their lives. We see 20,000 brilliant immigrant doctors blocked from working in their professions by government gatekeepers. 32,000 immigrant nurses blocked from their jobs. It boils my blood to sit in a hospital waiting room for 5 hours with my daughter who has a migraine headache because there aren't enough doctors and nurses, while gatekeepers block brilliant immigrant doctors and nurses from doing their jobs. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister gleefully tells us about all the wonderful meetings he's having with mayors about housing and infrastructure. I don't really care about their meetings, Mr. Speaker, because the gatekeepers at municipal governments, the government that this Prime Minister is funding with billions of dollars, are blocking housing construction so that our immigrants, our working class, and our youth cannot get homes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, everything is broken. But instead of fixing the basics, he's focused on another grand utopian project, that of his friend Dominic Barton, the multinational CEO, former ambassador to communist China, who helped bring about the opioid crisis that is savaging our working class families, has come up with a bright new idea that he's going to triple our national population to 100 million. Mr. Speaker, we don't need any more utopian schemes from globe-trotting millionaires and multinational insiders. What we need is some common sense for a change. So here's our common sense plan to get back to the basics. 1, clear the backlog so that immigrant families can be reunited, so that our farmers and our small businesses can fill jobs that are not for which there is not a Canadian available, and allow our churches, mosques, synagogues, and other nonprofit organizations to sponsor more legitimate refugees, get them language training so that they can learn how to speak French or English, get a job, get working, and get contributing. Speed up work permits for those people that are already here, waiting for their cases to be heard. They might as well be out earning a wage, contributing to the economy. They want to work, let them work. It's common sense, for God's sakes. And speaking of work, let's bring in a Blue Seal national standard for all of our professions. We have a Red Seal that allows tradespeople to take a test, prove they're qualified, get to work, and move across the country to fill needed vacancies in the job market. Why don't we have a Blue Seal that will allow foreign-trained nurses, doctors, engineers, and other professionals to prove they're qualified, and within 60 days of applying to work in their field, get a yes or no based on their tested ability, not based on where they come from. More doctors, more nurses, more common sense. Mr. Speaker, this is what I'm saying here. Is let's get back to the basics. Our immigration system was the best in the world 8 years ago. But now we have immigrants who come here and they actually say they want to go back. Because this is not what was promised. I said everything is broken. You know what is broken most of all? The promise. The promise of Canada. The promise that we will reinstill. A promise that in Canada, it doesn't matter where you come from, it matters where you're going. It doesn't matter if your name is Martin or Mohammed, whether your name is Singh or Smith, whether your name is Chong or Charles, whether your name is Patel or Polyev, if you work hard, you can achieve anything you want in the greatest country in the world, in the freest country in the world, Mr. Speaker. This is the common sense of the common people, united for our common home. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire à l'honneur de
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, he always makes me laugh. I appreciate him, the Conservative leader. And I'd like to congratulate him. Not only he's going to vote for the motion, but also by doing that, he will be standing up for the position of Brian Mulroney, who supports, is standing up against, Brian Mulroney, who's standing up for the Century Initiative. And I think it takes courage for him to stand up and oppose Brian Mulroney, the former leader of his party. So that's great. So he's talked a lot about common sense. Now, he talked about the means which should be different because this government has made immigration the most dysfunctional of all the departments in the Canadian government. But I'd like to ask him to explain, when he speaks about good common sense, what does that mean in terms of immigration thresholds for 2023 to 25? Is it 500,000? Is it 400,000? Is it 300,000? Does the Conservative Party, which has a lot of means and a lot of research assistance, do they have a number for immigration thresholds? I'd like to hear him tell us what the Conservative Party's numbers are. The Honourable Leader. Well, what I'm interested in are the numbers for small and medium-sized businesses in the Lac-Saint-Jean region. Businesses which are looking for workers but who are facing a labor shortage. With this labor shortage, because there's a labor shortage, immigration numbers will be higher than average. And when there are fewer jobs, the numbers should be lower. The numbers for immigration should be based on Canada's needs. So when farmers need more workers because there aren't Canadians available to fill those positions, then we need to accelerate immigration so that they can bring in those workers. But when the economy slows down, obviously, there will be fewer jobs, so fewer numbers. So the numbers have to be based on good common sense and not on the dreams of the CEO of a multinational like Dominic Barton, Mr. Speaker. And that is how we will act, with good common sense.
Come on, there. Question. Island Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for sharing the story of his partner and her immigration process. As I mentioned earlier, I used to work in a nonprofit organization that served newcomers to Canada. And in that role and in this role, one of the most sad and meaningful work that I've had the ability to do is, of course, help members of the LGBT community leave their country of origin where they are unsafe, where their lives are at risk, and bring them home to Canada where they can be safe and experience all the freedom that they deserve. And I'm just wondering if this member, what his thoughts are on making sure that those communities that are so targeted are safer, and how we as a country can welcome them and fast track them to our country so that they can be safe. Thank you.
Good question. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, I do support allowing people from gay and lesbians who are persecuted around the world to come and seek refuge here in Canada. In fact, our previous Conservative government, I think we were the first ones to allow that as a grounds for seeking asylum. And from countries where dictators like in Iran persecute people based on their sexuality, based on who they are and who they love, they should be allowed to come here and enjoy the wonderful freedom and blessings of this land. That's what brings people here, our freedom. It isn't our warm weather. Right? Why do they come here? Because we are a free country. They want to enjoy freedom. And so not only should we welcome people like the ones the member just mentioned, we should remember why they came here in the first place. They came here for the freedom that our forebears defended on battlefields around the world. That's why we must work every day, in every way, to make Canada the freest nation on earth.
The Honourable Member for La Belle-Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, the worst thing that can happen to Canadians is to have a Conservative government. I would like to ask my honourable colleague who attacked the current government, why does his party and himself vote against our policies, against helping seniors, against reducing the retirement age, against child benefits, against supporting the middle class, against allowing 300,000 children to leave poverty behind, against allowing Canada to have a good reputation internationally. Canada has a refugee system that is approved by the United Nations as being one of the best. What can he say to this? And what does he have to say to Canadians on the matter? Not a lot of time. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, the honourable member shows once again how the Liberals are completely disconnected from reality. 2/3 of Canadians believe that Canada is shattered after 8 years of this Prime Minister. Housing costs have doubled. 20% of Canadians skip a meal because they can't pay for groceries, and 1.5 million Canadians go to a food bank just in order to be able to eat. Violent crime increased by 32%. 30,000 Canadians have died from opioid overdoses since this Prime Minister came into power. The Prime Minister who is legalizing heroin, cocaine, crack, and all kinds of drugs. So everything is shattered after 8 years of this Prime Minister. But the good thing is that we will convert the repercussions into hope, and we'll do this. We're going to bring it home for everyone. We will bring it home. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the most difficult tasks in politics is to follow a leader after such a good speech. A passionate and compassionate speech for new arrivals in this country. I was a new immigrant a number of years ago. I immigrated to Canada from Poland, communist Poland, that is no longer a thing. It's a country of the past, communist Poland. Now Poland is democratic, and I'm proud to be Polish. My leader is right. Everything is shattered in Canada. Programs are shattered. The federal government is shattered, but especially when it comes to immigration. As an immigration spokesperson for our party, I follow this file very closely. I would also like to mention the fact that we can be franchised as immigration. I'm a child of the Loi 101, Bill 101, and so it is possible. I know that the leader of the Bloc often talks about it, sometimes with a bit of deep sadness, because sometimes Quebecers can't protect their culture. But I know that it is possible to protect Quebec's culture. I'm an MP for Calgary. My family's in Calgary, and I'm a proud Albertan. I continue to follow what is happening in the day-to-day in Quebec. I also follow comedians. One of the best Quebec comedians, Sugar Sammy, is Sugar Sammy, who's a great Canadian. A lot of allophones, a lot of immigrants who've lived in Quebec and who still live in Quebec as Quebecers love Sugar Sammy. When I was there a few weeks ago, I saw that there were many posters about a tour that he was going to have in Quebec. I know that perhaps it's not the Bloquist's favourite comedian, but I just wanted to mention it anyway because I think that he is a great Quebecer and he makes me laugh a lot. Now let's go back to something less funny. Immigration Refugee Canada. Nearly every single program has delays. New arrivals, immigrants are waiting for their turn to come to Canada so that they can also stay in Canada. I'd like to mention a number of programs because I love statistics. I know that a number of MPs in the Liberal benches will mention it, but refugees taken into account by government in 2019, it took 15 months for their application to be processed. Now, 33 months for an application. 3 years of waiting when you're a refugee. Now, private sector sponsored refugees, charity group sponsors, churches, mosques, temples that want to sponsor a refugee from their community usually to come to Canada, people who are desperate, people who need help that comes in the form of Canada. These community groups help them. Private community groups pay for all of them. In 2019, it took 23 months, and now 38 months for a privately sponsored refugee. 38. And this is the federal government that processes these files. Nearly 4 years of waiting. Skilled labour has already been mentioned by another MP. In 2019, it took 12 months. Now it takes 20 months. Skilled workers in Quebec it was 22, and now 73 months is how long it takes for skilled workers to come to Quebec. For healthcare workers, it's up to 67 months in Quebec. And these are not just random numbers I'm taking. These are statistics from the very government on their own website. The Minister for Immigration came into the House and said, well, no, you know, there's an anomaly with numbers, and sometimes it might take a bit more time. And it only takes 6 months now. But what of the people who have been waiting 1, 2, 3, 4 years? They're just going to wait, apparently. They're going to wait a total of 4, 5, 6, 7 years in the end. All MPs' offices on the Conservative side hear that 95% of files sent to us are immigration files. An error that was made in processing, timelines that are far too long, applications that aren't clear, no one's answering the phone, no one's answering emails. Answers that are given by immigration officers are sometimes confusing, contradictory. People don't know what's going on. What we need to do is figure out what we can do to help new arrivals, help people in our community in the next 75 days and not the next 75 years. We have problems today, Mr. Speaker, today. Liberal created problems. In 2015, there were no delays. There was the best immigration system in the world, Mr. Speaker. There are countries throughout the world who were trying to copy the Canadian immigration system back then. They like the point system. It's a good system. It's a sensible system that gives everyone the same opportunity to come to Canada. It is a neutral, meritocratic system. If you're young, if you're well educated, you are more likely to be accepted to come to Canada. As an immigrant, economic stream immigrant, of course. And it also gives the opportunity for everyone to be treated just the same in our system. Other countries wanted to copy us, but now no one stands up and says, oh, I would love to copy Canada's current immigration system under the Liberals. With 2 million applications still under delay, $2.9 million after 2.9 million applications after the pandemic. And don't listen to the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, that will say that this was caused by the pandemic. There were 2 million delayed applications before the pandemic. They're the ones who caused the issue, not the pandemic. The pandemic simply exacerbated a problem that already existed, like my leader stated. New arrivals receive service from the federal government, but this is woefully inadequate. Woefully inadequate. As someone who was an immigrant myself, I'm still an immigrant today, when I see people in our communities who find it really, really hard to find a job, for example, to find housing, to find people who speak their own mother tongue. We can't be franchised in this country, of course, but we can also learn English. I learned English as a third language. I learned French. French thanks to Passepartout, a kids show in Quebec. Quebecers know what Passepartout is. I learned English by watching Sesame Street.
To switch, Mr. Speaker, there's lots of opportunities for immigrants to come to this country, including those like myself who, grew up in Montreal and are a child of the Bill 101 education system. So it does work. I am proof, I think. There's many of us who are proofs that it does work, that it can't be take up the language. But what we have, unrealistic plans, and these false utopias that are being proposed in this century initiative is completely ridiculous. You have McKinsey executives, big business executives, including one from BlackRock and others, who, don't spend the time visiting communities, smaller towns, rural regions, which are desperate both for workers, but are also looking at, newcomers are coming to Canada. There's been so many waves of immigration coming to Canada, revitalized entire regions and communities. I know, for example, in northern Alberta, there is a huge Ukrainian Catholic, Ukrainian Orthodox community, which is now accepting another wave of people fleeing the war in Ukraine. And they're finding an opportunity to speak their mother tongue while also, brushing up on their English or their French. There are communities in northern Alberta as well, which are French communities, have a historic French connection. I remember my first time in Alberta when I first moved out there. I went into a rural area for, I think it was a birthday party, and there were 2 nuns there, and they spoke to me in French, Mr. Speaker. I could not believe it. Immaculate, perfect French. They came from a French convent. And so we had a long discussion in that language, because that was their experience of being in Alberta. They had brought up both languages. My leader was right. 8 years. They've had 8 years that have completely broken the immigration system. What we should be looking at is services, and the newcomer experience to Canada is awful. That's why so many of them are talking about returning to their country of origin, because they can't find the opportunities they were promised here. There's so much that we could do to make sure our foreign credentials are recognized. My father wasn't able to practice as an engineer here because he couldn't pass a language exam. He passed all the technical exams. But that's the experience of so many immigrants who come here who are discriminated against just because they have credentials from overseas. You know, you heard the numbers, Mr. Speaker, 32,000 nurses, over 20,000 doctors. But I have engineers in my riding who cannot practice here easily because they're being discriminated against because of where they got their years of experience, where they got their credentials and education. These provincial colleges need to be told, stop gatekeeping, allow people to practice their professions, do the thing that they love here in Canada, add to our communities, build a family, provide for themselves. That's the Canadian dream. That's what we got to restore.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know whether it's the leader of the Conservative Party or the member that just spoke. They seem to be in some sort of a dream world. To try to give the impression that the Conservatives did a good job in immigration, like, get serious. Take a look at it. The sponsoring of parents and grandparents, the backlog got over 7 years. It was so bad, they actually canceled the program. They wouldn't allow you to sponsor a parent or a grandparent. Mr. Speaker, in one area, the program got so bad in terms of sponsoring immigrants, they actually deleted hundreds of thousands of people that were already in the process waiting for years. They were an absolute disaster, Mr. Speaker, not to mention the backlogs to sponsor a loved one, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where they're coming from. They have obviously have some other form of reality. My question is, when can we anticipate the Conservative Party is going to enter into the reality zone when it comes to immigration?
The member for Calgary Shepherd.
Let's talk numbers, Mr. Speaker. I remember it was a previous Liberal government that left behind a 6 to 8 million application backlog for the Conservative government. They didn't shut down the program. They returned money to everybody and restarted the program for zero because they had botched it so badly there was no choice but to do that. And they're doing it again. And the people who are going to suffer are newcomers and immigrants to Canada who are being given a false dream and false hopes while they're processing these applications, so-called. But let's talk numbers because the member raised them. I see here family class. Every single one of the lines is longer than it used to be. Every single one of them now takes longer than it did in 2019. I'm not even going back all the way to 2015. I'm just talking 2019. Every single one, parents and grandparents, spouses, partners and children, family relations, humanitarian and compassionate considerations, so HNC as we call it, every single one of them is longer today than it used to be. They have a 2 million application backlog, not the Conservatives. They're the ones that created this problem.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I appreciate the quality of his French, and we benefit from hearing it very often. We are in a situation today, Mr. Speaker, where we hear a number of speeches that say, yes, it's easy, it's important, in such and such place in Alberta, people speak French, so everything's fine. We hear that French is here and there. That's great, but the real world situation is that the Quebec government is finding it hard to already welcome immigrants who arrive in our province because we have shortfalls in healthcare and immigration and housing. Money is being withheld from us, and now we're being told, oh, now you're going to receive an even greater number of immigrants, but no increase in resources. We are having a reasonable discourse today, and we have put forward reasonable suggestions. Does the Honourable Member not believe that the Quebec government should choose its own levels? The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. It's a very reasonable one. Quebec has an agreement between the federal government and the province in order to establish criteria for immigration so that immigrants can come to Quebec. My family settled in Quebec. My father worked at the Sorel Naval Yard, which no longer exists, but he worked there in the 80s, welcoming. Most of the welcoming doesn't come from the government, but comes from people in the regions, grassroots, community groups that facilitate the settling of immigrants. And I think there's an amazing opportunity to ask help from community groups and to help community groups, those who can raise money privately as well, those who can raise money in their religious or communities in order to help immigrants to establish in Canada and Quebec.
Quick question, the honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as someone who's an immigrant to Canada myself, having come here 50 years ago, and as an MP who's attended many citizenship ceremonies where I've seen the pride with newcomers become part of the fabric of Canada, and I've seen the many contributions they make in my writing, I'm a bit confused by the Conservative speeches today. I've seen the bloc members congratulating the Conservative leader, and I guess on support for this motion. But what we have before it is a motion which styles immigrants as a threat to some Canadians and which blames immigrants for housing shortages and for delays in the healthcare system. So I'm really unclear, having heard the speeches, which sound like they support immigration, about what the Conservatives are actually doing with this motion, which is before them today.
Honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
I completely disagree with the member's characterization. I read the motion both in French and then in English, and it sounds exactly the same to me. This motion basically rejects the Century Initiative, which is a big business executives trying these pie-in-the-sky dreams, these utopias that they're talking about 75 years from now. I want to talk about the immigrant experience today, right now. What they're experiencing on the ground is long wait times. Right. Families are broken up. People are divorcing. You know, spousal sponsorships for Iran are completely blocked up at the Ankara visa processing offices. During a revolution led by women in Iran, you have spousal sponsorships that aren't being processed. There are people who've waited years, sometimes up to 5 years. There are people getting divorced because they can't even bring in their partner from a place like Iran, where there is an autocratic regime that is persecuting women and men on the streets right now. We should be doing so much more. I don't see any of that in this motion right here. This is simply rejecting a ridiculous pie-in-the-sky utopian dream that these big business executives have put together from McKinsey.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that I have the honor to share my time with a member for Vancouver East. Mr. Speaker, there is a motion before us today that brings us into a debate that is necessary. And we can have a debate on any public policy, immigration thresholds, capacity, language, our common life. Such debates are always welcome. Just like we talk about public policy on international trade, health, or the environment. But like Rima Al-Khoury said in La Presse, it all depends on how it's done. Because this motion, beyond the specific language in it, is part of a political context. It's part of a type of political instrumentalization of the matter of immigration and integration. Before getting into those details, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read a poem. I don't do that very often, Mr. Speaker, but I'd like to read a brief poem by someone who I really like, Gérald Godin, a great Quebec poet. This poem has been used near Mont-Royal Metro, near my riding, in a piece of urban art, and I'd like us to remember what he said. 7:30 in the morning, Mont-Royal Metro, full of immigrants. They get up early in the morning. Perhaps the heart of this city still beats because of them. Perhaps with all its faults and its vitality, it still beats despite all the reasons it might have to give up and stop. This tribute to immigrants in Mont-Royal Metro who get up early to work, I see that scene very often in my own riding, Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Last weekend, I was happy to participate in a ceremony for a social reinsertion organization which mainly works with female immigrants who follow a training in the area of household maintenance, and in many cases also receive French classes. Dozens of certificates were granted to people who have had difficult lives, but who are working hard, who may have difficulties, but who are proud to say that this is what they had accomplished, that they were integrating in French into the labor market. It was wonderful to see. I think we should recognize that reality on the ground. That's what's really happening, rather than the catastrophe that's constantly being announced by some groups who like to rake in the profits based on their fear-mongering. I also watched a documentary called Essential on temporary migrant workers. A documentary by Sarah Champagne, a journalist, and her co-documentary maker. And I think that this documentary made very well the point that these temporary workers are often instrumentalized, as we've seen with the Premier Quebec. For example, in the documentary, a migrant worker talked about the difficulties that his partner is back home in his country of origin, that he has kids with him as well. I'm working hard. I'm working so hard. I'm trying to find time for French classes, but I just don't have time. He failed the class several times. In the end, he finally got his diploma. But these are people who are working 70 hours a week, trying to make ends meet, multiple jobs. And then when they're told, well, all you have to do is learn French, it's just not that easy. That's easy to fit into a slogan or a pamphlet, but in real life, we're talking about people who are just trying to survive. I also am thinking about Mamadou, who was known as a guardian angel in our health services during the pandemic, who caught COVID, and despite all of his hard work and his knowledge of French, he is now being threatened with deportation. These are cases that I've seen in my office. That's the reality on the ground. And that's why the debate in Quebec on immigration thresholds has become rather toxic and unhealthy, because a lot of the vocabulary that is used is vocabulary that divides people between us, the historic majority in Quebec, and them, new arrivals. And I find that unfortunate. Now, in today's motion, there aren't a lot of these references. It's true, there aren't. But we need to remember the context, something that's been going on for many years. Reasonable accommodations, the Charter of Values, a very closed and discriminatory type of secularism. Negative language that can lead to all sorts of negative results. And this is not just something I'm saying. During the last Quebec election campaign, Jean Boulet, who is currently a minister, said that 80% of immigrants don't work or speak French. He said that as if it were true during an election campaign, and he was the minister. It's entirely false. According to the Quebec Statistical Institute, in 2021, nearly 75% of immigrants speak French. And as I've said before, we need to stop considering people's mother tongue as an indicator of the health of French in Quebec. Bill 101 has always ensured that the mother tongue should have nothing to do with it, because the very idea of Bill 101 was to ensure that if first-generation immigrants don't speak French and can't learn it, well, their children will, and will integrate into Quebec society, and that worked very well. Many Bill 101 kids that I know, I've seen it, it works. Now we also need to make sure that Quebec can do its part in integrating and helping people to learn French. But once again, what's actually happening on the ground goes against what some, like the CAQ party, is saying. For example, in La Presse, Joël Denis Bellavance said that out of all the money that the federal government sends to Quebec to Francicize immigrants, 75% was used for other things than French classes. So before complaining that the integration capacity is at its limit and that the federal government isn't doing its fair share, I think the Quebec government should look in the mirror and say maybe we should be using that $500 million to give classes to immigrants who want to learn French and are on long waiting lists. Now, Minister Boulet is not the only one who made this type of statement. Premier Legault talked about an existential threat. He said that Quebec could become the Louisiana of the North. He said that indiscriminately increasing the number of immigrants would be a suicidal decision. These are harsh words. this debate around our capacity to welcome immigrants and the thresholds has been tarnished by this type of language. And on Saturday, the headline of the Journal de Montréal was "Quebec is trapped." And other headlines were, "We are going to be assimilated. French is being forced into a decline." And some of the editorialists are talking about a demographic submersion. And we've even seen caricatures where we're being invaded. I don't know what the semantic difference is between a demographic subversion as a phrase and the theory of replacement theory, which is something that the French far right has been bringing forward. So constantly we are being told that Quebec society will be replaced by the threat of immigration. We're using this negative language. There ought instead to be positive and open language about immigration. But here instead people are playing on the fear of the other and insecurities, which means that our society is turning inward. It is leading to divisions in our society and a closed attitude. A supposed division between the historic Quebecers and our capacities for integration. We must be vigilant. Yes, Quebec is a minority in North America, and it always will be. We must exert ourselves to promote and protect it, and we must pay attention to our social cohesion and our integration capacity. That's true. But we need to do that by showing openness and support, and not by denigrating others, blaming immigrants, and treating them like a threat to the Quebec people or the French language. I am horrified that over the years we have started a debate that is extremely toxic and negative, and that we're bogged down in that debate, while in fact Quebec has a perfectly good capacity to work with municipalities and the federal government. It has the capacity to receive people properly, to make them future Quebecers, and stop seeing them as a threat or people who must be refused and rejected from the outset if we want to conserve Quebec identity. This is very dangerous and concerning. So with this in mind, in the context that I've just described, I think that this motion needs to be rejected. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie started by quoting a poem by Gérald Godin, and I'm not sure Gérald Godin would have entirely agreed with what he said after quoting the poem, but I'd like to quote Gaston Miron, who said, "You should be open to the other and extend a hand." But he also says, the member is quoting a poem which the interpreter is unable to interpret. But what this poem is referring to, when he speaks these words in his poem, he's referring to the fact that we are told that we are intolerant when we just want to protect our identity. And yet, it is a fact that the future of Quebec as a nature is in danger. And just recognizing that doesn't mean we are closed to immigration. In fact, those who are saying the opposite are, in my opinion, the people who are actually closed. So I have a simple question for my colleague. There is a unanimous motion in the National Assembly of Quebec to reject the Century Initiative. And in fact, even members of Quebec Solidaire are saying the same. Does my colleague recognize that the future of the Quebec nation is threatened? Will he recognize that today? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his incisive question. Now, we're quoting a lot of things, and Gilles Vigneault, in one of his poems, said something that is very relevant to today's debate. We need to treat people as humans. It's not a matter of an us and them between good Quebecers and evil immigrants. Yes, it's important to integrate, but economic immigrants are entirely decided and chosen by the government of Quebec, and even Premier Legault recognized that 80% of them speak French. Do we need to do more for people who are coming in through other streams, like refugees or family reunification candidates? Yes, that's more complicated as a situation, but I think we need a serene debate on this. But currently, editorialists are using this type of thing to try to gain political capital.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to how Canada's rich diversity has actually seen the expansion in many ways. And I've used the example of Manitoba, where more French is being spoken in Manitoba than there ever has been in its history. And I think that when you take a look at the diversity, when I've reflected on people of Filipino and Indian heritage, in particular from the Punjab, and I often meet with the youngsters, and you'll see that they're actually speaking French and learning to speak French, and how I believe that that is healthy in the long term for the French language. And if he can just provide his thoughts in regards to how many immigrants see learning and understanding French as a wonderful thing.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd say that I'm not too familiar with Manitoba history, but I mean, I do know that there was a time when a majority of people in Manitoba spoke French before teaching French was banned in schools, so we need to remember that historical fact. But today, there is a lot of interest and excitement for French classes and immersion classes. And in fact, in many parts of the Federation, there isn't enough capacity to give new arrivals and their children French classes or immersion schooling. Now, is French threatened? Yes, it is. And will it always be? Yes. Do we need to do more in Quebec and elsewhere? Absolutely. I think that important steps will be taken today with the adoption of C-13 and the agreement between the federal government and the Quebec government on this issue and federally regulated businesses. Yes, we applaud diversity, but we also need to make sure that we are taking the right steps to integrate people and help them integrate to Quebec culture and the beautiful French language. We all need to work on that without blaming and criticizing.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm first of all, I wanted to say thank you to my colleague with his speech. And I'm heartened to hear those words, to say that when we engage in this debate, the importance of it and what it means for all of us, but at the same time, not to take an approach that vilifies and points fingers at others. Now, I look around this chamber, and there are very few of us, truth be told, who are not immigrants, either ourselves or our ancestors. So for those of us who are not Indigenous, we came to this land as newcomers. And over the years, we've seen changes made. And as always, when newcomers come to a country, come to a new place, there are these feelings of threat and fear, I guess, because of the unfamiliarity of these individuals. Now, for Indigenous peoples and their history, and we already know Canada's colonial history, it's sad to say those fears are very real and had done tremendous harm to Indigenous peoples, to which Canada is still trying to reconcile. And to reconcile in a real effort, in a meaningful way. And we have a long ways to go. There's no question about that. Now, with respect to other communities who are newcomers, those of us who came to Canada as an immigrant, and in my instance, back in the 70s, when my family immigrated here, we were new in this country as well. But over the years, we've worked hard to integrate into Canadian society. We learned the language, we learned Canadian culture and Canadian values, and actively participated in our communities. And for some of us, we've achieved different things. And I would say, without hesitation, that the immigrant community contributed to Canada in every aspect and are engaged in Canadian society in every way. And the contributions are significant economically, socially, culturally, and environmentally, to be sure. In the situation of what we're talking about here is that we're now saying we have too many immigrants, and we fear that with more immigrants coming, it would take away with what we have. And I think that we need to think about what are some of the concerns that has been brought up. First off, on the issue around ensuring that Quebec and the French language and culture is protected. I absolutely agree that Quebec is a very unique province, that Quebec has a distinction with their language and culture to which we need to do everything we can to protect. And part of that work rests with the federal government, with its immigration measures, and particularly as it pertains to ensuring that the immigration target for Francophonie immigrants are achieved. But sadly, that is not the reality. The Liberal government has failed to meet the target year after year after year. And in fact, the FCFA made a recommendation at the Immigration Committee and called for the government to adopt a new Francophone immigration target of 12% in 2024 and gradually increase it to 20% in 2036. I think that should be done. I think that needs to be done. I think we need to be aggressively pursuing those targets to realize that. I think we also need to do a lot of work to ensure that Francophonie targets outside of Quebec is also met. And then in addition to that, the work that we need to do across the country is to ensure that languages, French classes are made available to students. I can tell you from a personal experience, my two children, I desperately wanted them to access to French immersion. So what do? After they were born and so on, I enroll them into the lottery. That's the system that we have. I have to enroll them into a lottery to see if they'll get picked to get into French immersion. Sadly, for my family, neither one of them won that lottery. Now, that is the reality. And then to fix this question, to address the question of preserving the French language, we need to make sure those kinds of programs is not done through a lottery, but rather is made available for people. And that is not the reality. And that's what we need to fix. That's not an immigrant problem. It's a Canadian problem that we need to face up to and to ensure resources are provided and ensure that those programmings are in place. When I think about the contributions of the immigrant community, and I think about, especially now, in this period of dire need for healthcare workers, and over the pandemic period, it became very clear that the immigrant community, by the way, helped Canada in significant ways and sometimes took on jobs that put them in danger. We saw that in the agricultural industry, and some of the migrant workers actually died putting food on our table. That's that reality. And that continues to be a challenge where migrant workers are taken advantage of because they don't have full status. And they should be given full status and be regularized, by the way. But on the healthcare piece, let me just put some important information on the table. Immigrants account for 36% of physicians and 33% of business owners with paid staff and 41% of engineers. What that tells me is that immigrants are engaged in all walks of life, in every profession in our community, and they contribute significantly to our community. And more specifically, in the healthcare sector, 23% of the registered nurses are immigrants. 35% of the nursing aides and related occupations are represented by immigrants. 37% of pharmacists, 36% of physicians, 39% of dentists, and 54% of dental technologists and related occupations. So at a time when we have a major need for healthcare workers, the immigrant community has shown, and I believe they'll continue to show, their important contribution in this caring economy and in this service economy that we all depend on to keep us healthy in our communities. The part of the problem with the immigrant community in getting into these professions that we've all talked about, which I think needs to be addressed, would be for the government to ensure that the credential recognition is made easier. Now, some provinces have embarked on that, and I'm glad to see. And the numbers are astounding. The interest they're showing is astounding. In Nova Scotia, almost 1,500 people show interest with a new program that they have put in place for starting May 1st, as an example. You know, British Columbia is embarking in this process as well. And that's what we need to do to eliminate the barriers for the immigrant community so that they can fully participate in Canadian society and also ensure that the talents that they bring is recognized and so that they can practice in their profession. This will help all of Canada, and most certainly it would help Quebec as well. And in fact, Quebec specifically during the pandemic period wanted an immigration measure for healthcare workers to regularize those that are in Quebec in the healthcare profession. So there's no question that the value of the immigrant community is significant, and we need to make sure that we also facilitate the process to support them in terms of their contribution and successes here in Canada. And there are many aspects to which, when you look at us as individuals, as human beings, that we actually have. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I see your hand going like this. Are you saying that my time is up?
Yes, the honourable member's time is up. I'm sure she'll be able to add during questions and comments. Questions and comments. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Lac.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, and I recognize all the work that she's done on immigration, and I would congratulate her. I know that we've agreed on many points in the past. Let's just look at the motion before us. I have a little bit of difficulty understanding that the NDP could vote against this motion. She spoke about First Nations in her speech, Madam Speaker, and what the motion says is that this House reject the Century Initiative aims and ask Canada not to be inspired from that, among other things, because this initiative never consulted the First Peoples nor Quebec in developing its targets. It's strictly economic. So if you look at the motion and what it says, I'm not sure how a progressive party could vote against this motion because they're, attacking facts basically because the initiatives don't take anything cultural or human rights into account when creating these targets. So I don't know how the NDP can vote against. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much. Here's what the part of the motion says. It says that tripling Canada's population has real impacts on the future of French language, Quebec's political weight, the place of First Peoples, access to housing, the health and education infrastructure. Now, I do want to actually address this issue, and I also appreciate the member in terms of his work at the Immigration Committee. I've come to know him and respect a lot of the work that he does. But let me just say this. I think that we're embarking on a very dangerous path where we can signal that we're going to be vilifying and blaming the immigrant community for the healthcare crisis that we face and on the housing crisis that we face and the problems that we saw as a result of colonization for Canada, for Indigenous peoples. It's not the immigrant community who should be carrying that weight, but rather the governments who should be carrying that weight.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way for the speech she just gave. She mentioned in her speech about people who are medically trained are here in this country and ready to go to work. But would she not agree that that's more of a provincial issue to solve with regards to the individual medical associations and the health authorities in each province? Because that seems to be a bit of a thorn in everybody's side when the federal government is telling the province what to do with their hospitals and everything else and who gets employed there. But again, it is an answer to some of our immigration issues, and would she agree that we should do everything we can to work with the provinces to make it much easier?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
There's no question that the provinces and territories need to step up and address that issue, but the federal government too. And the federal government with its immigration measures, because they only allow for migrant workers come to work in Canada with the identified employer, they're not able to work elsewhere. And those with the talents that could work in other sectors are unable to do so because of immigration restrictions, even though they meet the criteria, even though they have the credentials. So the federal government has a role to play to fix that problem as well. And at the end of the day, I think and I hope that we can all recognize the value of the immigrant community, and instead of vilifying them, blaming them, and turning our guns on them, we should say we are one community and we welcome immigrant communities. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Questions and comments? The member for North Island Powder River. A brief question.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member very much for her speech. And I know in my long years of working with the newcomer population, one of the hardest parts was receiving numerous calls where Canadians were often confused and blaming immigrants for taking up too much resources. And I'm just wondering if she could talk about how important it is that we don't create that dialogue, and in fact that we do all that we can to bring people together and build that sense of community.
Answer from the member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much. And that's precisely what I fear with this motion. That's why the NDP is not going to support it. To tie housing into the immigrant community. The housing crisis exists because the successive Liberal and Conservative governments failed housing. They canceled the National Affordable Housing Program, they cut the funding, and then they're developing initiatives that do not meet the need. And then they're not tackling the core of the issue, which is corporate landlords. Instead, they continue to give them special tax treatments. So, the issue here is not the immigrant community, it's the lack of action from successive Liberal and Conservative governments that's caused the housing crisis, and I would argue also the health challenges that we face today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to note that I'll be sharing my time with the excellent member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start by saying the following. I am pro-immigration. And so much to the chagrin of my haters on social media who claim that they know my thoughts better than I do, well, no, Madam Speaker, I am pro-immigration. The organizations that I work with to try to ensure the well-being of the families who were and who still are passing through Roxham Road and who deserve to be welcomed with dignity through the front door in Quebec know this, that I am pro-immigration. And so is Quebec. Quebecers want to welcome newcomers with respect and dignity. By offering them the necessary resources and tools to make their immigration project a success so that they stay in Quebec. But with the Century Initiative, it's impossible to do so. Madam Speaker, you've heard me say these words many, many times before, but I'm going to say it again. When we talk about newcomers, we're talking about men, women, and children, entire families who are looking for a better life. These are parents who want to offer the best to their children, and that's what we all want in the end. We want to offer the best we can to our children. Many of them have decided to come and study and work in Quebec because they're attracted by our quality of life, the wide open spaces, Quebec's winter, of course, and Quebec culture. Others are attracted by better career prospects, by a higher standard of living, by educational opportunities. And these are projects that will contribute to Quebec society as a whole. And from the bottom of our hearts, we absolutely wish them all the best. But under no circumstances must their dreams be shattered by the interests of the federal government or by special interest groups. Madam Speaker, I am for immigration, and so is Quebec, but not just any old which way, and certainly not at any price. As a small nation where our language is a minority language on a continental scale, Quebec's capacity for immigration is limited, and Quebec's immigration policy, like that of Canada, must therefore take the capacity for integration into account. And it's with this in mind that the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously denounced the objectives set out in the Century Initiative. Just yesterday, the leader of the Bloc Québécois reminded us that history will tell us that we don't consult those we risk harming. So the Bloc Québécois strongly denounces the fact that the federal government did not consult the government of Quebec nor the First Peoples before increasing its new immigration threshold to 500,000 people per year. The Bloc Québécois also denounces the Liberal government's immigration policy, whose objectives, Madam Speaker, correspond with those suggested by the Century Initiative Special Interest Group, which wants to see Canada's population grow to 100 million people by 2100. The Bloc Québécois is convinced that the House of Commons should reject those targets and ask the government to not use the Century Initiative as the basis for developing its own future immigration levels. That's why we're calling on members from all parties to firmly reject this irresponsible, unrealistic, and, in fact, dangerous option. The project would increase Canada's population to 100 million people by 2100, but strangely enough, the federal government's new intake targets are directly in line with the initiative's objectives. Neither Quebec, I'll say it again, nor First Nations were consulted. And yet, tripling Canada's population would have a very real impact, Madam Speaker. It would impact the future of the French language in Quebec and in Canada. It would impact the political weight of Quebec. It would impact the place of First Peoples in Canada, access to housing and health and education infrastructures. But none of those impacts were taken into account when the initiative was developed. And what's more, they've admitted it themselves. Those who created the initiative have admitted that social issues, demographic, and linguistic considerations were completely removed from the evaluation parameters. It's no secret, Madam Speaker. Listen, I like a good debate. It's normal, it's important, it's healthy for democracy, especially on important issues that shape the future. This discussion on the future of our nation is a profoundly democratic discussion, which affects all of the people of Quebec and of Canada. But unfortunately, because it is part of Canada, Quebec is too often faced with choices which are not its own. Federal choices and priorities very often appeal to special interests that have nothing to do with the interests of the Quebec nation. That's the case for the Century Initiative, and it's generally the case for Liberals when it comes to immigration. So, while we're at it, let's talk about Liberal interests. In 2016, Dominic Barton, who was running McKinsey at the time, was appointed to head the Economic Growth Advisory Council formed by the Canadian government. The Liberal government. Dominic Barton and his colleagues recommended a substantial increase in immigration thresholds to see Canada reach a population of 100 million by 2100. And Mr. Barton has admitted himself that some people on the committee thought that those thresholds were far too high. But based on the current immigration targets that we've seen, the Government of Canada seems to have ended up following Dominic Barton's recommendation. The former McKinsey CEO is also the co-founder of the lobby group, the Century Initiative, which aims to gradually increase immigration to over 1 million permanent immigrants per year at a certain point in the future. This lobby is financially supported by many Toronto-based banks and corporations. And, well, let's talk about lobbyists. This group is registered as a lobbyist. Some of the donors to the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party, and this is public information, are on the list of board members. And let's not be surprised that this lobby group also wants Canada to pursue oil and gas exploration development. Several deposits are on the territories of Indigenous peoples. And as far as we know, the lobby believes that Ottawa will have to find a way through. They'll have to find a way to get past that. This is the lobby we're talking about today in this motion. And again, history will tell us that we rarely consult those whom we risk harming. So, if we summarize this, without any consultation with Quebec and the First Peoples, and without any consideration of the specific nature of the Quebec nation, nor of the will of Quebecers to welcome newcomers with dignity by offering them decent housing, access to health care, and quality education, the Liberal government has decided, of its own accord, to increase immigration targets exponentially. So either I don't get it, or the federal government doesn't get it. Either way, one thing's for sure here, we don't agree on the targets, and I have the impression that we'll never agree. But let's just say one thing. If the federal government doesn't want to hear what Quebec has to say, it's maybe because Quebec doesn't have a place in the Canadian Federation anymore. Because the day we get along with the federal government, well, there'll still be the question of independence. And that's a great project, which I'm certain people from all over will want to collaborate on, because we love Quebec. And because we want to take care of the people who live there. And by taking care of our people, it's not something that you've done any old which way, and especially not at any price. It's done by welcoming them through the front door with dignity and respect, knowing that we have room for them and that they will be comfortable here. That's what the Bloc Québécois is calling for.
Questions and comments? Questions? Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his speech here today. But he keeps referring to not agreeing with what Canada is trying to do when it goes to immigration levels. I'd ask him to either correct me if I'm wrong or agree with me, is that Quebec sets its own immigration levels as a province within this confederation. So is that the case, still the case today, or is that changing?
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. No, still the case, Madam Speaker. But listen to this, Madam Speaker. That's what the people from the Liberal Party always say. Canada has its own levels, Quebec has its own levels. If Quebec keeps its current levels and Canada increases its levels, then there will be a lessening of our demographic and political weight. It's a easy calculation. When the federal government refused my colleague for Drummond's bill that asked that 25% of seats in this House be reserved for Quebec, the Liberal government voted against. So one way or another, we will not agree on this. Madam Speaker, all the political parties at the National Assembly voted against the Century Initiative aims and objectives. So in Quebec, we agree that we're against this initiative. The Liberal government always says that it works with the Quebec government, but they will vote. We'll see if they want to vote for the motion.
Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his well-thought-out speech there. You know, Madam Speaker, in my area, in rural Ontario, we see a lack of people to fill jobs. It doesn't matter whether it's the agriculture sector, whether it's in our restaurants, in our food service, and any hospitality and tourism areas. And we have people also who are looking for jobs to fill in healthcare in some of our rural hospitals, whether it's doctors or nurses. And we have so many people in this country that don't have the credentials to be filling those positions, those key positions in this country. And I know the member opposite and their party in Quebec is also seeing a shortage of workers as well. So I'm just wondering if the member can comment on if when we have these McKinsey and these consultants from these cities making these decisions in this country, they seem to be leaving out the rural areas. And I'm wondering if the member can comment on how he sees that in Quebec as well.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's an excellent question, by the way. We have to remember one thing. Currently, we would like there to be a better regionalisation of immigration in areas that are more remote. I have amazing immigration stories in my riding, Madam Speaker. I was in Saint-Amour-Didyme just 2 weeks ago, and we had a Moroccan soiree. In Saint-Amour-Didyme is fairly far away from Ottawa, Madam Speaker. It's a small village with about 600 people. And now there's temporary foreign workers who work at the sawmill. And we had a Moroccan evening. It shows everyone how Quebec is a welcoming province and wants to welcome people and needs these people to make sure that our small villages continue to be dynamic, continue to live. Unfortunately, this Liberal government is completely dysfunctional when it comes to immigration, and all opposition parties agree to say that there are problems with regards to immigration for employers, but also for our small communities.
Member Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'm a bit perplexed by the block motion today, because I understand there's a feeling that the French language and Quebec's weight in Canada is a real concern. I understand that. There's two ways I guess you could approach that. One is the defensive and negative way I see in this motion, and the other is to tap the great source of immigration abroad in the Francophonie, where there's more than 450 million French speakers around the world, and some of the largest and fastest growing French populations and some of the youngest French-speaking populations could be a source of those immigrants. So wouldn't an alternative approach be to try and make sure that we raise those rates of immigration to help replace the aging population here and to help bring the diversity of francophones into Canada?
Bref réponse.
Quick answer, the Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a lot to say. It's a good question. I appreciate the question very much, Madam Speaker. What we have to understand is that, first of all, if you talk to African ambassadors, they say that we have to be careful. We can't just take all of their workforce and bring them to Canada because they need nurses as well there. They need workers. They need professors. I have discussion with various groups. We have to be careful when it comes to perhaps bringing all of the African workers to Canada. I would like to continue the dialogue with my colleague. I don't have enough time, but it's a great question. I'd love to talk about it. We are positive. I'm pro-migration at the end of the day, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Madam Speaker, Ottawa has updated in its post-national update 3.0, after a multinational, the tentacular McKinsey, the lucrative contractor defined such an important part of public policy as migration thresholds. The cause is clear and the communication operational implacable. The only way to avoid accusations of racism, the only way to continue to shine in Toronto salons is to increase the total population of Canada by 100 million by 2100. To concoct this announcement, tailor-made for the big bosses, Ottawa combined ignorance of the needs and desire for cultural distinction of Quebec and First Nations with total disregard for realistic reception capacities. Ottawa does not even deserve the credit for helping these future newcomers, for whom it does not even dare to announce the construction of new housing. Let it be said, the Century Initiative is not the best idea of this century, despite the empty phrases that are second nature to the Prime Minister. Quebec as a nation, the historical journey of which has been a combination of phases of survival and moments of affirmation, has a permanent concern for its cultural and linguistic continuity. In 1978, the Parti Québécois government of René Lévesque adopted the Quebec Policy for Cultural Development, written and drafted by two of the greatest thinkers in our history, Guy Rocher and Fernand Dumont, under the sponsorship of the brilliant Minister Camille Lorrain. I would also like to highlight that it's Camille Lorrain who is the true artisan of integration for new arrivals in Quebec, more than Gérald Gaudin, for whom I have a lot of respect. But sometimes I do find the repetitions annoying. Everything was clear. Cultural in the French tradition must be a focus of cultural convergence. The reason for this is quite simple. In a democratic system, citizens must be able to agree on a common place of exchange. As in the past, we will patiently repeat it over and over again, it is not a question of Quebec culture abolishing other cultures on our territory, but rather of constituting a concrete, sensitive meeting place necessary for the establishment of a common feeling of belonging, of a shared vision of the common good. Quebec can be as much the nation of Gilles Vigneault as that of Daniela Ferrière in 2023. The National Assembly's unanimous opposition from all parties to the Century Initiative, for which it was in no way consulted, let us remind ourselves, is only a sign of the times. To this extent, Quebec, a welcoming and generous nation, is ready to welcome as many immigrants as possible. But let us remember that the word possible has its full meaning here, and the question of numbers does matter. If there is such a thing as the ability in our state to set the number of new arrivals per year by the state apparatus, it is that it is legitimate to discuss, debate, reflect, and think about them. Unfortunately, this debate is far too often confiscated, while epithets aimed at restricting it are too often used, with the ostentatious objective of making unacceptable the miscreants who are, in the end, only concerned with a more harmonious integration. The metaphor of the tap, the kitchen tap, is often heard in connection with immigration. What is a tap. We don't want a vase to overflow. We have to fill it up conscientiously and responsibly. To treat this issue through the red-orange glasses and pinky lenses of ideology is purely and simply disingenuous, fallacious as is the desire to exclude dissenting opinions from the debate. These opinions are sometimes rather rigorous demonstrations by experts who underline the gigantic danger for the very survival of the Quebec nation of such a brutal increase. An increase that is not enough, that is not harmonious enough. Canada, on the other hand, is gangrened to the core by a utopia, that of multiculturalism, that of the idea that all newcomers need only huddle together in inward-looking communities based on their former belonging. The Canadian regime, the Canadian system does not perceive that there are citizens with equal rights and duties who are members of a common nation, but a collection of minorities who can spend their entire lives without even needing to speak to each other. And this radical utopia is institutionalized in the Canadian Constitution, an irreformable constitution set in stone, imposed unilaterally by Pierre-Elliott Trudeau, to which Quebec is still not a signatory. And the government of unelected judges, of course, is in charge of dismantling Quebec's laws, such as the Charter of the French language, which is now a shadow of its former self, and Bill 21, which is unlikely to have a brighter future. This cast makes it a point of honor to neutralize Quebec's democracy, to break its affirmation as a nation, to stifle its political institutions. It is hardly surprising, Madam Speaker, in this perspective, that the son now wants to pursue his father's dream. This is hardly surprising, either in terms of the meteoric rise in immigration thresholds, or in the terms of the depoliticization of such an important decision for the benefit, in every sense of the word, profit, of the stateless McKinsey clique, which sows havoc and creates scandals wherever it goes. Now, the cup is full, Madam Speaker. Dominic Barton ran the McKinsey firm, a state within a state, from 2009 to 2018. In 2016, Barton, who was still running McKinsey, was appointed to head the Canadian government's Advisory Council on Economic Growth. In addition to being led by the head of McKinsey, this group was supported by McKinsey Canada employees. Dominic Barton is also a co-founder of the lobby, the Century Initiative, supported financially by Toronto's Big Business, which aims to gradually increase immigration to over 1 million permanent immigrants per year. The Century Initiative is also notable for its aggressive push, let us note, to force oil and gas projects onto Indigenous territory, notwithstanding their support or opposition. The wokeism of the great Canadian homelandless capitalists, even if these may seem contradictory, sometimes they go well together, because despite the apparent contradiction between these two terms, they are often synonymous. This shows that it is only an aesthetic and self-righteous posture to be applied in variable geometry. We see this here in the lack of respect for the wishes of the First Nations, who are kept under the racist regime of the Indian Act, notwithstanding the sobbing speeches we often hear in this House and which aim to shine in society. In response to a question from the member for Limoilou during Dominic Barton's appearance before the Government Operations Committee as part of the McKinsey study, the principal interested party admitted that the lobbying group had never considered the impact of the French fact that such an increase in immigration would have. It doesn't exist. Nothing. On the Century Initiative website, there is no report on the impact of this massive increase in immigration thresholds on the French fact. No one seems to be concerned about this fact. It is important to reject the dangerous project of the Century Initiatives as a matter of urgency, but to stop begging for good, to stop forcing the National Assembly to repeatedly vote on unanimous motions that will not even create a small tickle in this House of Commons, to stop the trend towards permanently reducing Quebec's weight in this Parliament, which will make Quebecers only a mere minority that will no longer have the merit of distracting this regime, to protect anyone who would like to come to Canada come to Quebec who will be able to say, we will choose freedom. The choice is clear. Freedom or collective impotence in mediocrity. And this, independence or the minorization of our people until our pure and simple disappearance. We will have our independent, free, resolutely French Quebec, and it will be one of the most beautiful countries in the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his passionate speech, but he closed off in close to what I was hearing, I think, and it'll probably be in his answer as well. So the fear of the current immigration levels that are expected to go to, if it actually happens, the fear for the member opposite is that Quebec would lose its power here in this House because the numbers would increase in other areas of the country, whether it be in British Columbia, Alberta, Ontario, the Atlantic provinces. If they sign on and start to grow their populations much higher than they are, it would mean more seats in this House for those places versus what would happen in his home province of Quebec.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. That's not quite the fact. My aim today is to allow ourselves to have 100% of power in a parliament that represents 100% of seats. That would be a good solution. Canada can have the levels it wants for immigration. The fear is for the French fact in Quebec. The fear is that we have an integration capacity, and when we talk about capacity, this means to be capable of doing it. It's not unlimited. We can only do that which we are capable to do. If ever numbers were so limited, then why not bring in 2 million, 3 million, 4 million? We have to think about taps again. We have to fill the vase responsively, conscientiously. It's as simple as that.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague and neighbour for his excellent speech, and also happy birthday to him. There was a lot of passion in my colleague's speech and many facts. There's one thing that concerns me greatly in Quebec's reduced weighting. When Canada will vote acts and legislation that seeks to protect certain aspects of culture, including French, including culture, artisans of our cultural sector, that are always threatened, that are always in the hot seat, they're often jeopardized by losing political weight, as is what will happen with the Century Initiative. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say with what Quebec will have to do to protect itself from this heightened risk of losing our culture. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I think that my colleague is well placed because he's worked on broadcasting. He knows how difficult it is to have the message percolate, to communicate the political necessity in helping our cultural sector. With the Charter of the French Language in Quebec, I know that a former minister from the Liberal government, Stéphane Dion, who we do not regret, he said that Bill 101 was a great bill, which shows that we can defend the French fact in the current system. But it's without teeth anymore. It's just a skeleton, it's a shell, it's a shadow of what it was, because it's been Canadianized to within an inch of its life. And so the solution is to make our decisions and not be reliant on Ottawa.
Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think one of the issues that has been raised in the speech is about the dwindling or the fear of the dwindling impact or representation for the for Quebecers. And part of the issues related to that is, in fact, the immigration targets that the federal government has failed to achieve in ensuring that new Francophone immigration targets are actually met. The government adopted the target of 12% in 2024. And sorry, the government adopted their targets. They haven't met it. And the FCFA has recommended the government adopt a new Francophone immigration target of 12% in 2024 and gradually increase that to 20% in 2036. Does the member think that this is what the government should do?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, I think that my colleague is talking about Francophone targets outside of Quebec. And yes, they haven't been reached. That's a problem. It's a major problem. And it's indeed a question that I hope we will, a message that will be communicated. These are targets that will dilute the French fact in Quebec.
Reprise débat, l'honorable député de Lac.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with a member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today to discuss a topic that is very important in my riding, Lac Saint-Louis. Canada is facing a serious labor shortage situation. In fact, every time that I'm on the ground and I meet with entrepreneurs, people in tourism, hospitality, agriculture, or factories, everyone tells me about the impacts and the challenges they're facing on a daily basis because of the labor shortage. The consequences of all this are significant for entrepreneurs. There are costs, there are contracts that get lost, and there are economic losses for all this, for the country. Currently, the unemployment rate in Canada is at a record low level, a historically low level, 5% across the country and 4.1% in Quebec. Moreover, the Canadian economy has recovered 129% of the jobs lost due to the pandemic. That's good news, but it can also lead to some problems. 50 years ago, there were 7 workers for every retiree, but today there are only 3, and in less than 15 years, 2. Madam Speaker, these numbers speak for themselves. Canada's economic growth is now outpacing some employers' ability to find employees. Whether in fisheries, agriculture, forestry, in mines, in tourism, processing, or in other industries in our economy, there is a serious labor shortage in our economy. That's an issue that our government takes very seriously and that we will be attacking in a number of ways. One of these solutions remains immigration, because currently 100% of labor force growth is coming from immigration. That's the historic foundation of our beautiful country, and it also is the basis of our labor force. We've heard some wrong information, and I need to underscore that. The Century Initiative is not a government policy. And, Madam Speaker, let me be still more clear. The government does not adhere to the conclusions of this independent group. And the government's goal is not to increase Canada's population to 100 million. In November, our government announced our immigration targets for the next 3 years. These targets were set as a function of Canada's needs, because we recognize that immigration is essential to help businesses find the workers they need and to help continue growing our economy. Let's recall that during each preceding fiscal year, the provinces will be consulted with particular focus on the labor shortage, as well as the regionalization of immigration and Francophone immigration. Madam Speaker, I'd like to reassure this House that strengthening Francophone immigration is a priority for our government. And we can see that in Bill C-13 that we'll be voting on at report stage this afternoon. Last year, we reached our target of 4.4% of francophone immigration outside Quebec, which is good news. And, Madam Speaker, it doesn't stop there. Recently, we announced our more ambitious official languages plan with investments of $137 million. That plan includes new measures to support Francophone immigration in order to offer more support to employers, among other things, to recruit Francophone workers and for French language learning for new arrivals. With Bill C-13, we will also be developing a new policy with clear objectives and targets to guide our actions. Madam Speaker, these are examples of the importance of having ambitious targets that also address the issues we're facing. On this side of the House, we feel that we need to take responsible action to meet these urgent needs, and that's exactly what we're doing. We must recall that immigration targets are reviewed and revised every 3 years. We need to meet Canada's needs at each stage while also respecting our capacity. In conclusion, and I would like to replace this once more, the Century Initiative is not a government policy, and our immigration targets do not correspond to its objectives. Immigration is a tool that may reduce our labor shortage problems. And for a region like mine, we need immigration to help the economy grow. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his interesting speech. I have a business background, and I know that when employees are happy, they become a real stakeholder in the business. And I would like my colleague to explain how, as entrepreneurs, we can do more to open the floodgates of immigration and to make these employees happy in our businesses. Because if that doesn't work, if we can't integrate workers, if we can't help them learn French, well, the employee will leave again, and that's very expensive for businesses and must be considered. I'd like to hear from my colleague on that. The Honourable Member. Yes, indeed, that is a challenge. Especially when we consider that human resources departments spend a lot of time trying to ensure that businesses are welcoming and that programs for employees are appropriate. That's a challenge for any business throughout Canada. We need to encourage people to learn French, yes. And I think that any new arrival reaching Quebec I think many people would bear witness to our magnificent culture and the quality of life in Quebec, and I think people can easily be happy with us. The Honourable Member for Saanich Violence. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think there's something else that comes into play here related to the motion today. And that's that over the next few years, there will be a large increase in climate refugees. We know how urgent the climate crisis is. We need to change the definition of refugee. In order to recognize that there is a high probability of an increase in the number of people who are completely determined to live in Canada because, for example, their islands have sunk into the ocean or they come from a region that is too dry. I would like to ask my colleague what he thinks of that eventuality. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. As usual, my colleague for Saanich Gulf Islands always asks very well thought out questions, very thoughtful questions. I don't have a clear opinion on the necessity of modifying the definition of a refugee, but she's not wrong that in future there will be population movements due to climate change. And that will lead to a series of further problems, like repression and related problems. That is a very interesting question, and I will consider that question further in the future. I'd like to thank my colleague.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Government House Whip.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, et je remercie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and my dear friend for his eloquent speech. I think we can all agree that Quebec should be master of its own destiny in choosing and selecting immigrants. They could all be Francophone, for example, and Quebec can exercise its right to have up to a quarter of immigrants in Canada. So in regard to the demographic weight of French in Canada, well, that's assured in the agreements that exist between Canada and Quebec. And I think that my honourable colleague could expand on that. The honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis, 40 seconds to answer. That's an interesting question, Madam Speaker, because we need to attract new arrivals who speak French or are open to learning it in Quebec. But in order to attract people, we need a strong economy. And it's a vicious cycle because in order to have a strong economy, we need to do something about the labor shortage. A weak economy will not help Quebec, because if the economy is weak, people will look for jobs elsewhere. We saw that in the 19th century when there was an exodus of Quebecers because there weren't enough jobs in Quebec. We need a strong economy. That is key for a strong Quebec within a united Canada. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before starting my speech on this Bloc Québécois motion, I'd like to offer my sincere condolences to the family of Sergeant Eric Mueller and the 2 police officers who were wounded in Bourget. I would like to congratulate all the officers who showed great courage in this tragic matter. Madam Speaker and distinguished members of the House of Commons, I am pleased to rise today to speak to the Bloc Québécois motion on our government's immigration policy. It is important to say that thoughtful efforts have been made by people throughout the country to support immigration, and that a number of groups have commented on this and been consulted. Various reports, including the Century Initiative, are part of a national dialogue on immigration and are available to all members or Canadians. But they do not constitute government policy. As a Franco-Ontarian, I would like to focus my speech on an important component of Canada's language regime, Francophone immigration, that is. Francophone immigration is a cornerstone of Canada's approach on language reform, a reform that was made public in February 2021 towards a real equality for official languages in Canada. Language reform was studied intently and is often brought up in Canadian media. Francophone immigration is certainly one of the approaches that can slow down the decline of French and to increase the demographic weight of official language minority Francophone communities. Overall, our reform of Canada's language regime is based on 2 complementary factors, which include significant Francophone immigration measures. First of all, legislative measures on Francophone immigration, which are included in Bill C-13, which seeks to strengthen the Official Languages Act. There are also 7 new or strengthened initiatives on Francophone immigration, which have been included in the Official Languages Action Plan for 2023-2028. That totals $138 million over 5 years. In Bill C-13, we are expressing our strong desire to reduce the decrease in French in the demographic weight of French in minority communities. We will be adopting a strengthened policy on Francophone immigration, and the bill also underscores the importance of essential sectors to help official language minority communities thrive in areas like culture, education, health, justice, employment, and immigration. By strengthening Part 7 of the Act and by specifying the obligations of federal institutions to take positive measures and to assess their impact, federal institutions will be encouraged to take positive measures in all of these key areas. This applies to all of their structural decisions, policies, and programs. I would now like to discuss further the 2023-2028 Official Languages Action Plan, Protecting, Promoting, Collaborating. It was unveiled to the public on April 26th at the Cité Collégiale, where I was lucky enough to study for a time. We are very proud of this action plan. It earmarks $4 billion over 5 years, a historic investment. Francophone immigration is one of the 4 pillars that underscore this 5-year plan on official languages. This pillar highlights our government's desire to help Francophone communities remain vital despite demographic and other pressures through Francophone immigration. As I mentioned, this pillar represents new investments of more than $137 million over 5 years, spread over 7 initiatives. 7 initiatives that will support Francophone immigration. First of all, developing a new Francophone immigration policy, which will be based on what is in our Bill C-13 on Modernizing the Official Languages Act. This new policy will include objectives and indicators that can orient and guide the design and implementation of policies and programs on the entirety of a Francophone immigration continuum, from recruitment, selection to integration of Francophone immigrants in Canada. Then the second initiative, a targeted expansion and an increase in recruitment that will enable to raise awareness among potential immigrants about the services offered in French. The third, to create a track for selecting and retaining French language teachers in Canada through interconnected initiatives that will seek to increase the number and retention of French language teachers that are recruited abroad. The fourth, to create a clearer system to facilitate the integration and welcome of new immigrants on Canadian soil and to strengthen official language Francophone minority communities' capacity to integrate immigrants. Fifth, to create a center of excellence on Francophone immigration that will increase Francophone communities' participation in activities that will promote and support candidates who speak French or who are bilingual. Sixth, developing an integrated French lens in the economic immigration stream in order to improve selection of bilingual and Francophone immigrants. And finally, seventh, Madam Speaker, to develop measures to support French language learning or English by increasing subsidies and contributions in order to increase the geographic range and the quality of language training for new arrivals. I would also like that in addition to these initiatives that will be developed and implemented by my colleagues for immigration heritage, efforts will also be made to support French language teaching as a first and second language in Canada in order to better recruit and retain recent immigrants who are teaching French. Moreover, Heritage Canada will offer financial support to provincial and territorial governments to offer minority language learning. There will be agreements that would enable jurisdictions to target the development of policies in these priority sectors. And finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to say that in the 2023-2028 Official Languages Action Plan, our government has committed to promote objectives including diversity, inclusion, and equity with new initiatives that seek to support our most vulnerable. That's what we'll do. In conclusion, immigration is one of the figureheads of our official languages reform. And, Madam Speaker, we hope that opposition parties in this House will recognize that we have done our homework with historic investments of more than $4 billion over 5 years in the area of official languages, and that they will support Bill C-13. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech in favor of C-13, which we will have the opportunity to debate here in this place, but I would just like to remind him that once again, with that bill, Quebec has been calling for its full rights when it comes to the French language, and that it's only Quebec's laws that should cover what happens in Quebec, and that was denied by the federal government. And here, we're seeing a number of denials when it comes to the legitimate claims of Quebec. That Quebec is a nation, that it is a French-speaking nation. And on the motion before us today, which came from our party, I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks. Because at a fundamental level, what we're saying is that it's not just a question of math, it's a question of the ability to welcome people, to preserve what we have that is most fundamental to us, our common language, French. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. However, it is a question of math, and if we don't do anything right now, we have 1.7 children per household across the country, including in Quebec. We have an aging population. So if we don't have a Francophone immigration policy that is strong for Canada, including for my Franco-Ontarian community, that means that we'll disappear in the near future. So Francophone immigration contributes to French-speaking communities everywhere across Quebec and Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his extraordinary speech. Madam Speaker, given that we have a problem of a labor shortage, we need a responsible, professional, rigorous, and ambitious immigration system. So I'd like to ask my colleague, without that system, with those qualities that I've just mentioned, how can we make sure that Canada is a prosperous country with a growing economy to create jobs for Canadians and be able to remain a distinguished country recognized around the world? Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague with whom I've had the opportunity to discuss this issue on a number of occasions. My colleagues in Montreal, Laval, and across the country, we're all hearing the same thing from job creators, that there's a labor shortage everywhere in our economy. So the solution is immigration, and immigration contributes to fighting the shortage, the labor shortage. And for my Francophone colleagues, with Bill C-13, we established a resettlement threshold that ensures that the demographic weight of the demographic weight of Francophones across the country will resemble 1971, the first time it was counted. Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've seen in a number of studies in recent months and years that Francophones outside of Quebec depend on the strength of French in Quebec and on the support of French in Quebec to protect themselves in their communities, in their official language minority communities. So how does my colleague explain that it's a good idea to let him, as he said, why is it a good idea for French to be strengthened outside of Quebec when it's being weakened inside Quebec? Because it's communities outside of Quebec that will suffer from that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 1 minute to answer. Yes, thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As my colleague knows, Quebec and the Government of Quebec set their immigration policy. They can choose all the immigrants that they want, and it's up to the government of Quebec to do its job and make sure that there's a strong Francophone immigration program for Quebec. And when it comes to the rest of Canada, well, I work with the Minister of Immigration, the Minister of Official Languages, to make sure that we have a strong immigration policy for Canada for Francophones, and I'm certain that we are going to meet our targets. We've already done it last year. We're going to continue to do that year after year after year.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will carry the minister or the member's message to the government of Quebec, saying that they need to do their job when it comes to immigration, and I'm sure they'll appreciate that message. Well, I'm not sure, actually. Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Terrebonne. Our motion today is very simple, but I think it's been a few moments since it's really been discussed in detail. So the motion says that given that the Century Initiative aims to increase Canada's population to 100 million by 2100, that the federal government's new intake targets are consistent with the Century Initiative objectives, that tripling Canada's population has real impacts on the future of the French language, Quebec's political weight, the place of First Peoples, access to housing, and health and education infrastructure. And these impacts were not taken into account in the development of the Century Initiative, and that the House reject the Century Initiative objectives and ask the government not to use them as a basis for developing its future immigration levels. So it's not very complicated, Madam Speaker, and it seems like good common sense, but there's something that I'm worried about with this goal of 100 million people living in Canada by the end of the century. I have to say that what's being done is really not very subtle. It's hard to believe that the quiet goal here isn't to get rid, eventually, of the seemingly endless demands from Quebec, which some Federalists see as a fly that's sort of buzzing around their heads incessantly. There are two ways of looking at this. So the first, is it a bad intention? The government sets the government's policies, of course. They know what they're doing in Quebec by imposing immigration targets that are much too high for what Quebec is capable of taking in. They know that by doing this, they'll suffocate Francophone culture and Quebec culture. How? Well, with the massive influx of newcomers who, even if they speak French, won't be able to be properly welcomed the way Quebec wants to welcome immigrants. They won't be able to integrate into society because the infrastructure, the services in place are not equipped to integrate such an influx of people. So what would happen? What happens when the welcoming society isn't properly able to welcome and integrate new arrivals? Well, it creates a strong risk of ghettoization, and newcomers group together where they feel safe, where they'll feel familiar, and so it creates ghettos. And what does that lead to? Well, it leads to what we've seen around the world and what we see in some cities in Canada. And Quebec doesn't want that. Quebec wants immigration that is francophone, that wants a large number of people to come in, where French, is being the common language, the language of work is recognized, and we want people to be integrated in a way that isn't the approach of multiculturalism, because Quebec has a language to protect. There's a language which is constantly in danger of disappearing in a universe of 300 and some odd million Anglophones in North America. There's also the issue of the political weight of Quebec, and that's mentioned in the motion. And it's something that's come up in the debate today around this Bloc Québécois motion. The loss of Quebec's weight within the Federation means that the laws that are passed to protect the specificity of the French language, well, those laws will be attacked with greater strength, and Quebec will have fewer ways to defend itself. And the impact of that will be that little by little, Quebec will continue to be pushed back, a little bit like the frog that you put into a pot of oil, and then, the water's cold, but you turn on the heat, and the water gets hotter and hotter, and, you know what happens next. So, listen, Quebec will be pushed back. It will accept its fate, and as saying that, the evil you know is better than the evil that you don't know. And then we'll find ourselves in the Canadian multiculturalist ocean, as the senior Trudeau wanted when he put this model in place many years ago. So this generalized lack of awareness, of respect for the French language, it makes me realize that it's like a perverse effect of multiculturalism. Because we're already seeing that Quebec culture is slowly drowning in the Canadian cultural and North American cultural maelstrom. More and more, we're seeing that the defenders of French are being considered by people in the rest of Canada as being grey old reactionaries, straight out of an era that they hope is past. And, Madam Speaker, I must note that I am perhaps myself now a grey old reactionary. And I know my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé seems to agree with that. And this means that it will become folkloric to speak French in the future. And I'll make a comparison which makes me very, very sad, but it'll be a bit like the people of the First Nations, where we know that there are certain people who still speak the language, but nobody speaks it regularly anywhere, and young people are trying to bring it back. And I had a discussion with an Abenaki woman recently who said that she was relearning her grandparents' language. It's a language that nobody speaks anymore. And maybe one day my grandchildren will say, "Papi, can you please say a few words in French?" And it'll be cute, it'll be picturesque, it'll be folkloric, and that might be happening. And what a pathetic, what a sad future. And that's what we're trying to protect. We're not trying to be divisive. We're not trying to create a fight with our friends across the way. We're trying to protect something that's important to us, our culture, our language, our specificity. Because here, we're talking about political weight, and I think that people sometimes say, oh, well, collects political weight, that's just a number of seats in the House of Commons. And people are unable to measure what it truly means. So what does it mean if Quebec loses political weight? Well, it means that in future elections, if we don't adequately adjust the number of seats for Quebec in the House, if we don't give Quebec a minimum number of seats, as is the case for other Canadian provinces, well, once again, we'll be losing influence here in the House of Commons, and we'll be losing a number of seats for members of Quebec. And I'm, not just members of the Bloc Québécois, but Conservatives, Liberals as well from Quebec. There will be fewer of them because there will be fewer seats that will be available for Quebec. So, could we have perhaps better protected supply management? Or rather, would it be possible to protect supply management if there were fewer members from Quebec here in this House, if we didn't have the member for Berthier-Masquinongé or other members of the Bloc Québécois? Look at what happened with C10 in November 2020, which later became C11. There was nothing in that bill for Quebec and for Francophone culture. So without a strong will from the Bloc Québécois to add measures to that bill to protect French, well, and the content created by our local artists, I don't think that there would have been anything in that new Broadcasting Act that would protect Francophone and Quebec culture. So that's what Quebec's political weight is for. The more Quebec loses its influence within the Canadian Confederation, more Ottawa will be able to impose its centralizing ideas and interfere in areas which are not its jurisdiction. In 2022, the House had an opportunity to demonstrate that Quebec should be able to protect its culture and its language. This was on February 8, 2022. I had the honor of tabling on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, Madam Speaker, a bill which would amend the Constitution Act. Yes, imagine that. Somebody from the Québécois who wants to amend the Constitution Act. Which, something we wouldn't have to do after independence. But it would guarantee Quebec 25% of the number of seats in the House of Commons. As we see, in Latin, it would have been a game changer because with that threshold of 25%, a minimum threshold of 25%, we wouldn't have had this concern that despite demographic variations over the coming years, Quebec's political weight and the consequences of that would be at risk. So that's why I think that the motion moved by the Bloc Québécois today to reject the proposed immigration thresholds, as indicated by the Century Initiative, which the government seems to be taking inspiration from. I think it's a good opportunity to debate that, but it's a good opportunity to understand why the goal is rejecting, why the Bloc, rather, is rejecting those goals. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member underestimates just the impact that the French language's growth within the province of Manitoba, my home province, and I don't think Manitoba is unique. Through immigration policies, and I made reference to this earlier, we have more people speaking French in the province of Manitoba than we ever have. And I attribute it to communities such as whether it's our Portuguese, Filipino, Indian communities. When you see someone that speaks French, Tagalog, and in English, there's a growing admiration for the French language, where we're seeing more and more people speaking French. Would the member not recognize that, as opposed to trying to paint immigration in a negative light, that we can see the benefits of the diversity and people around the world that come to Canada and actually learning and passing on the French language?
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. First of all, I want to make it very clear that I don't accept the premise of his question. We are not painting immigration in a negative light. No, we are in favor of immigration. We're in favor of immigration which will make sure that French, as he described in the province of Manitoba, is able to thrive and that for people to be interested in it. But the situation in Quebec is different from the rest of Canada because in Quebec, French is the common language, the official language, and it's endangered in the Anglophone ocean of Canada and North America. So Quebec doesn't have the same capacity for integration. And I'm very happy to hear that there are more Francophones in Manitoba, that people are being properly welcomed, that people are interested in Manitoba and the other provinces. But the reality is different in Quebec. We need to protect the French because it is threatened. It's not a minority that we're seeing thrive. It's a majority language in an ocean where it is a minority, and it's a language which is in danger. That's the difference, Madam Speaker. But we're all in favor of immigration.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Drummond for his excellent speech. I would like to hear him explain a bit more why it's necessary for Quebec to be able to make its own decisions regarding the number of immigrants that it can welcome. Because, yes, we're in favor of immigration. Yes, we want people to come into Quebec, but we want to be able to welcome them properly, with dignity. We want to be able to integrate them. We want them to become, as soon as they set foot on Quebec soil, full Quebecers. And to be able to do that, Madam Speaker, we need to have the necessary resources. So I'd like to ask my colleague to talk about the resources that we have right now to welcome people, and I'd like to hear him on why it's necessary for the receiving government to decide how many can be welcomed.
Drummond?
The Honourable Member for Drummond. It's a very good question, Madam Speaker, and it resembles a bit what I said at the start of my speech. We want to welcome people. We want people to be integrated. We don't want them to find themselves ghettoized when they come to Quebec. And in pretty much every municipality that I know, there are groups working to facilitate the integration of new arrivals. And usually it's either municipalities or the government of Quebec who works with those organizations to help them. So there's a clear will from Quebec to make sure that newcomers to Quebec arrive and that we have the infrastructure that's in place to properly integrate them so that they can send their kids to school so they can fully participate in society. Because newcomers who are integrated in French in Quebec's communities don't become a burden. They make society better. And so that's why we have to have the infrastructure in place, and that's why we need to respect Quebec's capacity to welcome people. Otherwise, the work's going to be done badly. We don't want to see that done with immigration. Time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Inclusion and Diversity.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Drummond for his speech. I know that there were a number of subjects that came up, but I'd like to hear him speak about, and I'm an example, and I know we've already spoken about this, of successful immigration. I don't have an accent when I speak French. I'd like to hear him on the fact that Quebec is the only province in Canada that has a federal government, an agreement with the federal government on immigration. And there's a capacity to immigrate Francophone immigrants. The means are there. Funds are directly given to Quebec. I'd like to hear him on what the Quebec government could be doing more and better to welcome Francophone immigrants. The Honourable Member for Drummond, a brief answer, please. Well, the government of Quebec is already doing many great things to manage immigration and to welcome Francophone immigrants. And it's true that my colleague from Hochelaga, except that she has a light Hochelaga accent, doesn't have an accent. She is certainly well integrated. So, Madam Speaker, Quebec's hands are often tied because of Ottawa, which largely manages immigration, and the fact that Ottawa sets immigration targets at 500,000 a year, well, that's the big problem. That's the heart of the problem here, because it creates a major imbalance in Quebec's demographic and political weight. We could have a long debate about that, but essentially we agree on the fact that there are many great examples of welcoming and integrating immigrants in Quebec. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada is an idea that has changed greatly over time. At the beginning, Canada was the heart of New France. The conquest brutally changed its face and made it a British colony. Modern Canada was born of another great change, the betrayal of the Night of the Long Knives, where the very DNA of the country was changed in secret, behind closed doors, and without Quebec or the First Nations. We are, Madam Speaker, on the verge of another great change in the very essence of Canada, but rest assured, Madam Speaker, that it respects the great Canadian tradition of ignoring democracy when it comes to major issues. I am referring, of course, to the initiative of the century. I am saying this in French in this House because French was never mentioned in the development of this policy, even by the admission of some of its authors. Economists, and I'm well placed to speak about this, do not think in terms of identity always. It's not always the first thing that comes to mind when they determine public policy. The French democracy and political balance and political weighting are not necessarily their cup of tea. They think in terms of GDP, productivity, and labour costs. It is up to us, the politicians, to think about these issues. But even on the economic issues, the Century Initiative project is poorly designed, poorly thought out, and above all, impossible to implement. The project is ill-conceived and badly designed, I say, because the Liberal government sets its immigration targets on economic parameters that are false and simplistic. If we want to solve the labour shortage, let's bring people from all over the world to work here, they say. Whilst immigration has a role to play in fulfilling specific gaps in this labour market, it is far from a magic bullet for this important problem. As Pierre Fortin, the economist, explained in his report to the Quebec Ministry of Immigration, Francisation and Integration last year, a sustained increase in immigration leads to an increase in the labour force, but also an increase in the demand for goods and services. He believes that considering the increase in health services, additional education, the increase in labour supply is negligible. Other public policies can be put in place jointly to tackle the labour shortage, as the Bloc Québécois has constructively proposed on numerous occasions. For example, tax credits should be offered for people close to retirement age who would like to extend their careers. Think about it. These people are trained and want to work. However, there's absurd fiscal policies that stop them from being on the working market, and this has to be rectified quickly. It's not a long-term solution for immigration. As Rodrigue Tremblay, Professor Emeritus of Economics and Minister in the Lévesque government, he explained, a strongly growing population requires additional infrastructure, housing, and we know that there's a serious shortage of housing, hospitals, schools, universities, all kinds of infrastructure. We need savings and capital to build them. When a population grows too fast, it may well be accompanied by a general decline in living standards. Ultimately, the countries that perform best in terms of living standards and quality of life are not the most populous countries in the world. They are countries such as Norway, Ireland, and Switzerland that have populations more similar to Quebec's than to Canada's. What distinguishes Quebec, in addition to language and culture, is the quality of its social safety net and public policies that are progressive, and I'm very proud of them. Quebec is exemplary in its low-cost childcare system. The federal government is trying to implement something that, for us, has already been a reality many decades ago. In affordable education, there's also in universal health care and other social policies. Another example that I know very well, the parental insurance that we have in Quebec that's copied elsewhere in the world, but not in Canada. To ensure that the level of service in Quebec government, Quebec government provides to its population can be maintained and even improved, it must make sound economic and demographic decisions to ensure the long-term sustainability of its social services. It is up to the National Assembly, Madam Speaker, to determine the optimal population of Quebec, because it is a population that ultimately provides social services to Quebecers. It is Quebec that must pay based on its own budget, pay for services and infrastructures for immigrants that we know and that we welcome. The project, Madam Speaker, is also poorly thought out. You have to be remarkably out of touch and desynchronized with reality to think that a country with such delicate political balance as the Canadian Multinational Federation could accommodate such an immigration policy without even consulting Quebec and the provinces. I wonder why the Bloc Québécois has to keep reminding this House again and again of this fact, but Canada is not a unitary country. It is Quebec and the provinces that will be responsible for dealing with this absolutely gigantic migratory flow. The federal government is not playing a video game to turn Canada into an empire. It cannot continue to impose the whims of its favourite consultants on the democratically elected governments of all Canada. I said that the project was poorly designed, poorly thought out, and I would like to add to this that it's impossible to implement. How does the federal government think it can organise this huge organisational effort when it is already unable to carry out any of its tasks satisfactorily? The Immigration Department has a chronic inability and incapacity to process applications in a timely manner. Just a couple of examples. After the pandemic, there are over 2 million files in the IRCC inventory. There were 25,000 Quebec skilled worker files. There are labour shortages, but there are 25,000 Quebec skilled worker files waiting on the federal desk. Quebec skilled workers had to wait more than 24 months if they were lucky for even a response from the ministry, while the service standard is 11 months, and 11 months could still be seen as very long. As you can see, Madam Speaker, the Century Initiative is a bad project. It is politically problematic, economically ill-conceived, and administratively impossible. It has only one major advantage. It forces the people of Quebec to choose between folklorization and independence. My choice is obviously independence, Madam Speaker. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone here today. I would like to say I'm myself an immigrant. I was born abroad. We speak Spanish at home, and I speak Spanish to my son. My mother arrived in Quebec at the age of 37. She passed the Montreal Bar in her third language. We grew up in a house that spoke Spanish. It wasn't French. We spoke Spanish, but we all chose independence. That is our project. We will build this country together. immigrant Quebecers and native Quebecers, with our brothers and sisters of the First Peoples. Because, Madam Speaker, anyone who wants to be a Quebecer is a Quebecer. Canada wants to reach 100 million and invite immigrants to come and drive its economy. Well, Madam Speaker, and with all of my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, I would like to say that Quebec can do better. What we can propose to immigrants that we welcome with open arms is to invite them to found a new country. That's our idea. And you know what? That's a great century initiative. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles, or Les Îles-Laval. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. Me, myself, I was born in Lebanon. I turned up to Canada when I was 20. I met people who arrived in Canada without speaking a word of French, and so with great effort, after a few months, they learned French. They have a diploma from French university, and now they contribute to our society, our Quebec Canadian society, in the medical field, in engineering, accountancy, and in every field. Should we encourage these people to come to Quebec? Is that not added value for Quebec? Instead of simply erecting barriers as much as possible to hinder these people coming to Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I would like to say to him, well, bravo. Bravo to people like you, who are born abroad and who come to contribute to Quebec society. If that's what you want to do, great. That's amazing. Bravo to those who learn French. Bravo to those who come to contribute to Quebec and to make it a better society. But to be very clear, Madam Speaker, quite the contrary, we don't want to erect barriers. We are for immigration, and we have said so. Especially don't transform this issue in an issue for or against immigration. We are here to talk about how to be better. That is a great difference between wanting less immigration, which is not our case. We are absolutely not in this level of idea. We are for immigration. We want to have people who want to contribute to Quebec society come to Quebec. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Historically speaking, Quebec and Canada were built on immigration. Were built with First Nations who are far too often forgotten. Historically, the population settled in the Quebec-Windsor corridor. Historically speaking, that represents about 60 to 70% of Canada's population as a whole. And so this corridor, were we to reach 100 million people by 2100, this corridor would have about 60 to 70 million people. It's in this corridor that one of the biggest water supplies can be found. This is where one of the biggest water supplies can be found. It's already an issue for some cities. What would the consequences be on the environment were the Quebec and Canadian population increase to the rates put forward by the Century Initiative? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And yes, indeed, there would be huge environmental impacts. For example, water consumption. In environmental impact assessments, there's the usage of water, the pollution of water. We have to deal and process with wastewater. We have to process waste. It has to be put somewhere safe. It has to be recycled safe. There's atmospheric pollution as well. There's air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions. There are a ton of different ways, tons of different forms of pollution that are linked to the presence of humans, and that will be felt if we were to have a far too rapid increase in our population. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Time for a quick question. The Honourable Member for Vertier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague, my amazing colleague for Terrebonne, for her excellent speech. I recently read an article. It said that Quebec was trapped in the Canadian trap, insofar as the population is increasing at a very alarming rate. Quebec has been told, either you increase your immigration rates or we'll reduce your political weight. And at the same time, the bill we tabled was refused that would lead to a decent political representation. A quick answer, the Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I would like to highlight that indeed the Bloc Québécois tabled a bill to try and save Quebec's political weight, but those who want to claim themselves as being Quebec's defenders, well, they voted against this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to highlight that I will be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg North if we still have time to allow him to speak. Madam Speaker, the issue of immigration, for me, who is the MP, I'm the MP for Gaspésie-Île-Madeleine, is a subject that is very important. Immigration is essential for the survival of my region, and so we must not ignore today's debate without talking about what is happening in rural regions, especially in the Gaspésie region and on the Magdalen Islands. In my riding, immigration, new arrivals, temporary foreign workers, Madam Speaker, are the lifeblood of our region. It allowed our region to survive a number of crises. When we see what happens at home, for the past few years, without the temporary foreign worker program, what I can say is that our processing factories, with regards to fisheries, would have had to close. No one would have been available to process our products. Over the years, immigrants, temporary foreign workers turn up and allow our communities to survive. They allow our communities to thrive, allow these people to learn French. And when they arrive every spring, the locals are happy to see them. They welcome them. Even with regards to renewable energy, in my riding in the Gaspé, we have the biggest North American factory when it comes to making wind turbines. We also have a processing plant. And for this, we had to bring in a Filipino community that has settled in our region. The factory has been able to almost double its production. Over 200 new Filipino workers were sought because we don't have the population necessary in our region to develop ourselves. It shows how much companies need immigrants. Companies need people who have training. We also need workers. During my election campaign, well, I know that the colleagues from the Bloc don't always listen to people in our rural areas, meet SMEs in the field of tourism, hotels, housing, bakeries, entrepreneurs. We, on our side, meet these people and they want to develop their regions. They are ready to invest to broaden their SMEs. Entrepreneurs who would come to me in tears because they weren't able to develop their business. They have the ambition. Why were they in tears? Because there was not enough labor. They told us and they repeated it. They repeated it over and over again during election campaigns. They said, Diane, we cannot do this for very long. We need people in our regions. We need to develop. We need to have a place to develop. Madam Speaker, I hope this scares the Bloc Québécois, but the Bloc Québécois loves to scare, but you cannot build on fear. We are all immigrants at the end of the day. We all arrived. Jacques Cartier turned up in the Gaspé. That's where it all began, Madam Speaker. And with Indigenous communities, yes, we developed. Just to say, I come from a small village. A small village, when I was young, we had 6 schools in the village. We had 600 children at these schools. And these are primary schools, Madam Speaker, elementary schools. In my village now, there's just 1 school left, and we don't even have 70 children in this school. Can we ask 70 children to take into account and help a population that is getting older and older? We need immigrants, we need people. And so, Madam Speaker, if at the time when I was young, there were 7 schools and now there's only 1, I don't see how we can just welcome immigrants in order to be able to build new schools, because these people, Madam Speaker, people who will turn up are hardworking. They will make sure that our communities will continue to be dynamic. We'll be able to fill the labor gaps. A lot of people talk about native Quebecers. I count myself among them, but with new arrivals, well, new arrivals have never stopped me from speaking French. They've never scared me. I haven't lost my culture because of immigrants. That's what the Bloc Québécois is trying to raise. They're fear-mongering.
Madam Speaker, when you are proud of your culture, you promote it, you talk about it, you welcome new arrivals, you welcome immigrants, and you share your culture with them, because we are solid in our culture, and therefore we can keep our culture strong. And I will leave the rest of the time to my colleague from Winnipeg North. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. One day, we'll get there. Perhaps not before my riding is redistricted. I'd like to thank my colleague for her fiery speech about the regions of Quebec. Now, of course, we in the Bloc Québécois understand our regions very well. We're almost all from the regions. And I care deeply about the labor force, especially in Charlevoix, which is a tourism area. And I'm also the critic for fisheries, where there's also a labor shortage. My colleague is the Minister of National Revenue. Can she explain how, with a significant influx of immigrants in our regions, how will we house them? In what hospitals will they be treated? Where will their children be taken care of? Or where will their children go to school? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Well, Madam Speaker, if my colleague was listening closely to what I said, I can say that there was a time, not so long ago, because I know that I'm of a certain age, but there was a time when I was young. There were schools. There were 6 primary schools. Now there's only 1. Immigration is productive for a region. That's what makes it thrive, Madam Speaker. These are people who work hard. These are people who get involved, who are good citizens, who pay taxes, Madam Speaker. And with that money, we can build schools. Immigration is good for our regions. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have some questions for my colleague this morning. I was saddened to hear the leader of the Bloc Québécois using the same terms as far-right French politicians. I found that inappropriate. Extremely so. I'd like to hear from my colleague on that. And then my other question. This government wishes to reach its targets for Francophone immigration. Madam Speaker, we know that there will be 500 million Francophones on our planet by 2050. There will be an increase in Francophones. So there is a capacity to have professionals and people who are here to help build our economy and nourish it. to ensure that Quebec remains a strong Francophone society, and that Francophone societies throughout the world can also join Francophone communities elsewhere in Canada, for example, in BC. I will let the Honourable Minister answer. Madam Speaker, I can say that after meeting entrepreneurs throughout Quebec and in my riding, I can say that businesses are constantly telling us, we are going to work hard, we're going to ensure that people learn French. The business sector is ready to cooperate. The Employers Guild, the Chambers of Commerce, they all want to work hard on this. I also look at the health system. There are doctors who come help us, who come from elsewhere, who speak other languages and who speak French as well. They are able to help us in the health sector. It's a plus for the region. And I also want to highlight that Quebec sets its own immigration targets.
Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the response to the first question, and I assure this member that she is still quite young. But more importantly, as I heard her speech today, she talked, and I really appreciated the part where she said that, you know, unless you're of Indigenous descent, we are all immigrants to this country. This is a young country, you know, only 175 years old. We have all come from various different parts of the world. My own parents did the same thing. I'm wondering if she could talk to the importance of continuing that to grow our population.
Here. Une brève réponse.
A brief answer. The Honourable Minister. Yes, Madam Speaker. To build a population, we need people from everywhere. Quebec was built on immigrant populations. I would invite my colleagues to visit the Grosse Île National Park, which is an extraordinary example of immigration and what it can do both in Quebec and Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to follow the Minister responsible for Canada Revenue, and only if I could have the capabilities of speaking as passionately as she does in French, Madam Speaker. And what I really appreciated about her speech is the fact that she talked about how immigration has really been of such benefit for the province of Quebec as it has been for the entire country, Madam Speaker. And that's why, you know, I'm a little bit disappointed in the leader of the Bloc Party, because what he's in essence doing is he's taking the very important issue of immigration and the impact that immigration has had from coast to coast to coast here in Canada in such a wonderful way. We are a country of immigrants, Madam Speaker. Immigration is what assists Canada today in terms of growing into the future. All one needs to do is talk about where the needs are in many different ways, in many different sectors of our country, and you will quickly come to the conclusion that for Canada to continue to prosper in the future, immigration and immigration policy is so critically important. And today we have the Bloc, the leader of the Bloc Party, trying to use this as an issue for their own personal cause, Madam Speaker, which is not in the best interest of Canada or the province of Quebec, I would argue. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that when I think of the French language, and I think of my home province of Quebec, today there are more people in the province of Quebec that speak French than there ever has been. If it wasn't for immigration, Madam Speaker, the province of Quebec's population would have been decreasing. It's because of immigration that our province has been growing. It's because of immigration that the French language today is spoken more in the province of Quebec, Madam Speaker. If you take a look at our communities, we should be we should be looking at how our diversity enriches our society, not only economically, but also socially. So when you think in terms of the French language, bilingual schools and so forth, I think it's fantastic when I'll see someone that's young, of Filipino heritage, or Indian heritage, or someone that speaks Tagalog, English, and French, or Punjabi, English, and French, Madam Speaker. Even when we think in terms of the caucus, you know, we just heard from the Minister of Revenue. We also have a member, Madam Speaker, in terms of the Quebec caucus that is of Sikh heritage, that is Francophone. We've had other members speak in terms of the importance of immigration, not only to the province of Quebec, but I would suggest to our entire country, Madam Speaker. So that's the issue that I have with the Bloc, why they would try to use this issue and try to portray immigration in any way as a negative issue when it comes to our heritage and the very social fabric of our society. Then we have the Conservative leader that responded, Madam Speaker, to the resolution. And I tell you, it was hard to stay seated as he espoused the issues regarding immigration. And the reason why it was hard for me to sit, Madam Speaker, is because I was actually the immigration critic, in part during the Harper era, when the leader of the Conservative Party was sitting around the cabinet table, Madam Speaker, when Stephen Harper and that government decided to cut the parents and grandparents program completely. He was criticizing, the leader of the Conservative Party is criticizing us on backlogs. Madam Speaker, the backlog for sponsoring a parent when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister and he was the around the cabinet table was 8 years. It got so bad, Madam Speaker, that they actually said to the people of Canada, we're canceling the program. So if you have a mom or dad and you want that mom and dad to come to Canada, forget it. They're not going to be able to come as landed immigrants, Madam Speaker. That is something in which the Conservative government did when he was sitting around the cabinet table and he's talking about backlogs, Madam Speaker. I still remember the issue, Madam Speaker, when...
I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
I would not normally say this, Madam Speaker, but I'm not feeling all that well today. Could the member just keep it down a little bit and just talk to us as opposed to shouting at us? It is really hurting my ears.
I have a point of order, another point of order. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, he's almost as loud as I am when I get agitated about something, so it is a very, very loud matter.
Becoming a point of debate, I do want to remind members that we do have microphones, and we want to make sure that the interpreters are not being impacted either. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you'll find that members at times might raise their voice a little bit when they feel passionate about an issue. And members are always welcome to leave the chamber or turn down the volume if they so choose. And I hope, Madam Speaker, that point of order didn't take any of my time away. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, when the leader of the Conservative Party tries to give that amazing impression as if somehow the Conservatives understood immigration, they really need to get that reality check. They really need a reality check when it comes to the immigration, Madam Speaker. You know, I made reference to the cancellation of the parents and grandparents program, Madam Speaker. You know, one day they have this other area on immigration. Imagine you're in line and you're waiting for years. You want to come as an independent and you want to be able to, to do some good things in Canada. You've been waiting for years under the Conservatives. The Conservatives have an idea. Here's how we're going to...
I'm getting a lot of heckling on the official opposition side, so I would ask members to hold on, because there will be an opportunity to ask questions and comments for 5 minutes. So I would just ask members to hold off. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Imagine this now. You have thousands of people in waiting lines, being processed. The Conservatives say, we want to deal with this particular stream, so what we're going to do is we're just going to delete them all. Imagine being in queue, waiting for years, and the Harper government decides, well, the waiting lines are so long, one of the ways we can deal with it is just to delete them, to pretend they didn't even exist, Madam Speaker. A lot of people had a difficult time with that one. So you can imagine why it is when the Conservatives say things are broken. Madam Speaker, we're still fixing the broken system that we inherited under Stephen Harper. That was real broken, Madam Speaker. And then we talk about the leader of the Conservative Party says, we want people to feel good, as if they can make a difference, Madam Speaker. You know what he talks about? Immigrant credentials. You know, that is a very important issue, Madam Speaker. There's no doubt it's an important issue. In fact, this government has spent literally hundreds of millions of dollars to assist provinces in getting immigrant credentials recognized. Far more money than Stephen Harper. What does the Conservative leader say today? We're going to have a Blue Seal program. You come to Canada, you write an exam, and you're going to be able to be a doctor anywhere you want in Canada. Balderdash, Madam Speaker. That's absolute, underline, quote, can't say the word, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, the Conservatives do not know what they're talking about. They have no idea what it's all involved, Madam Speaker. You can't just say, here, write an exam, and then we're going to allow you as a doctor to practice anywhere you want in Canada. Have they not heard? No, that is not the way it works, Madam Speaker.
There is some order. There is some cross debate again, and there are some people that seem to be repetitive in not respecting the silence that I have asked of them during the honourable member's speech. So I would just ask members again to stop heckling and to stop trying to engage in conversations while someone else has the floor. Order. Now I'm getting it on the government side as well, and so I would just order.
Respect the speech.
That would be a good punishment, maybe. I just meant because of the conversations that I keep having, I should maybe get the member to start from the top, but I won't. Again, I would just ask members, we're getting close to question period, and I'm sure that they've got lots of questions that they want to ask the honourable member once he's done for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the point is...
Another point of order, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to offer a way of bringing some order back to the decorum. It always seems that it's the member for Winnipeg that's causing it. Could you take some of this last 5 minutes?
Sorry, that's not a point of order. And again, I just ask members to please be respectful. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What I was trying to clearly demonstrate is the fact that the Conservative leader has absolutely no idea in terms of immigration policy or the types of things that are going to really make a difference. And you see that all you really need to do, and I really wish I had the time where we were allowed to ask the leader questions based on the speech that he delivered. Because not only was he wrong, Madam Speaker, on so many fronts when he tried to say that our system is broken, when in fact we inherited a broken system, he used this opportunity of the Blocs motion to talk about immigration policy of the Conservative Party. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, there is no Conservative policy on immigration. I think he understands to a certain degree some of those hot issues, but he has no idea in terms of how to deal with them. If you want to talk about immigrant credentials, you have to work with provinces. You have to work with the different stakeholders. To go and tell people that are here today, Madam Speaker, or to would-be immigrants coming to the country that you just have to write an exam and you'll get this so-called blue seal, trying to do the comparison to the red seal, he is doing a huge disservice to try to give the impression that the Conservatives would do a better job on immigration when their record, Madam Speaker, is the absolute opposite, Madam Speaker. That is the reality of the situation. And that's why I found it very difficult to be in my seat as the leader of the Conservative Party tried to explain a Conservative policy on immigration. The leader needs to go back to the drawing board, Madam Speaker. He really and truly needs to look at ways in which he can contribute to the debate on immigration, Madam Speaker, because he failed on all accounts coming into this particular debate. Thank you, Mr.
So the questions and comments will come after question period. Statements by members, déclaration de député, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Island farmers are at the leading edge of climate adaptation. They are strong stewards of the environment, and they know firsthand the impacts of warming climate has on the future of their industry. Recently, island farmers have been working with the Potato Board researchers and living labs in their studying of cover crops. Cover crops assist in retaining nitrogen and nutrient, builds soil organic matter, reduces erosion, and creates better resiliency against increasingly frequent extreme weather events. Research has shown they can also produce up to a 10% yield improvement, and some varieties of cover crops can produce additional income for farmers. They are now utilized in nearly 50% of fields where potatoes were planted the year prior. I'd like to commend the leadership of research and agronomy specialist Ryan Barrett and island producers on their innovative efforts to adapt to changing climate while still ensuring they produce some of the finest foods in the world.
The honourable member for Designated Mississippi. Hold on, I'm Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with Red Dress Day having just passed, it is important to continue our commitment to end violence against all women and children. Yes. The Moose Hide Campaign is an Indigenous-led nationwide movement started along Canada's infamous Highway of Tears. It calls on men, boys, and all Canadians to stand up against gender-based violence. Co-founders, Paul and his daughter Raven, started this campaign to honor women and children and to challenge men and boys to stand with women and children, to speak out against gender-based violence, to support each other and hold each other accountable, and to be positive role models for one another. By wearing a Moose Hide pin and participating in Moose Hide Campaign Day, Canadians are making measurable and meaningful progress towards reconciliation and the creation of a country where violence against women and children can no longer flourish in the shadows. I encourage all members of this House to show their support by wearing and sharing a Moose Hide pin today.
Yeah. The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Mother is a simple word, and yet it has many deep meanings. Mother is birth. Mother is love. Mother is warmth. Mother is hope. Mother is a walking miracle. A mother comprehends what the child does not speak. A mother's hug lasts long after she lets go. Madam Speaker, mother is a simple world, but being mother is no simple job. Indeed, the mothers of our nation and those of others, such as Iran, are the embodiment of the strength and resilience. And they take these traits with them at themselves everywhere they go, from home to their communities and society. Madam Speaker, a feminist economic policy that puts equality and providing opportunities for our nation's mother at its core is essential, and it works. It's not easy being a mother. If it were, fathers would do it. To my wife, Homera, to the world, you're a mother. To our family, you're the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, when I was newly elected, I met a giant of the Mingani region who inspired me, as he inspired the entire North Shore, Mr. Luc Noël. Today, as he leaves his position as elected warden, which he held for more than 10 years, I want to express my gratitude to him and the gratitude of all North Shore residents. This man, who is mixed race because of his Anticostian, Acadian, and Innu origins, has a head and heart that are faithful and dedicated to the land and to the people who have forged it, and that's because he is Kayan. Maybe, Madam Speaker, you don't know what a Kayan is. That's what we call the people of Havre-Saint-Pierre. But imagine a sea wind of great force, which can occupy the whole space and which could move, transform, create everything through movement or words. Energetically, with a benevolent and inflexible will, and you will begin to understand who this great man is. Luc, thank you. You are one of those who build our country on our land. That is why there will never be enough Kayan or Kayan of your caliber. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Madam Speaker, this week is National Nursing Week. I would like to express my deep gratitude and appreciation for the incredible work that nurses do every day. They are the heroes behind the scenes in our communities, working tirelessly to provide care, comfort, and support to those in need. Michelle, Nicole, Joanne, Kathy, Jay, Karim, France, and all the nurses, especially at Cité de la Santé de Laval, your dedication, compassion, and expertise makes a big difference in the lives of countless people. You hold our hands, listen to our worries, and provide essential care when we need it most. You show incredible strength and bravery. Your efforts do not go unnoticed. You are the backbone of our health system. We are grateful to you. On behalf of all Canadians, I want to thank you. Thank you.
For Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, there have been far too many closures, far too many accidents, and far too many lives lost along the Trans-Canada Highway through northwestern Ontario. It's why we've been calling for the twinning of this stretch for years. This is a project that was supported by the former Conservative government and is supported by the provinces of Ontario and Manitoba. But the only missing piece, Mr. Speaker, is support from this federal Liberal government. We are thankful that construction of Phase 1 has begun with support of the province, but we need federal involvement to be able to get it over the finish line. Mr. Speaker, that's why I rise today to once again renew my calls for these federal Liberals to step up, stop stalling, and support this key infrastructure project so people can travel safely throughout northwestern Ontario. And Mr. Speaker, if they can't bring it home, I can assure you that Canada's Conservatives will.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Did you know that Williams syndrome occurs in about 1 in every 10,000 births? Williams syndrome is a genetic condition that is caused by a random genetic deletion. Medical, developmental, and learning challenges typically occur alongside unique abilities. It occurs equally in males and females, all cultures, and to birth parents of all ages. Those with Williams syndrome have medical and developmental issues, but at the same time they exhibit striking verbal abilities, highly social personalities, and an affinity for music. I'd like to highlight the accomplishments of Karina Scally, who lives with Williams syndrome. Karina has taken the stage at the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, traveled to the United Nations with the Minister of Disability Inclusion, and recently graduated from Sheridan College with her ECE. Don't ever say that Williams syndrome has held Karina back, because she is accomplishing more than most people in their lifetime. Join me in raising awareness for Williams syndrome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, 70 years ago, a group of 85 young men set sail to Canada from Portugal to start a new life. May 13th marks the anniversary of the first official labor migration of Portuguese arriving at Pier 21 aboard Saturnia in 1953. The community refers to them as pioneers, and I would like to take this moment to recognize them and my father, Antonio Souza, who made that inaugural journey in search of opportunity. Many were sent to work in the farms and forestry. My dad went to work in the camps of Goose Bay, Labrador. His determination paid off in making Toronto's Kensington Market their new home. Soon, others followed, including my mother and brother a year later. This is but one story of courage and resilience that define the Portuguese-Canadian experience. Through hard work and perseverance, they and their descendants have contributed greatly to Canada's social, cultural, and economic fabric. And as the community celebrates this milestone, we recognize the legacy of those pioneers who opened doors. We thank them and many more Portuguese Canadians, men and women, who to this day continue to lead the way in building a strong and vibrant Canada. Parabéns e obrigado.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as if censoring what people can see or say or hear online, the Liberals had to go even a step further. And that was this past weekend at their convention. They decided to put forward a policy that would require journalists to give up their sources in order to be published online. It wasn't enough to censor Canadians at large, they had to target journalists. Now, one has to imagine for a moment. Imagine what would happen if journalists had to be vetted by this government in order to release a story on, say, I don't know, donations given by the Beijing government to the Trudeau Foundation, or let's say foreign interference in our elections, or let's say the many, many, many ethical breaches of this government. I wonder what would happen if journalists had to be vetted in order to release those stories. They probably wouldn't go public, which begs the question, is this government simply acting preemptively in order to get ahead of future stories they know are to be coming? Why is this government so hell-bent on censoring the media?
The honourable member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, it is with sadness that I rise. This morning, we were horrified to hear of the tragic events that occurred in the community of Bourget in my riding. Every time there is a shooting, we always think to ourselves, it won't happen here. It will happen somewhere else. Unfortunately, this morning, one police officer lost his life and 2 other police officers were injured.
About Sergeant Mueller's family, I can't stop thinking about those officers who had to deliver the news to Sergeant Mueller's family. I can't stop thinking about those officers who were injured, and I can't stop thinking about the OPP officers who lost a colleague. The next few days, weeks, months, and years will be hard on our community, but especially our local police officers. My deepest condolences to Sergeant Mueller's family, and I wish a speedy recovery to the injured officers. Let us never forget that every day, police officers are putting their lives in danger to protect our communities. Je tiens à remercier.
I want to thank all the police officers and first responders who assisted in this tragic event this morning. From the bottom of my heart, thank you to our police officers.
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
After 8 years, this Prime Minister is completely out of touch. His government is driving up farmers' costs, and now he plans a 41-cent a litre tax on gas, heat, and food. Canada's largest mega project, spring seeding, is now in progress. Farmers are planting their crops, and they tell me this is the most expensive year ever. Farm cash expenses exceed $11.5 billion in 2022, 11% higher than 2020. And this year, they'll be even higher. His deficits have driven up borrowing rates, making it more expensive for farmers to finance their crop inputs. And thanks to this Prime Minister's carbon tax, farmers continue to have expenses that their global competitors do not have. Our farmers want to change, Mr. Speaker. They're tired of this Prime Minister's out-of-touch policies. They want a government that does not punish them for growing food. They want a government that is committed to letting them do what they do best, feeding Canadians and feeding the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Instead of implementing a plan to fight inflation, the Liberals are determined to repeat their failed inflationary approach, and people are paying the price. Canadians are out of money, and this Liberal government is out of touch. The good news is Conservatives have a plan to clean up the Liberal mess. Our Conservative leader stands for common sense of the common people, united for our common home, Canada. We will lower prices by ending inflationary deficits and scrapping the carbon tax on heat, gas, and groceries. We will bring home powerful paychecks for workers by lowering taxes and clawbacks to reward their hard work. We will ensure people can find a place to call home by firing the gatekeepers and freeing up land to build. And we will protect communities by ending the catch and release of repeat violent criminals. Our Conservative team will keep working to turn hurt into hope, and our leadership of our Conservative leader, under the leadership of our Conservative leader, we will bring back the common sense of the common people.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about Mother's Day. Mothers are the foundation of our families and the backbone of our communities. We must also remember that Mother's Day is a celebration for mothers across this country and for those who play a motherly role in our lives, who provide us with love, care, and guidance. They all deserve our gratitude and appreciation.
Our mothers nurture us, support us, and play a critical role in shaping our identity. Through thick and thin, they give us comfort, courage, and wisdom when we need it the most. Let us honor these mothers who have paved the way for us.
All mothers, including the members in this House, for their love, strength, and resilience. Let's come together and express our heartfelt appreciation for all the mothers for their selfless love, unwavering dedication, and boundless sacrifice. And to my mother, Norma, and my mother-in-law, Lerma, I love you so much. Bonne fête des mères.
Happy Mother's Day.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, postal workers play vital roles in our small communities, but Canada Post's model for rural communities just isn't working. In many small towns, the postmasters themselves are responsible for providing a facility for the post office, something Canada Post only pays them a couple of $100s a month for, much less than market rates. And the starting wage for these positions that lie at the heart of community life, less than $20 per hour. In the community of South Bank, the community was without its post office for almost a year, and local residents and Regional Director Clint Lambert had to renovate a community building in order to restore postal services. In Atlin, where I'm heading tomorrow, the community still hasn't received a permanent post office location from Canada Post, nor a postmaster. Mr. Speaker, rural places deserve reliable service delivery from this government, and Canada Post's model for rural post offices needs a lot of work. I hope this minister will improve the model for rural Canada and its postmasters. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, the pathetic circus is back on the hill. With their false smiles, their false benevolence, here come the anti-choicers, the anti-women. Generous donors to the Conservatives, here they are again, waiting to applaud, moved. A few members of the official opposition who will come to encourage them and sing the praises of their holy crusade against women's rights. They're here with their signs in big numbers, with their lovely, harmless faces, but these are the same people who intimidate doctors in front of abortion clinics, who make young women feel guilty, and who threaten staff. They claim to be pro-life and have no problem ruining anyone's life. They're not able to recognize that a woman's body belongs to her at all times. They're not able to recognize that we as women do not have to justify the decisions we make about our bodies to anyone. I'm proud to be part of a party that supports a woman's right to abortion, and even prouder to be part of a nation where this has already been decided on. These people have the right to protest. That's their right, but they shouldn't expect our respect because they won't get it.
Kildonan St. Paul.
Today I stand to honor our brave police officers after the country received devastating news that yet again one of our police officers has fallen. Early this morning in the small town of Bourget, Ontario, Sergeant Eric Mueller was killed and 2 more officers were injured on the job. Conservatives join with the OPP and police officers across the country in praying for the 2 officers still in hospital, for the family of Sergeant Mueller, and for the safety of our brave police officers across Canada. This terrible tragedy follows 9 months that had been the worst in recent memory for Canadian police. We have lost and we honor Constable Andrew Hong, Constable Morgan Russell, Constable Devin Northrup, Constable Shaylin Yang, Constable Gregors Priscilla, Constable Travis Jordan, Constable Brett Ryan, Sergeant Maureen Bro, Constable Harvinder Singh Dami, and now Sergeant Eric Mueller. To all our police, we mourn with you, and we stand with you today and every day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, as I speak, just outside this House, a protest is underway, spouting anti-choice chants with the goal of tearing away a woman's access to abortion. Countless women have fought for years for our right to an abortion, a hard-earned freedom to privacy, to autonomy, and to choice. As the foundation that they built comes under threat from the rhetoric spewed by the Conservatives, we have a responsibility to not let up the fight. We cannot go back. We will not go back. As we fight tooth and nail to protect abortion as the safe healthcare practice that it is, we are relentless. I am proud to be part of a government that is committed to protecting my freedom and every woman's freedom to choose. I am proud of each and every woman and man on this side of the House who's committed to ensuring these rights are upheld.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
L'idéologie woke, égoïste.
The wokest ideology of the Prime Minister was laid bare when Terry Fox was taken off the passport, and Quebec City, and the soldiers at Vimy Ridge, to be replaced by a coloring book and a photo of the Prime Minister swimming at Lake Harrington. I commit today to use conservative common sense to put all those images back on our passport and all the history we're so proud of. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Minister of Immigration, rather.
But let's not pretend that the only place that we're able to do that is inside the pages of our passport. I know about Vimy Ridge because I've read books about it, because I've researched it independently, because I've talked to veterans who served in the military. I know that Brigadier General A.E. Ross said that in those few minutes I witnessed the birth of a nation, not because a picture was included in the passport. We're going to continue to take opportunities to commemorate our nation's heroes, whether it includes statues on Parliament Hill, whether it includes heroes like Viola Desmond on the $10 bill, or whether we seek other opportunities to commemorate our history. We'll continue to engage Canadians along the way and make decisions that celebrate our nation's heroes.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This Prime Minister's woke and out-of-touch ideology is so egotistical that it can't imagine there are any Canadian stories bigger than him. That's why he deletes Terry Fox, the soldiers that died at Vimy, the City of Quebec, the RCMP from our passport, to replace it with a coloring book that includes an image of him swimming at Harrington Lake when he was a boy. I announce that a common-sense Conservative government will bring back Vimy, bring back our memory of Terry Fox, bring back pride in our country, and restore a passport that all of us can be proud of.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I would caution the opposition leader to claiming that he somehow has a monopoly on caring about Terry Fox. Talk to the member from Oakville for her advocacy for Terry Fox. Talk about the money that she has helped secure for cancer research. Terry Fox lives on in the memories of Canadians because of his courage demonstrated during the Marathon of Hope. And
I'm going to have to interrupt the Minister. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition wants to hear the answer to the question he asked. Now, I'm going to let the Minister start from the top so that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition can hear the whole thing. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would caution all members of this House on claiming some sort of a monopoly of caring about our nation's heroes. Terry Fox is beloved by Canadians, not just because his picture was in the passport, but because of his courage he demonstrated during the Marathon of Hope. The research funding that has come to help advance care for cancer patients. My family has been affected by cancer, and I celebrate still Terry Fox's contributions to our national discourse. Look at the advocacy on behalf of the member of Oakville to help secure funding to perpetuate his legacy, continue to improve cancer research. We can commemorate our heroes in a number of ways, and we're committed to doing that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister is out of touch and in hiding. Yesterday, as he left the House, he's challenged me to have more of these debates, and now he won't even get out of his seat and answer my questions. And we know why. He's afraid. He's afraid to defend not only his first carbon tax, which he admits will increase the price of gas by 41 cents a litre at thousands of dollars of net cost per family, but now he's got carbon tax 2, a second tax with no rebate that will increase food, heat, and gas prices even further. How much will the second carbon tax increase the cost of gas on hardworking Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So now we have the Premier, the Conservative Premier of New Brunswick, at the request of one of the Conservative member that has asked the federal government to put in place our carbon pricing system, we have a number of members, conservative members, who have argued in favor of carbon pricing, Mr. Speaker. We have all of the provinces and all of the territories in Canada that have put in place carbon pricing in Canada. And while we've done that, we've increased jobs in Canada, we've increased economic development, and we've reduced our pollution by more than 50 million tons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question, the Prime Minister was too afraid to stand up and answer it and debate me. The question was about the cost of the second carbon tax. We know that the Prime Minister's first carbon tax will cost 41 cents a litre at a net cost to average families of over $1,500. But that's not enough for him. He wants a second carbon tax, which will add even more costs without any rebate at all. We know that he told falsehoods about the first tax. Will he finally have the guts to stand up and tell us how much his second tax will cost Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you'll allow me, I will read from the Conservative Party of Canada's election platform from the last election, the platform that this party stood and spoke to Canadians about. And I'm quoting from page 78, Mr. Speaker. Our plan will ensure that all Canadians do their part.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm starting to hear chatter again. I'm having a hard time hearing the answer. And it's coming from a certain point. I'm sure they don't want the next question to be swapped with the last one and have someone very special to them.
Right here. It was coming equally from that side as from this side.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge, apologize, please. Apologize to the Chair for interrupting.
You won't be speaking again. Chair, I apologize for interrupting.
Very good, thank you. Now, I want to remind all of you to have some respect for this chamber. That includes the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. No, I don't want to hear. No, I'm not. I just want to say I hear his chattering throughout. I just want to ask him to keep it down and stop, please. Now, we'll go back to the Minister from the top, and I want to see everything calm down. The Honourable Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition and many members across have called me woke before. And if woke means standing up for the future of my children and grandchildren so that they have access to clean air and clean water, then so be it, Mr. Speaker. If woke means standing up to create jobs for generations of Canadians and investing in a clean economy, then so be it, Mr. Speaker. And if woke means standing up for the rights of women to choose, then so be it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's woke, and so Canadians are broke, Mr. Speaker. And I'll tell you what woke means in practice. I'll tell you what woke means in practice. His government approved dumping millions of liters of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence River. That's what woke means. Woke means charging a single mom higher costs to drive to work and feed her kids while the Prime Minister jets around using Canadian tax dollars pumping emissions into our atmosphere. That is the woke hypocrisy across the way. And if he's got the guts to tell the truth, will he tell us how much will carbon tax 2 cost Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, what's exceptionally disappointing from the Leader of the Opposition is that at a time when families in Alberta are experiencing some of the worst wildfires in their history, he's railing against policies that are helping to fight climate change. Mr. Speaker, when he talks about that single mom, unfortunately, he has opposed sending her the Canada Child Benefit, which has put thousands of dollars in her pocket. And he's also opposed the childcare agreements that are supporting families across this country save thousands of dollars. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the environment, when it comes to supporting families, we know where the Leader of the Opposition.
The Honourable Député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, 100 million people by 2100. Everyone in Quebec can see that the Century Initiative is not the initiative of the century. The Quebec Premier said that this was a threat to our nation. The National Assembly passed not 1, 2, but 3 unanimous resolutions against those targets. Everyone in Quebec is opposed. It's not just nasty nationalists. It's everybody who thinks this would be a radical change in Quebec without any debate or notice. Will the government undertake not to raise immigration to 100 million Canadians by 2100? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, allow me to be crystal clear here. The Initiative Century is not a policy of our government. It's very important to bring people to work in our communities. They make essential contributions to Canadians' well-being, but it's important and it's essential to bring in newcomers while protecting the political influence of Francophones at the same time. That's the policy, the current policy of this government. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, all parties in this House recognize the Quebec nation, but today they are incapable of respecting the Quebec nation. The Liberals are adopting immigration levels that are universally opposed in Quebec. And what do they say? Well, it'll be based on what the business community wants, not what Quebecers want. And what does the NDP say? Who cares? Will the other parties stand up with the Quebec nation and say no to these targets of 500,000 people and more per year? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague knows full well that Quebec has a number of tools at its disposal to control immigration to Quebec. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that all across Quebec there are help-wanted signs, and we're hiring signs. And I was in Quebec over in recent days, and I saw businesses all over the place in industrial parks and so on who need workers. So we're going to work together with the government of Quebec and businesses in Quebec to ensure they have access to that labor. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Once again, the Conservative Party is going to try to reopen the debate on abortion. And again, the Liberals will stand hand on heart, professing to be outraged without doing anything to improve access to abortion. Will the Liberals quit the empty rhetoric and guarantee access to abortion? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know on this side of the House that health care and abortion go hand in hand. We will always protect a woman's right to an abortion. We've seen on the other side of this House an attempt to attack a woman's right to an abortion. And let me be clear, that will not stand on this side of the House.
Member for Burnaby South.
See, the reality is the Liberal government, it's often all talk and no action, particularly when it comes to something as important as reproductive rights. They promised themselves to ensure that all regions of this country have access to abortion services. Did they deliver? No. They failed. They promised to ensure that anti-abortion groups spreading misinformation wouldn't receive charitable status. Did they deliver?
No.
No, they failed. Again and again, they continue to say one thing and do another. Will they stop with the empty words and deliver concrete steps to defend not just the right?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
On this side of the House, our policy is clear. We have a clear feminist policy, and that includes a woman's right to choose, a woman's right to access to abortion. And we will be there to fund clinics, and we will also be there to counter the opponents who are influenced by the U.S. and certainly some of our colleagues opposite.
Hill.
$3,000. That's the price that Canadians could soon be paying to rent one bedroom in Toronto. That's according to a piece from BNN Bloomberg this week. The report says that limited supply, which of course gives you higher prices, is the reason. So under this Prime Minister, new units aren't being built fast enough, housing prices have doubled, and the dream of home ownership is slipping away. So when will they get out of the way and actually get shovels into the ground?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Speaker, it's really amazing to listen to the Conservatives finally come around to actually proposing some half-baked ideas about housing. We've been doing everything that the honourable member is talking about for the last 2 years. We've been tying infrastructure to housing. We've been investing in municipalities to make sure that we have more housing supply. We've been building more affordable housing. We've been putting measures in place to help first-time home buyers. And we've been building rapid housing for the most vulnerable. We've been doing it all while they've voted against every single measure we've brought to this House.
Well, member for Thornhill.
Speaker, because none of it is working, the housing minister is spending $89 billion to double the price of a home, double the rent, double the mortgage payment, and he's about to build 50,000 less houses this year than he did last year. In 8 years, we've also lost 20,000 affordable housing units. They're spending more money to get higher prices and worse results. It's a failure by any measure. So will he bring home places to live for our people so that they can actually afford?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, maybe the honourable member needs to talk to her leader, because he stood up in this House and insulted and denigrated 3 of the leading mayors of Canada's largest cities, calling them woke. He also stood in this House and pledged to cut housing funding, and somehow he hopes that all of that will result in some magical solution to the housing issue. It is the same magical thinking that underpinned his advice to Canadians to go with cryptocurrency to opt out of inflation, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haldimand and Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has created a cost of living crisis. Housing prices have doubled under the Liberals. Many Canadians are skipping meals just to keep up with their bills. Now the Liberals plan a 41-cent per litre tax increase on heat, gas, and food. When will the Liberal government come to its senses and cancel its harmful tax increases?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives talk a big game when it comes to energy in Canada. But here are the facts, Mr. Speaker. Under the Conservative government, foreign oil imports were double what they are today. Facts, imports from non-U.S. sources have declined 80% under our government. These facts speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. Under our government, more Canadians are using Canadian energy. The member opposite may not like it, but a fact is a fact, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Wow. Mr. Speaker, the fact is the Liberals have not met one single climate target. Exactly. Liberal taxes are breaking the backs of Canadians. Liberal policies are discouraging workers by clawing back more and more of what Canadians earned. Liberals are making it impossible to get ahead. So many Canadians are discouraged and are concerned about buying their first home, starting a family, or working towards financial independence. Will this Prime Minister cancel his plan to raise taxes on food, heat, and gas and give Canadians some hope?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to let the honourable member know that from the very time we formed government, we have been laser focused on making life more affordable for Canadians. I note that at every step along the way, when we have cut taxes for the middle class or delivered benefits directly to families, the Conservatives have reliably been there to vote against the measures we put forward. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is some of the comments that are coming from the Conservative Party right now about money that's earned by Canadians that's so-called being taken away, those are the funds that go towards ensuring Canadians have access to the Canada Pension Plan. Those are the funds that go towards making sure Canadians have access to employment insurance if they fall in hard times. We will defend the social programs that keep my neighbours well during difficult times.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Lido Lakes.
The Globe and Mail reported that the Trudeau Foundation was used as part of an influence operation to get access to the Prime Minister. We heard from the CEO this week that with the donation there was no oversight and no due diligence or audit. Within 5 weeks of the Prime Minister's brother signing this $200,000 donation agreement with 2 Beijing-backed donors, they both had direct access to the Prime Minister. The question's very simple. Does the Prime Minister still believe the allegations in the Globe and Mail are false?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what has been said time and time again in this House is that the Prime Minister does not have a connection, direct
or indirect with the foundation for more than 10 years. It is an independent foundation, Mr. Speaker, that's responsible for giving scholarships to young leaders who are going to have tremendous futures in this country. And if they have questions about that organization that gives those scholarships, they should ask them directly. But what we've seen through the testimony is that they're in a partisan way, whether or not it's attacking the CBC or independent organizations. They have no care for who they attack with their partisan attacks or what damages it does. They're just seeking partisan advantage.
Honourable member, l'honorable. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the head of the Trudeau Foundation, a longtime Liberal and great friend of the Trudeau family, Edward Johnson, has been a good student. Like the Prime Minister, he willingly turned a blind eye to Beijing's attempt to influence the current Prime Minister through the foundation. The foundation manages $125 million of public money, and Mr. Johnson, like a good soldier, put all internal investigations into the donation from Beijing on ice. Instead of denying the facts revealed by the Globe and Mail, why won't the Prime Minister admit that he willingly turned a blind eye because his party benefited from Beijing's support? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the foundation in question is at arm's length. The Prime Minister has no relationship, direct or indirect, with the foundation, and that's clear. The foundation is responsible for student grants. It exists independently, and its mission is to ensure that the next generation of leaders has support for their studies. And if the people opposite have questions about the foundation, they should ask questions directly to them. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the government may say they're not on board with the Century Initiative, but they're setting the same targets. I say same targets, but that's not exactly true. The Century Initiative recommended 475 newcomers by 2025. The government has opted for 500,000, so they're going even faster, despite the unanimous opposition of the National Assembly, without consulting Quebec and without public debate. The Bloc Québécois is calling on all parties, but the Liberals in particular, if they want to copy the Century Initiative or even raise immigration levels faster, will they at least have the honesty to tell Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, my friend opposite hasn't read the federal government's immigration plans. If he had read the chapter on Francophone immigration, he would have seen that we plan to support the highest number of we have supported the highest number of Francophone newcomers in Canadian history. But the situation in Quebec is different. Quebec has its own power to set immigration levels for Quebec. Quebec has the power to choose each and every individual admitted to Quebec. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, They haven't met their targets for Francophone immigration in 20 years, and now they're boasting about it. Immigration levels aren't abstract. It's not just numbers or stats thrown up in the air. There are people behind those numbers with needs. They need housing, health care, childcare, and education for their kids. They also need to integrate into their new society to learn its language and culture. We can't look at immigration in purely economic terms. We're talking about human beings, Mr. Speaker. Can the government commit to rejecting this bad initiative and finally take into account the capacity for integration in setting those levels? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention, Mr. Speaker, but when I hear immigration, I also hear labour shortage. And what Quebecers watching today need to see is that Quebec has its own power to set immigration levels and to select immigrants. But what we're hearing all across Quebec in all the regions is that there's a need for workers. For example, when there's investments in industries, what the mayors and municipalities want is talent and skilled workers. That's how we're going to build Quebec, and that's how we're going to build Canada. The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about health transfers. The provinces said they needed $28 billion a year. The federal government only gave them 1/6 of that amount. That was insult enough. But that was to take care of the current population. It didn't take into account the Century Initiative. The Liberals' targets are for a minimum of 500,000 people by 2025, and who knows what's next. What studies is their claim based on that they can handle at least 500,000 more people a year with only 1/6 of the money that's needed? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the Bloc knows full well, as the Minister said, the Century Initiative is not federal policy. Secondly, as I know, no member from the Bloc was with the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and the Health Minister at the bargaining table when an additional $8 billion was negotiated in health transfers to Quebec. That's what Quebec wanted, and that's what we gave them.
The Finance Minister refuses to appear at the Finance Committee for 2 hours to answer basic questions about her failed budget. I mean, she spent more time in a round-trip flight between Toronto and...
Just a minute. I'd like to remind all members that when they are talking to one another, their voices carry. The sound system is very sensitive.
Over. I just want them to be mindful, and so that we can hear the questions and the answers. I know some of it is not done on purpose. We're just talking amongst ourselves. It's like being at work and talking to the next person, maybe 4 or 5 benches over, but it really does echo and it interferes. So I just want everyone to be conscious of that. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn, please, from the top.
The Finance Minister refuses to appear at the Finance Committee to answer basic questions for 2 hours about her failed budget. I mean, she spent more time in a round-trip flight between Toronto and Ottawa than she has in the Finance Committee in the last year. Her failed budget added an extra $4,200 cost on struggling households with their $43 billion Liberal budget bonanza. Why is she hiding from answering for 2 hours at the committee? Is she as embarrassed by this budget as much as Canadians are?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
I've been very clear on this issue that the Finance Minister is very ready and is scheduled to appear at the Finance Committee. But, Mr. Speaker, guess what's happening this morning? Once again, Liberals showed up to work to listen to testimony for the Budget Implementation Act. But guess what the Conservative MP for South Shore St. Margaret's wanted to talk about? The tax man from the Beatles. Now, Mr. Speaker, I got nothing against the Beatles, but I do want to see supports getting out to Canadians. So my appeal to every member in this House, Mr. Speaker, is this. Let's come together right now. Pass the bill.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Look, Mr. Speaker, if I was a Finance Minister, I'd be embarrassed to answer for 2 hours as well. I mean, she misled Canadians and said she didn't want to add fuel to inflation, then threw a $43 billion inflationary jerry can on the inflationary fire that she created in the first place. They gaslit Canadians for years about their failed carbon tax scam, while Canadians watched them jet set around the world trying to up their phony celebrity status. And now it seems like the Finance Minister is auditioning for her next career. When will she realize that this isn't a part-time job? When will she get to work, appear at the committee for 2 hours, and answer basic questions about her failed budget?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that the Conservatives aren't happy about the fact that Canada has maintained its AAA credit rating, that Canada has made sure in this last budget that inflation has not gone up. In fact, Mr. Speaker, going down for 9 consecutive months in a row, the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7, the fastest growing economy. Mr. Speaker, what is the Conservative filibuster stopping? Faster payments for Canada Workers' Benefits, supports to parents to help with their kids' education, supports for tax reductions for tradespeople. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are filibustering. When are they going to stop and deliver for Canadians?
The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling to make ends meet and they're fed up. While this government insists on taking more off their paychecks and out of their pockets, they're forging ahead with their plan to raise the price of gas, food, and housing. People in my riding talk to me about this every day. The Prime Minister should stop taking lavish trips abroad and start listening to what Canadians are saying every day. Will he finally put an end to his policies that make everything we buy more expensive? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. That's precisely what we've done, Mr. Speaker. We've listened to Canadians, something the Conservatives should try. We heard three things. One, they wanted help with grocery prices, and that's why we implemented a grocery rebate that will help 11 million Canadians all across the country. The second thing Canadians said was they want to have a family doctor, and that's why we took action around health. And third, they said help us prepare for the economy of the 21st century, and that's precisely what we're doing. We're positioning Canada for the economy of the 21st century.
Kona.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a mother, and if my daughter ever needed an abortion, I would do everything possible to make sure she had access to the full range of reproductive health care. Yet this government has done nothing to ensure equal access for Canadians. Only 1 in 6 hospitals in this country provide abortion services. The Liberals are all talk, but women in rural communities are suffering. Abortion care is not a campaign slogan. We need more providers, more funding, and more action from this government. How long are Canadians going to have to wait, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The right to an abortion and access to abortion undoubtedly go hand in hand. And here in Canada, universal access to abortion is guaranteed under the Canada Health Act. Through the $45 million Sexual and Reproductive Health Fund, we're making sure that Canadians facing obstacles to accessing abortions are supported financially, and organizations providing these services have capacity to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Priests for Life. They're this militant political action group fighting against women's reproductive freedom, and their behavior is so extreme that Pope Francis himself had to kick their leader out of the Roman Catholic Church. Wow. So how is it possible that this group of anti-women extremists keep getting approval for Canada's summer jobs? It's unconscionable that Canadian youth are being encouraged to get trained by this extremist political network while taxpayers fund the bill. Wow. So will the minister explain why Canada's summer jobs continues to offer funding to anti-choice extremists?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Women's Rights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. You know, we all know in this House how much we value Canada's summer jobs in our community. It provides incredible opportunities for youth and for employers throughout. Throughout this process, we know MP input is critical. We value that input, and I encourage all MPs to bring forward their suggestions, their concerns, their ideas. We're always happy to hear from them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, gun violence and violent crime has prevented Canadians in BC from feeling safe in their communities. Since 2015, our government has prioritized prevention, intervention, and enforcement as ways we can keep guns off the street and give resources to our neighbourhoods. Can the Minister of Public Safety tell the House what the government of Canada is doing to eliminate violent crime in British Columbia?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
First, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Surrey for his advocacy and his hard work. I would also be remiss if I did not take a moment to express our condolences to OPP Officer Mueller's family. He died in a tragic incident last night, and our hearts and our thoughts go out to them. We want to be sure that his sacrifice is not in vain, Mr. Speaker, and that is why the announcement that we made earlier this week, providing $390 million for law enforcement across this country, will help to ensure that we can prevent another tragedy like that from occurring again and keep Canadians safe from gun violence. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
I don't know if the Prime Minister could be more out of touch with the reality of Canadians. It really wasn't too long ago that people literally lined up and stayed the night, camping out in order to get their passport renewed or a new one altogether. People missed out on being able to go see a dying loved one before they passed away. They missed out on weddings. They missed out on funerals. They missed out on family celebrations. And why was that? Well, it turns out that it was because this government was more concerned with erasing history by removing Terry Fox, Quebec City, Vimy Ridge from our passports rather than getting passports expedited to Canadians. Right. Why is this government so hell-bent on erasing Canada's history?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to share with members of this House that my honourable colleague is deeply mistaken with regards to the ability for Canadians to get their passports in a timely way. I want to credit the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development for her work to eliminate the backlog so Canadians could get the passports for travel where and when they were needed. With respect to the changes to the passport, the designs were approved a number of years ago before there were any considerations of backlogs and passport applications. But it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that no party in this House claims a monopoly over owning Canada's history. Every member of this House cares deeply about our nation's history, is proud of the country that we are, and will continue to commemorate it in the years ahead.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are erasing Terry Fox's picture from Canadian passports. Terry Fox comes from Coquitlam, BC, and was a Métis. After his leg was amputated for cancer, he began his cross-country Marathon of Hope to raise funds for research. Terry didn't live to finish the race to the Pacific, but now millions participate in the annual Terry Fox Run to continue his race. Terry Fox is an international hero. Why would the Prime Minister rip this great Canadian's picture from our passports?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It breaks my heart to hear anyone in this House politicize a Canadian hero like Terry Fox. That is something that the Fox family has prided itself on since Terry passed away in 1980. Not only that, during the convoy, Terry's statue was defaced here in Ottawa, and the members opposite were supportive of that convoy.
Order. Now, both sides, please. Both sides, please. What I'm hearing is a lot of talking amongst yourselves, which makes it hard to hear the questions and the answers, and then it just elevates, and then the chatter starts back and forth. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, you have about 15 seconds to finish up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite are saying that we're erasing Terry Fox from history. Terry Fox will never, ever be erased from history, not only here in Canada, but around the world, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Whoever made the decision to remove Terry Fox from Canadian passports needs to give their head a shake. Our country needs more Terry Fox, not less. A dit le maire de la ville où est né.
This was said by the mayor of Terry Fox's hometown, and that it's shameful to see the Liberals politicizing our passports. Mr. Speaker, the government is showing that it's completely disconnected from reality. It's shameful to be erasing the history of our country from our passports. Will they do something about it?
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be a Terry Foxer. I'm proud that every member in this House is probably a Terry Foxer. There is no Canadian that people relate to more than Terry Fox. He will never be erased from history, Mr. Speaker. And I want to remind the members opposite who seem to stand here and want to politicize one of the greatest Canadians ever that they said nothing when Terry's statue was defaced on Wellington Street during the convoy.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Order.
Order. Order.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I would urge the Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary, everyone on that side, to repeat what they said to the Mayor of Terry Fox's hometown. Good luck. Good luck. But, Mr. Speaker, in this document, what is the most important thing for Canadians when we're abroad are 4 references to Quebec City. The Conference of Quebec City, the Quebec City, Champlain is there, and so is the man who discovered the north of Canada with his boat. Why is the Liberal government erasing our history from our passport? The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Very important that nobody in this House claims a monopoly over caring for our national heroes like Terry Fox, claims a monopoly over caring about our nation's history. The reality is, over the past 10 years, an exercise to consult Canadians was taken on to understand what people want reflected in their travel document. We have themes protecting, recognizing the different regions of Canada, our natural environment, the contributions of Indigenous Canadians, and of course, improved security features. The Canadian passport is one of the most powerful trackable documents. It allows you access to almost every country in the world. It's something we should be proud of, and we can protect the security of our passport and celebrate our history at the same time.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister meets with CSIS once a week. If you exclude his vacations and his numerous foreign missions, we can presume that the Prime Minister received at least 50 briefing sessions since 2021 when CSIS found out about the threats against the member for Wellington Halton Hills. In all of these briefing sessions, no one would have brought up the matter of the threats against the member? Come on. This is simply not credible. That's impossible to believe. In these 50 briefing sessions with CSIS, how many of them dealt with the threats against elected members of Parliament? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, as our Minister has already said earlier this week, it is CSIS who decides in the context of whether information should be shared with the Cabinet and the Prime Minister. And in Budget 2023, we have invested resources for the creation of a national coordinator to fight foreign interference, to add resources also for the RCMP. That is how we can protect not only our democratic institutions, but also include all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister was notified by CSIS that candidates from his party might have been supported by Chinese authorities, he did nothing. He said nothing. When he was notified by CSIS that members and their families were victims of threats and intimidation, he said nothing. He did nothing. Can the Prime Minister tell this House with a straight face that if the threats against the member for Wellington Halton Hills hadn't come out, he would still have expelled the Chinese diplomat? The Honourable Minister of Interparliamentary Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we have said on many occasions that we take the threat of foreign interference extremely seriously. We have announced measures since we formed government. We have strengthened measures around threats to elected members of Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, obviously, it is completely unacceptable to envisage this type of thing, so we gave clear directives to CSIS to ensure that this information is shared, and we will always monitor as required.
Dundas, South Glengarry.
After 8 years of the Liberals, here's where housing is at in Canada. Housing prices, rent, and mortgage payments have all doubled. And at a time when we need more housing built, the Liberals' own statistics show that they are down 32% in housing starts. The Liberal response is, we're spending record amounts of money. But now we know where that money is going. The housing minister signed off on $51 million in performance bonuses for gatekeepers at the CMHC. Can the Liberals explain why they are bonusing housing gatekeepers when they are failing by every possible measure?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
The Honourable Member knows that independent Crown corporations are responsible for the compensation of their staff. But when it comes to housing supply, we are supporting Canadians struggling with the cost of housing and protecting the dream of home ownership by including things like a $4 billion housing accelerator fund to speed up the construction of new housing, a federal top-up to the Canada Housing Benefit to help millions of Canadians, and a 40,000 first-time homebuyer tax-free savings account. New guidelines to protect Canadians who already have mortgages. All of these measures are helping Canadians, and what did the Conservatives do? They voted against each one of them, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we already know that the Liberals' $80 billion housing plan has only made the crisis worse. In fact, just a few weeks ago, the CMHC has raised government fees on new rental construction. Countless housing providers have abandoned new projects because of the red tape and endless delays at the CMHC. And now we learn that every single executive at the CMHC got a fat bonus. Why do the Liberals reward executives who are actively making the crisis worse?
Good question. The Honourable Minister for the Honourable Minister.
Intergovernmental Affairs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and Intergovernmental Affairs allows me, Mr. Speaker, to work with the mayors of Canada's cities and towns. And one thing I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is that they want a partner that will help them with the housing crisis in their communities. That's exactly what our government has done. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, what we haven't done. We haven't decided that it would be a successful housing strategy to insult the mayor of Montreal, the mayor of Toronto, and the mayor of Vancouver. They want a government that will work with them on the housing crisis. That's what my colleague, the Minister of Housing, is doing, and that's what our government will continue to do, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, maybe that minister should come with me as I crisscross the country talking to community groups who have given up. They come to me in tears because of the disastrous housing policy that this government has presented. And they hand out $26 million in bonuses. How many homes could you build with an extra $26 million?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Explained our housing plan to the leader of the official opposition. You could see from his face that that was the first time he heard of the plan. And when we launched the Housing Accelerator Fund, that same afternoon they launched a half-baked plan that basically mimicked our plan. We're already doing, for the last 2 years, we're connecting infrastructure to housing. We are working with municipalities to speed up housing supply. We've been helping first-time home buyers, and we're investing in affordable housing. The problem is they keep voting against all these measures, and then they get up and talk about how they talk to communities and want to do something about housing, but when it comes time to actually take action, they fail every time, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, abortion is health care. A woman's right to choose is hers and hers alone. And yet, right now, anti-choice militants, supported by their Conservative allies, are meeting here on the Hill in the hope of pushing back our abortion rights. Their objective is clear. They want to restrict abortion up here in Canada. Can the Minister inform this House of the measures taken by the government to protect women's right to choose? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle for her important question. Mr. Speaker, we know what happens when right-wing militants work with anti-choice politicians to try to deprive us of our fundamental rights. Mr. Speaker, all that does is to cut the rights of women, Mr. Speaker, and because our mothers and our grandmothers have fought hard to ensure us those rights. So all women must have a choice, and they must have access to reproductive health services. And so we're not going to back down.
For Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Canadians are out of money, this Prime Minister is out of touch, and soon he'll be out of a job. Why? Because this Liberal government is driving up the cost of living through its inflationary spending and its higher taxes. It used to be that Canadians who worked hard, made the right decision, would get ahead in this country. Unfortunately, more and more Canadians are falling behind. Many low and middle income families and Canadians are paying marginal tax rates in excess of 50, 60, 70%. And as if that wasn't enough, this Prime Minister is going to add another tax, a new carbon tax, on top of a 41-cent per litre tax, raising the cost of home heating and food. Will this Prime Minister finally give Canadians a break and axe both the tax?
The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
We've just gone from the sublime into the ridiculous. Why doesn't the Honourable Member add 80, 90, or 100% tax in this fictitious world that he lives in? I mean, for heaven's sakes, Mr. Speaker, that is absurd in the extreme. I've seen Commedia dell'arte in my life, but I've never seen such a farce in the House of...
I just want to remind the honourable members, only one question at a time. You can't come up with a supplementary while your question is being answered. The honourable minister has 15 seconds left if he wants to continue.
I have nothing to add, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, the Battle of Vimy Ridge united Canada as a nation through the service and sacrifice of 3,598 Canadian soldiers. Terry Fox's Marathon of Hope leaves a legacy that lives to this very day for our nation. And Nellie McClung pushed our nation forward with more equality and human rights as a suffragette leader. But instead of honoring the great moments in our country's history, these Liberals are instead focused on man with wheelbarrow and squirrel with nuts. Mr. Speaker, why is this Liberal government so intent on erasing Canadian history from our passport?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Families.
Mr. Speaker, this is emblematic of how the Conservatives acted when they were in government. They spent more time on symbols than on action, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to our veterans, what did they do? They closed 9 veterans offices across the country. When it came to cancer, what did they do, Mr. Speaker? They didn't make any investments. What did we do? We invested in the Terry Fox Foundation, Mr. Speaker. When the Terry Fox statue was being desecrated, what did they do? They cheered on the convoy. And when it comes to Mr. Women's rights, Madam Speaker, what did they do with Campaign Life Coalition on the Hill? They introduced legislation to make it harder for a woman's right to choose. Give me a break, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 worlds, 2 realities. On one hand, we have a highfalutin Prime Minister who takes luxury vacations at taxpayers' expense, and on the other hand, we have overtaxed Canadians who have to tighten their belts in order to make ends meet and to pay their rent and their bills. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister stop making hard-working Canadians pay for his pricey whims? Because it's wrong. The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Liberals came to the Finance Committee to work hard in order to advance the cause for Canadians, and the Conservatives are continuing their wrong plan to filibuster this committee. So if the Conservatives are really concerned about the cost of living, they should stop the filibuster and work together with us and to pass the BIA.
Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I have heard concerns from many constituents and members of the Pakistani community in Canada about processing times for temporary resident visas for Pakistani applicants. Currently, the IRCC website gives a wait time of 802 days compared to a few weeks for nearby countries. I know the Minister of Immigration is personally engaged on this issue. Could he please explain why this number is misleading and what's really happening with processing for Pakistan?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for her question, for her advocacy on behalf of the Canadian Pakistani community, as well as my other caucus colleagues who recently approached me to discuss this issue. I have good news. Today, an application for a TRV from a Pakistani applicant is expected to take 60 days, and we anticipate very soon returning to the 30-day standard we enjoyed before the pandemic. The reason the website shows an extended period is because we have gotten through such a significant volume, about 80,000 cases in recent months, that we're now tackling applications that were submitted during the pandemic when travel was not allowed. That's why you see inflated wait time on the website, but the truth is things have improved dramatically and people should expect timely resolutions to their immigration decisions.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, reproductive health rights are at risk. Generations of women are exhausted by their continued fight to protect and improve access to reproductive health care. The Liberals claim they're feminists, but they haven't invested to deliver the health care services women and diverse genders need. In BC, the NDP government has taken the important step to make prescription contraceptives free. Why won't the Liberals do the work and make this a reality for all Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad my colleague across the way mentioned BC, because just earlier this week, we were able to announce a $4.2 million investment to Action Canada and UBC so that they can continue to serve women with vital reproductive health care and access to abortion. On this side of the House, we will continue to do everything possible to ensure access to reproductive health care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, as the government shudders in fear over what China may do to punish it for expelling a diplomat, Canada should look at reining in China's ability to waltz in and buy numerous mining land claims. Canadian prospecting companies have no chance of getting claims approved in China which are rejected without reason. But the welcome mat is out for Chinese companies, often thinly veiled arms of the Chinese Communist Party. Canada's Indigenous groups are not even consulted as they see Chinese land claims spring up on territorial lands. Mr. Speaker, will the government send a clear signal to Beijing that Canada is not their personal plaything and that we too will strongly stand up for our national security and sovereignty?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague well knows that we have a very important Indo-Pacific strategy which includes our China strategy, and in there it is clear that we will put a national security lens on foreign investments. And therefore, of course, we have the security of Canadians in mind, at stake, as a priority. And meanwhile, as my colleague mentioned in his question, we will never accept any form of foreign interference, we'll never accept any form of meddling in our democracy, and that's why we declared the diplomat in question persona non grata. Thank you.
Good answer.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for a question period today. It being 3:13 pursuant to order made. Oh, we have a point of order. The honourable member for Northumberland.
There was some surprise when I told the Liberals that, in fact, that some Canadians are facing 50 to 60%. So I would like to table a document from the C.D. Howe Institute that demonstrates that many low middle-income Canadians.
I don't think we have unanimous consent. I'm hearing no's already, but it was a good attempt at debate, though. It being 3:14 pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the motions at report stage bill C-13.
Call in the member. question is on motion 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 2, 3, 5, and 8 to 10. Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
C13 in clause 2 be amended by A, replacing in the English version line 39 on page 2 with the following: ties including by restoring and increasing their demo. May I dispense? B, by replacing in the English version line 44 on page 2 with the following: ties including by restoring and increasing their demo. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Mr. Kuzmarchek.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malello.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Monsieur Sainte-Marie,
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe,
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe,
Monsieur Simard,
Monsieur Simard,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Madame de Bellefeuille,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Thériault,
Monsieur Thériault,
Madame Larouche,
Madame Larouche,
Madame Bérubé,
Madame Bérubé,
Monsieur Désilet,
Monsieur Désilet,
Mr. Julian,
Mr. Julian,
Mr. Blakey,
Mr. Blakey,
Miss Blaney,
Ms. Blaney,
Miss Idlout,
Ms. Idlout,
Mr. Johns,
Mr. Johns,
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. Green,
Mr. Green,
Mr. Backrack,
Mr. Backrack,
Miss Cirillo,
Ms. Zarillo,
Mr. Angus,
Mr. Angus,
Mr. Descharlet,
Mr. Desjardins,
Miss McPherson,
Ms. McPherson,
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands,
Ms. Saint Gulf Islands,
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. The electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. And no hands up. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 316, 316. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare motion number 1 carried. I therefore declare to motions numbers 2, 3, 5, 8 to 10 also carried. The question is on motion 4. Le vote sur...
A vote on this motion also applies to motion number 6. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Blair, moved that Bill C-13 in Clause 6 be amended by deleting lines 23 to 28 on page 5.
Voting electronically is started and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malello.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lew.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
And all those opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter.
If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Aitchison.
I vote yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Aitchison, yay, pour.
Anybody else? Good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 318, 318. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare motion number 4 carried. I therefore declare motion number 6 carried.
The question is on motion number 7. A vote on this motion also applies to motion number 15. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Blair, moved that Bill C-13 in Clause 16 be amended by A, replacing lines 3 to 11 on page 12 with the following. Use of both official languages. Managers and supervisors are able to communicate in both official languages with employees of the institution in carrying out their managerial or supervisory responsibilities, and B, adding after line 15 on page 12 the following.
3.1, paragraph 36(1)(c) of the Act is replaced by the following. C, ensure that if it is appropriate in order to create a work environment that is conducive to the effective use of both official languages. 1, managers and supervisors. May I dispense? Managers and supervisors are able to communicate in both official languages with employees of the institution in carrying out their managerial or supervisory responsibilities. And 2, employees are supervised by their managers and supervisors in the official language of their choice, regardless of the linguistic identification of their position. And C, adding line after line 27 on page 12, the following.
5. Section 36 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 2. 3. Nothing in subparagraph 1C2 abrogates or derogates from the right of a person to hold a position or carry out managerial or supervisory responsibilities in a federal institution if they held that position or carried out those responsibilities in the institution immediately before the coming into force of that subparagraph.
Voting electronically. Okay. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started in the House. We'll now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono. Mr.
Mr. Johari.
Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Fragascato.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Donald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimich.
Mr. Kimich.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Stubbs.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Miss Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Angus.
Angus.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
McPherson.
Miss May Sanish Gulf Islands.
May Saint Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. The electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 419, 319. Nays contre, 0. Aucun.
I declare motion number 7 carried. I therefore declare motion number 15 carried. Madame Petitpas-Taylor, appuyée par...
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, seconded by Mr. Holland, moves that Bill C-13, an act to amend the Official Languages Act, to enact the use of French in Federally Regulated Private Businesses Act, and to make related amendments to other acts, as amended, be concurred in at report stage, with further amendments.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I request a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. McKinnon gets no.
Mr. McKinnon gets no.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Ms. Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Small,
Mr. Small,
Mr. Ellis,
Mr. Ellis,
Mr. Berthold,
Monsieur Berthold,
Ms. Finley,
Ms. Finley,
Mr. Abul Taif,
Mr. Abul Taif,
Ms. Ferrari,
Ms. Ferrari,
Mr. Schmale,
Mr. Schmale,
Mr. Perkins,
Mr. Perkins,
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Viss,
Mr. Viss,
Mr. Cooper,
Mr. Cooper,
Mr. Godin,
Monsieur Godin,
Mrs. Roberts,
Mrs. Roberts,
Mr. Malillo,
Mr. Malillo,
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman,
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman,
Mr. Van Popta,
Mr. Van Popta,
Mr. Lobb,
Mr. Lobb,
Mr. Kitchen,
Mr. Kitchen,
Mr. Muse,
Mr. Muse,
Mr. Waugh,
Mr. Waugh,
Mr. Lawrence,
Mr. Lawrence,
Monsieur Leroux,
Monsieur Leroux,
Monsieur Généreux,
Monsieur Généreux,
Monsieur Gould,
Monsieur Gould,
Mr. Arnold,
Mr. Arnold,
Monsieur Brassard,
Monsieur Brassard,
Mr. McGuire,
Mr. McGuire,
Mrs. Wagenthal,
Mrs. Wagenthal,
Mr. Couric,
Mr. Couric,
Mr. Carey,
Mr. Carey,
Mrs. Gallant,
Mrs. Gallant,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. Patzer,
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West,
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West,
Mr. Morrison,
Mr. Morrison,
Mr. Bragdon,
Mr. Bragdon,
Mr. Williamson,
Mr. Williamson,
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Soroka,
Mr. Shields,
Mr. Shields,
Mr. Terrien,
Monsieur Terrien,
Monsieur Simard,
Monsieur Simard,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Villemur,
Monsieur Thériault,
Monsieur Thériault,
Madame Larouche,
Madame Larouche,
Monsieur Beaulieu,
Monsieur Beaulieu,
Mr. Julian,
Mr. Julian,
Miss Idlout,
Miss Idlout,
Mr. Johns,
Mr. John,
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. McGregor,
Mr. Green,
Mr. Green,
Mr. Backrack,
Mr. Backrack,
Miss Zarillo,
Ms. Zarillo,
Mr. Angus,
Mr. Angus,
Mr. Descharlet,
Mr. Desjardins,
Miss McPherson,
Ms. McPherson,
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands,
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands,
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to confirm that my vote was registered as in favor.
Yes, it was registered as in favor. Thank you, Mr. McLeod. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Nays pour 311, 311. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried. All right. When shall the bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Voila. Okay. Wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 50 minutes. Now we have the Thursday question. The Honorable Député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this has been a big week this week. I would like the Government House Leader to inform us what we can expect this week and next week, which is the week before Riding Week. Thank you.
L'Honorable Leader du Gouvernement.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. Things have been so busy for the House of Commons recently.
Reading of Bill C-13, an act for substantive equality of Canada's official languages. On Monday, Mr. Speaker, we will resume report stage debate of S5, which amends the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. On Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, we'll be dealing with report stage and third reading of Bill C-21, which, as you know, is the firearms legislation. Thursday, Mr. Speaker, on May the 18th, will be an allotted day. Finally, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, I would like to designate Monday, May 15th, for the consideration in a committee of the whole for all votes under the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for the update. I have the honor to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on May 10th, on the 10th day of May 2023 at 4:59 p.m. Yours sincerely, Maya Welburn, Assistant Secretary to the Governor-General. Bills assented to Wednesday, May 10, 2023, an act to enact the Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act and to amend the Customs Tariff, Bill S-211, an act to establish Food Day in Canada, Bill S-227, and an act to amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangement Act and the Income Tax Act, Bill C-46. J'ai l'honneur d'informer la Chambre qu'une communication, donc voici le...
I have the honor to inform the House of the following message that was received. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 10th day of May 2023 at 4:59 p.m. Yours sincerely, Maya Welburn, Assistant Secretary to the Governor-General. Bills assented to: an act to amend the Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act and to amend the Customs Tariff, Bill S-211, an act to establish Food Day in Canada, Bill S-227, an act to amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act and the Income Tax Act, Bill C-46.
The chair would like to make a statement regarding the status of Bill C-243, an act respecting the elimination of the use of forced labor and child labor in supply chains, standing in the name of the member for Thunder Bay Rainy River. On June 6, 2022, the chair advised the House of similarities between Bill C-243 and Bill C-211, an act to enact Bill S-211, an act to enact the Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act, and to amend the customs tariff. Ces deux projets de loi visent le même objectif.
Both bills have the same objective. They seek to require certain entities to report on measures they take to prevent and reduce the risk of using forced labor and child labor in the production of goods and in supply chains.
D'approvisionnement. A long-standing practice prohibits the House from deciding the same question twice during a session. As a result, the chair ordered that the status of Bill C-243 remain pending pursuant to Standing Order 94-1, and that it not be considered until proceedings on Bill S-211 have concluded. Bill S-211 was adopted by this House on May 3rd. The bill subsequently received royal assent yesterday, May 10th. Accordingly, the chair is ordering that Bill C-243 be dropped from the order paper. I thank all members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply. Resuming debate on the opposition motion regarding immigration levels in the name of Mr. Blanchet.
Left this the last time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary had 5 minutes of questions and comments. And I don't know where we were in the sequence, so I'm just going to go. I know. I'm just like, who was next in line? I'm just going to look. We just started. Oh my goodness, we just started. So let's start it correctly this way. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we were at the start of questions and comments. The member for Winnipeg North made a number of interventions in the House today and in the context of this debate. And one of the things he said was how proud he was of some of the French-speaking communities in Manitoba these days and how strong the French language is in Manitoba. I'd just like to remind him that in 1867, when Manitoba entered Canadian Confederation, it was 50% French-speaking in that province. Today, I'd like to see the numbers. I think it's less than 50%, Madam Speaker. I suspect it's dropped below 50%. And the member for Winnipeg North, his last name sounds kind of French, but I don't think he speaks French. Correct me if I'm wrong. So if Quebec were to do like Manitoba when it comes to protecting the French language, where would Quebec be today? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member's being a little bit mischievous here. You know, if we were to take a look at the population of Manitoba back in the era in which he's talking about, our population wasn't that big. In fact, we looked like a little postage stamp. Madam Speaker, the reality is that Manitoba, there's more people speaking French in the province of Manitoba today than there ever has been. And because of the Pierre Elliott Trudeau's multicultural policy and commitment to the French language, today we see a multitude of different ethnic groups that are learning to speak French. French is a language that is loved and cherished in the province of Manitoba today because the national government has played a very important role in its promotion. I come from an era, personally, where, sadly, that French was discouraged. Today, that is not the case. Today, we have people of all different ethnic...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The text of the motion before us today includes a connection between immigration and housing. It's a connection in my home province of Ontario we hear often also. I didn't hear the member for Winnipeg North speak about housing in his speech. Can he speak to how important it is for governments at all levels, including the federal level, to invest more in housing across the board?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that what we could do, again, if I take a look at the province of Manitoba, where our numbers of immigrants on average was probably about 3,000 a year, and we more than tripled that number, and the way in which housing, at least in part, is being dealt with, we need to recognize that it's just not Ottawa. Ottawa needs to step up and show leadership, and we've done that, Madam Speaker, through the National Housing Strategy, hundreds of millions going into billions of dollars, supporting municipalities and the provincial governments. But the provincial governments, municipalities, and the other stakeholders, all of us have to step up to the plate and work together in order to be able to deal with this. All of us want to see an increase in immigration numbers because we see the benefits of a progressive immigration policy, Madam Speaker. It adds so much value to our economy and to our Canadian heritage.
Member for Brampton North.
Speaker. I quite enjoyed the member's speech because I know that the member works very hard and is riding to work with different ethnic groups to work on casework. When it comes to immigration, immigration is so important to so many of our communities and to Canada as a whole. It's important to our economy. I met the other day with the Association of Plumbing and Heating Contractors, Madam Speaker, and it was startling and surprising to hear how many of our current tradespeople are going to be retiring in the next few years, and what a huge gap we need to fill in order to be able to keep up with housing and infrastructure in our country. So I'd love to hear the members' views on that.
Parliamentary Secretary.
It's important to recognize the importance of the contributions that immigrants make to our communities. And again, in Manitoba, if it was not for immigration, our population would have declined. If it was not for immigration, many of the industries that we have there today wouldn't be there. If you take a walk through any of our hospitals, our care facilities, what you will find is that it is actually people of Punjabi heritage, Filipino heritage, and others, Madam Speaker, that are making up the bulk of the workforce there today. So whether it's healthcare, trucking industries, to many of the different professions out there, the trades, you will see that often it is the immigration community that's fueling the supply of labor and ultimately contributing to our economy.
Resuming, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Montcalm, who's a great member. I'm very fond of him. My voice is a bit rough, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say it's because of anger, but it's because of a cold. But I do have a bit of anger when I hear today things said which caused me to ask a pretty simple question, and that is whether it is still possible here to have a critical view of immigration levels without being labeled as xenophobe or intolerant or being accused of being from the extreme right. I doubt it. Immigration is a theme that's controversial and lends itself to entrenched ideological positions, and we all know that. But I think we need to take the higher ground here. And this morning I was listening to the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, who was saying that the Bloc is using this issue as a wedge. They're trying to manipulate the immigration debate. And I found that pretty funny because in his presentation, my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie referred to Gérald Godin. He was a sovereignist. He was the partner of Pauline Julien, and her songs and his poems are part of the culture of sovereignty. They're part of the soul of the sovereignist movement. So I may come back to a poem by Gaston Miron. I mentioned that, and in answer, the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie talked about Gilles Vigneault and his song Mon Pays, and what he said in his song. And that's what I call manipulating the debate. taking a couple of stanzas from the Gilles Vigneault song about building a home similar to one's father's. Well, Quebec is a welcoming society, but it's not a society without a cultural identity, which all these great artists like Vigneault and Godin pointed out so eloquently. So it's all about a culture that we belong to and we need to defend. And I think it's a bit rich to accuse me of manipulating the debate or weaponizing this issue, creating a wedge, when this is what the others are doing for ideological purpose. But I've heard lots of things from the member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie on Bill 21. He quoted from Camus, from one of his works, which wasn't one of his major ones, but a quote about democracy, which is, democracy is not the rule of the majority, but the protection of the minority. Oh, yes, that's true. Camus did say that. But it's pretty disingenuous to talk about that in the context of Bill 21. So I would recommend to my colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie to read other works by Camus if he wants to really understand his position and not manipulate it. So I'm being accused of weaponizing the immigration issue, whereas other people are quite lightly taking positions to the left and to the right of something that they don't even understand. So what I would propose, Madam Speaker, is to take the member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie at his word and quote from Rima El Khoury, who in her work Tout est dans la manière, she said we need to avoid the trap of lumping everyone together. And that's something that happens all too often here when legitimate claims to protect Quebec's identity are made and people accuse those claims of being intolerance and closed-mindedness. To put Quebec and identity together, those two words seem to give some of my colleagues shivers, and I've always wondered, why is that? You know, Madam Speaker, members of the Bloc are suspect from the get-go because we defend Bill 21 on secularism and Bill 96 on language, and because today we're taking the liberty of criticizing an immigration strategy that Gérard Bouchard, one of the great intellectuals of Quebec, has described as being imperialist and aggressive. So no one should be embarrassed of their history and their culture. When minorities, national indigenous minorities, stand up for themselves, no one accuses them of being intolerant or extreme. So why is it any different for us? So there are certain observations that need to be made, Madam Speaker. First of all, the first observation that needs to be made and acknowledged, and I think it's important for everyone here, and that is that Quebec is a national minority. I get the feeling that my colleague for Rosemont La Petite Patrie and some of my Liberal colleagues have never understood that relatively straightforward principle that Quebec is a minority nation. So coming back to the problem of immigration, we can't skimp on our thinking about these antagonistic identities, which are the Quebec nation and the Canadian nation. This antagonism has been there since the very birth of Confederation. There's always been an opposition between these two identities, the Quebec nation and the Canadian nation. And the federal government has always rejected this notion of the Quebec nation. And that has made us even more vulnerable. There was the Laurendeau-Danton Commission that looked into the Canadian model of multiculturalism and bilingualism, and the idea of those federal policies was to give a recognition to one of the founding peoples, the French Canadians, but after the Laurendo-Dunton Commission, the decision was we can be a bilingual country, but we will never be a bicultural country. We're a multicultural country, perhaps bilingual, but this was seen to be the best way of making sure Quebec's claims were never fully granted. So it's a liberal theory, this theory of official bilingualism and multiculturalism. And I'd like to come back to what Miron said. I often get the impression that there's a lack of understanding of our arguments against multiculturalism, because multiculturalism as a theory is a very well-developed liberal theory here in Canada, but it creates two types of minorities: ethno-cultural minorities, and they have to be recognized, but you also have to recognize national minorities. But never here have I seen any NDPer or any liberal or any conservative stand up to say that there's a national minority in this country. There are a number of national minorities, but there's one in particular, which is Quebec. It's a minority nation, and yet many people here boast about defending multiculturalism without necessarily understanding what they're even talking about. So I would say, to conclude, Madam Speaker, that it's clear that this is a debate where there's an attempt to drown Quebec in a sea of newcomers, of immigrants, without recognizing that Quebec should have full control over the immigration system. So they're using multiculturalism and bringing in 500,000, 500,000 immigrants a year, claiming that this is what employers need, what businesses need. But what's being disregarded is the quality and the protection of the Quebec nation. And that is why myself and my colleagues have raised this issue today with this motion, because we condemn the Century Initiative. It's been condemned by all politicians at the National Assembly, all parties. So I will not be called a xenophobe simply for defending my nation. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Timmins James Bay.
Speaker, I think one of the things that we've witnessed in Europe is the very ugly rise of xenophobia, the targeting of immigrants as though that they were a threat to national identities. To hear my colleagues talk about how Canada was going to be, what was the term he talked about, being swamped with these people coming in? I think one of the things that Canada has proven is that we are a nation that is different than the extremist fights that are happening in Europe, because we understand the importance of the different identities in this country. The fact that Quebec has the power to decide its own immigration policy is a reasonable thing. But I would also say, in Northern Ontario, we are more than willing to welcome the 450 million Francophones that are out there who want to come and participate and build a just society. We are not going to say that they're outsiders. We're not going to say that they're a threat. We're not going to say that they're swamping our nation. We're going to say our nation is built on the goodwill of people who come here with the desire to build a better country.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Madam Speaker, this is a perfect example of what I was saying. This is a predatory and arrogant federalism. My colleagues never tried to understand the explanations that I have just given him on multiculturalism. My colleague has never tried to understand what the specificity of the Quebec nation is, because he has a number of preconceived notions of what the Quebec nation is and our nationalism that we demonstrate every day. So he sees Quebec as being a small people who was inward looking. And I remember in the 1960s, this was very common. And so for my colleague, Quebec is just fine with any strong Canada that would dilute Quebec's identity. That's his objective, and we're going to keep pushing it back on that. The Honourable Member for the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to go quite quickly because I want to hear the response from my colleague. I'd like to thank him for his speech. I think he knows that Quebec has an agreement with Canada, and there is significant financial compensation that is transferred from Ottawa to Quebec, which is the only province that receives this type of compensation. And also when we're talking about this financial compensation, I'd like to know whether my colleague is aware that despite the transfer of funds, Quebec doesn't even spend all of it. Could he tell me about that and why it's happening? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, I think there are mistakes being made when we talk about immigration. It goes well beyond funding or compensation. What I tried to explain to my colleague is that Quebec has a very specific type of integration, and what this House has tried to do is to put an end to that integration. The House is going to challenge Quebec's Bill 21. Everyone here is against Bill 96, and Quebec aims to be a French state, a French nation, where and it wants to be secular. So that is what I would have liked my colleague to notice about my speech on not on a matter of money or compensation, the link between immigrants and money. There's another dimension that is very important, which is Quebec's collective identity. But here in this House, no one seems to understand that except us. Very rapid question from the member from La Pointe-de-l'Île. I would just like to come back to what my colleague said earlier. We hear many members in this House. We heard the member from Winnipeg North said that there were more Francophones than ever in Manitoba. I've got data here that says in 71 there were some 71,000 Francophones. That's 6.1%. In 2021, we're only talking about some 40,000 Francophones. And the same thing goes for the French spoken at home. French is declining in general. To come back to what Gérald Godin already said, the federal policy with regard to French language in Canada puts forward the following principles. This is much too long than the time that we have for a question. A very quick response from the member for Jonquière. Yes, well, the very rapid response is we have one single solution, and that's independence. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Jonquière perhaps doesn't have a lot of experience in how this House can sometimes be quite passive-aggressive. Perhaps this is going to calm some emotions, but I have an important piece of my work that I have to get done here regarding adjournment proceedings. We will come right back to you and give you all the time that is required. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, the adjournment proceedings will be
Gulf Islands Indigenous Affairs. Honorable Député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what I was saying is that perhaps he doesn't have this experience. I have already twice tabled a bill that sought for that intended for multiculturalism. This policy should be removed because it harms Quebec's nationhood aspirations, and I received many insinuations, many insults on the fact that it was a racist and xenophobic bill. Madam Speaker, I am a Democrat, I am a sovereignist, and I'm a humanist as well. When a human community is established on a territory, when it possesses a culture, a language, a history, a heritage, when it is motivated by a will to last forever, when it is aware of its specific nature, when it is motivated to survive, and when it is focused around a particular objective, that is where a blueprint for society comes in. I'm hearing things that I shouldn't be hearing. There seems to be consultations. Point of order for the member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I recognize that this subject can be sensitive, but we shouldn't be attacked on the part of James Bay, Timmins James Bay. So, yes, I've heard certain reactions, and I might remind the honourable members that we're trying to have a respectful debate here in this House. So please respect that, the honourable member from Moncton. So that party says it's progressive, but that's pretty shameful what we just heard. So what I was saying is those are the subjective and objective criteria of the creation of a nation, and the Quebec people forms a nation. But unfortunately, this recognition in this House is simply a token sort of recognition, because it's never actually been laid down in the Constitution. And that means that Bill 101, which was necessary, but which was called a Nazi type of law in 1977, allowed the Quebec nation to continue to be able to speak French, and allows it to do so to this day. And near the end of the 90s, I was saying there was already a decline of French, and it's going to continue. There's going to be an accelerated decline of French in Montreal. And so what's happening today on both sides of the House? They're trying to change the Act, the Official Languages Act, by considering the Quebec Anglophone community a minority. But that's what 1982 cost us. What happened then? Why did no Quebec premier ever sign the Canadian Constitution, whether they be sovereignist or federalist, since 1982? Why has that never happened? I'll tell you, because in 1982, our nationhood status was usurped, and so was our status as a minority. So, according to the Anglophones here, what's the minority in Quebec? Well, it's the Anglophones. But so the Constitution considers that there are 10 provinces, 3 territories, and that minorities need to be protected. Where are the rights of the Francophones? Whereas the minority in BC are Francophones, in Alberta the minority is Francophones, in Saskatchewan the same, in Manitoba the same, in Ontario the same, in the Maritimes as well. But in Quebec, the majority is the Francophones form a majority, whereas they have no rights. And that is why they were dragged before the UN. And what did they tell Howard Galganov? They said the so-called Anglophone minority of Quebec is not a minority. It's a community that is part of a Canadian majority, a continental majority. So, Mr. Speaker, I bring this up, but I feel that from election to election, historical and sociological references are being lost. With regard to my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, I would just like to tell him that the Quebec being is seeking recognition of respect for its difference. And as long as this lasts, as long as it is seeking this recognition and respect, it cannot deny the recognition and respect of the difference of the other. And that is why that when there are people who come to Quebec, we want to be able to welcome them with dignity. And dignity is not what was applied to multiculturalism for years. We're talking about cheap labor. We're talking about through foreign credentials or through credentials, people are not able to earn a living. It is not a juxtaposition of cultures that means that we're going to be able to live together harmoniously. And I'd like to underscore here what Boucard, our dear Boucard, National Boucard, he said about multiculturalism. Boucard Ziev said, "We cannot live together if the word together is not truly embodied." And Madam Speaker, I think this person across the way is pushing his luck.
Oui, l'honorable député.
Yes, the honourable member for Mirabel on a point of order. Inaudible for the interpreter. I understand that the member for Timmins, James Bay, needs to socialize, but I think he should do so quietly. Thank you.
James Bay, yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like you to rule on whether we are allowed to walk and talk to colleagues at any point, or if not, because I don't mind staying in my seat, but I thought it was common practice that if we have to speak to a minister about an issue and we do it respectfully, we are able to do that. Would you say that that is the rule of the
Well, that is the rule, and I didn't hear any particular noise, but I'm not in that side of the House, so I can't see what my colleague may have listened to. So please, I do expect everybody to respect the rights of each member to speak and be heard.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. So I'm going to come back to the quote by Boucard Ziev, who is a fan of Quebec society and who says that our society is tightly knit. Now, if the word together is not truly embodied, then it means that...
Honourable member for Courtney Alberni on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I understand people get heated in here and we have issues, but I just thought I overheard a colleague from this side call a colleague on that side a rat. And Madam Speaker, if you look at the record and you listen to the Hansard, I hope that you can observe this and make a decision coming back.
It will be.
I want us to work in a collaborative, positive way in dialogue and debate.
Okay, I've asked us all to be very courteous with one another, but I will take it under advisement and we will look at the Hansard when possible, yes. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
I definitely did. I'm reassured I heard that because I could never believe that my colleague from the Bloc would use such unparliamentary. So is the term rat unparliamentary? Because I believe it is. I think it is a very ignorant thing to say if he did say it. I wasn't sure that he would say it because I was so shocked.
Okay, this I have ruled, well, I have said what will happen. We will look into the Hansard and we will come back with, the Speaker will come back with the decision.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm.
Order, please.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Clearly, the members of the NDP don't want me to read this quote, even though it is universally appealing. So I was saying that multiculturalism is much more about living side by side and then experiencing frustrations. And so the results are far from the ideal that politicians were aiming for. The truth is that multiculturalism rejects the idea of a common culture by encouraging the side-by-side living of many cultures. It advocates cohabitation that is motivated by indifference, than rather by the recognition and respect of our differences, which is inevitably leads to the ghettoization of cultures. And that is why in Quebec, what we want is an intercultural model that is based on three very simple and fundamental principles that blaze a trail that protects the Quebec difference. Madam Speaker, being a Quebecer is nothing like seeming to be a Quebecer. Being a Quebecer is first and foremost a political choice. We can say that we're Canadian, and I respect that. But we can also define ourselves as Quebecers. What we want is for people who come to live in Quebec, we want them to want to define themselves as Quebecers. It is up to them to define themselves that way. And all we're asking for is respect for what defines the very soul of our nation, which is French. We can't bring in 500,000 people per year to Canada and yet not tell them that the official language of Quebec is French. And the other principle that I'm sure you would agree with, and that is important for Quebec, which has gone through its quiet revolution and which managed to separate church and state. And the other principle is gender equality. And from there, everyone in his or her own diversity can come and build our country with us, and that is what we want, Madam Speaker. How is this xenophobic in any way? How is this racist? These are simply philosophically cultural values that form the political basis of everyone in this House, Madam Speaker. I understand that I've run out of time, but I'd like to thank the members of the NDP for having sabotaged my speech.
Le temps vous a été accordé.
You had your full speaking time. I want to assure the member for Montcalm that you had your full speaking time. Questions and comments?
Squee Fraser Canyon.
Madam Speaker, after 8 years of Justin Trudeau, Canada's immigration system... Pardon me. I apologize.
It's okay. I'm here for that. Yes.
The member from Kingston and the Islands.
Little high.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, Canada's immigration system is broken, with a backlog of over 2 million, an average processing time over 20 months. Targets simply won't be met. For skilled workers under the federal stream, in 2019, it was 9 months for processing an application. Today, it's tripled to 27. Why is the government of Canada so slow at processing workers that we need in Quebec, in British Columbia, and across Canada?
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. That is a very good question. Every year, at the same time of year, we have the issue of being able to bring temporary foreign workers, but those are internal administration's issues. We are more concerned here with the Century Initiative because it did not take into account the effect that immigration thresholds and levels will have on the vitality of the French language in Quebec. Yet, the Federalist parties are boasting about how they do feel it's important to defend French in Canada. I think that's a lot of improvisation. Gérard Bouchard, who is a very reasonable person, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Once again, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech today and for his explanation. I would, though, like to reassure this House that when it comes to Quebec, personally, I lived in Quebec for 28 years. My daughter was born in Quebec. I wanted to set the record straight. Now, back to my question for my colleague. When it comes to Francisization or teaching French, Canada transfers significant amounts to Quebec. Unfortunately, over 25% of the Francisization French Learning Fund was unused by the government of Quebec last year. So perhaps the member could explain that to me. Why was the funding not fully used in order to help with the French learning for newcomers in Quebec? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, maybe, Madam Speaker, the money was spent on health, given how little we got in health transfer funding this year.
James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to follow up on the excellent question asked by my Conservative colleague. I have met many. Toronto has a very, very large population from France, professionals. And I've spoken with a number of them, worked in journalism, television. I've asked them why they come to Canada, and they say they're tired of the culture wars in France. They're tired of the xenophobia, the growing alienation about outsiders, and they feel inclusive. But the problem is that if we're inviting people into the country, but we don't have housing, that you can't afford to live, we're failing that. So we have a real opportunity to invite people who are coming from countries where they're tired of the xenophobia to say that we are a welcoming country, but we need to make sure that we're able to utilize these incredible talents that are coming from all over the world so that they can build our society.
Honorable député de Montcalm.
Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, thus far, I don't understand why he mentioned xenophobia. My speech didn't lend itself to being described that way. That said, Madam Speaker, we want to be able to welcome and integrate people well and with dignity. We want people to fully participate in building the nation of Quebec and ensuring that it will last throughout the future. We have a unique history in Quebec that is not shared by Canada because Canada wants to welcome a huge number of people without ensuring that they can give them a dignified life. A brief question, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, we are in a parliament. We want to debate ideas. The member for Jonquière earlier demonstrated how important it is to debate ideas in an proper and democratic way. Now I'm listening to the NDP members, for example, the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. They want to welcome us, welcome people, but warn them against us, say that Quebec is racist. Isn't that one of the most divisive and extreme strategies possible, Madam Speaker? The Honourable Member for Montcalm, in 5 seconds. That's true, Madam Speaker. Despite Law 101, despite 40 years of Law 101 being active and having French as the language of work, English is still 5 times more attractive to people than French in Quebec. And that's reality. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to start by saying that I will be sharing my time with the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I'm asking myself a question here. What is the true reason for this Bloc Québécois motion today? It must be to sow discord or even to start a fight. In my view, that's what it's for. Madam Speaker, what are Canada's real needs? When we hear Canadians talk about what Canada needs, when we hear Quebecers talk about it, what are they saying? I would like to share what I hear being said in communities in Quebec and everywhere in Canada. Quebecois and Canadian employers and employees need skilled labor in all sectors. Now, with the exception of First Nations, we are all descendants of immigrants. Immigration is strong right now in Canada, and immigration is a source of great wealth for us and for Canada. Canada owes so much to its immigrant population. They are hard workers and they integrate into our communities. Today, more than ever before, we need them. The government has a duty to listen to the concerns of Canadians and respond to them. Our plan is realistic but also ambitious. It is based on the number of permanent residents admitted to Canada each year, with targets for overall admission by immigration category. Under the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the minister must table this plan annually to Parliament. The Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship makes decisions about federal immigration levels independently based on the advice of department employees, but also in consultation with organizations, stakeholders, provinces and territories, and in consultation with Canadians. Our goal is to set the best immigration possible for Canada. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, Madam Speaker, I participated in many of these consultations. This is important, Madam Speaker, to mention because the Century Initiative and its recommendations are not necessarily policies applied by the Government of Canada. Economic and demographic growth around the world is compatible with protection of the French language and culture and the French population. Quebec does not have a full monopoly of the French language or culture in Canada, nor are they the only ones to defend French, because the federal government is present and will always be to defend and promote the French language. I'll give you the example of my assistant. He is an immigrant of Moroccan origin who is bilingual and brilliant, who decided to live in Ottawa rather than in Quebec. She did so because she knew that her bilingualism would be an important asset in her job search. And it's thanks to our immigration system that I work with someone so dynamic who helps me in parliamentary debate. And I'd like to say hello to her and thank you. And my assistant is part of the 4.4% of Francophone immigrants outside Quebec who arrived in 2022. 1 year before 2023. So the goal was met, the goal which was in the minister's mandate letter. And the case of my employee is not just an anecdote. French everywhere in Canada is a reality. Francophone immigration, everyone in Canada, is not a dream, but a reality. Francophone communities are increasingly present, more and more, everywhere in Canada. On Monday, Madam Speaker, I had the great pleasure of being in Yukon, where I talked about immigration and the strategic review. I also met those who are responsible for Francophone immigration, and they also speak French. I can tell you that this territory, we are very proud of this. Their Francophone population is growing, and their population growth, Francophone population growth, is strong and vibrant. Now, as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, I have had the opportunity to meet many stakeholders and interested groups who care deeply about the lack of skilled labor. We need a skilled workforce, they say, to remain competitive as a country. Just last night, I was at a table with a business group from Quebec. They're worried. They're worried, and they raised a very important question, which is incredibly relevant to the debate in the House. They asked me whether Quebec will be able to compete for a highly skilled workforce and in order to meet the labor force needs of the future. I'm repeating their question because it was very important, but it also made me feel sad in a way, because Quebec sets its own immigration targets. Quebec has the exclusive authority to select the majority of its immigrants. And under the Quebec-Canada Agreement, the government gives Quebec financial compensation in order to guarantee the French language learning for newcomers. But last year, we found out that the funding for last year wasn't fully spent. 25% of it was unused. So, to summarize, Canada gives money to Quebec, fine, but then Quebec doesn't spend it? Quebec is also the only province which receives an annual subsidy from the federal government for immigration. The total funding includes, in the main estimates, 2023-24, for subsidies for Quebec, it's $726,700,000. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, and I would like to highlight something, as I've stated, I'm very, very proud of our government's commitment and engagement. We have been very committed to our immigration targets. Our immigration levels plan paves the way to responsible increases in immigration targets in order to support three things. First, economic growth. Second, to address dire labor shortages everywhere in Canada and in Quebec too. And third, to respect commitments to those who are vulnerable. The Prime Minister, a few years ago, answered a question and mentioned Saint-Eustache. Someone also mentioned Saint-Eustache today. I believe it was the Minister of Agriculture. It was mentioned that in Saint-Eustache, Quebec manufacturers need specialized workers. So immigration is good for Canada. It is good for Quebec. But perhaps Quebec should join us and work with us in order to understand the importance and massive contributions of Francophone immigrants and immigrants to Canada and to Quebec, Madam Speaker. On that note, Madam Speaker, I will conclude my remarks. In my view, it was very important to make the points I have made in this place today. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary said that what motivates the Bloc's motion is a desire to create a fight. The Bloc Québécois is the only party which represents the voice of the Quebec National Assembly in this place. And the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously and unilaterally decried this House's immigration policies. So the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously invited the federal government to follow Quebec's wishes in order to protect the demographic weight of of Francophones in Canada. And if that's starting a fight, well, that's not my voice, that's the voice of the National Assembly. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I thank my colleague for his question. That brings me back to this side of the House. On this side of the House, I have many colleagues who represent the interests of Quebecers, including my Prime Minister, who is a proud Quebecer, and many members of our caucus are proud Quebecers and feel strongly about belonging to Quebec and to Canada. We will always work with the government of Quebec to help them meet their goals. But today, Madam Speaker, what is important is the fact that in our plan, our levels plan, we want to be realistic, but we also want to be ambitious. We want to really support immigration because we hear Canadians, their needs are pressing. They need help. They need a skilled workforce. And I'm not talking just about employers. I'm also talking about employees who have these needs. Employees in hospitals, in restaurants, in hotels. They need support. And I'd like to thank them because they worked very hard during COVID to help all of us. Questions and comments?
Now, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Merci beaucoup, ma présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Merci beaucoup pour...
Thank you for your speech. I thank my colleague for her speech. In Edmonton Strathcona, we have many Francophone immigrants, and we're very happy about it. These new Francophone Canadians contribute so much to our communities. As the member knows, Edmonton Strathcona is the heart of the Francophone Albertan community. I would like there to be more Francophone immigration in my community. However, the Government of Canada did not reach its Francophone immigration goals. Why not?
Merci beaucoup pour la question parce que
Thank you very much for the question. I would like to restate what I've said in this House previously. For the first time in history, we reached our 4.4% Francophone immigration outside Quebec goal, and we met the goal a year ahead of time. In 2022, we met our objective. But I respect my colleague. I thank her for supporting Francophone immigration, and I thank her for asking me her question in French. But there are two things that we must remember. On C3, I know we're all working hard toward royal assent. I hope C13 will receive the support of this House, but also the action plan. We have a national strategy for Francophone immigration, which is supported with $137 million to help Alberta over the coming 5 years and to help organizations as well so that they can have even higher targets for Francophone immigration. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. I find that when it comes to immigration, we have legitimate concerns. Some Canadians are wondering whether we are ready. Are we ready to meet their needs for housing, for shelter, affordable housing? Are we ready to meet needs for supports? For example, language training, English, French. Are we ready to support the cultural needs of each and every newcomer? Now, I am, of course, in favor of immigration, but the question is, will the Government of Canada be ready to meet the needs of newcomers to Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question because clearly it's not like we're unaware of this concern all around Canada and Quebec. But I'd like to remind my colleague that for the first time in Canadian history, our government has a housing strategy which includes affordable housing, and we want to accelerate housing, and we've even funded accelerated housing to the tune of $4 billion.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. It's always nice to have a crowd cheering of one, at least, in the House. Thank you, Madame la Présidente. And it was wonderful to see you this morning when we greeted the Moldovan President, Mana Sandu, quite an impressive individual, and we wish her much continuing success in her endeavors in Moldova. I wish to commence, Madame la Présidente, with one thing that my parents are immigrants. I'm the son of immigrants to Canada in late 1950s, early 1960s. My mother and the 7 siblings came over to Canada. They came over on via boat, via a famous location in this country, Pier 21, to build a better life for their families and eventually for their children and grandchildren. And Canada has given us much to be thankful for. Canada chose us. They chose my parents. And we never forget that as newcomers to this country. So I wish to say thank you. Madame la Présidente, merci.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'm pleased to rise in the House and provide information to members on the Government of Canada's planned immigration levels. Each year, the government tables in the House the annual immigration levels plan for the following year. Canada's immigration plan is based on feedback from employers, communities, provinces, and territories, and is driven by data. To be clear, Canada needs more newcomers to address our demographic and labor shortage challenges and to secure our long-term prosperity. Under the auspices of the Canada-Quebec Accord on Immigration, Quebec has the rights and responsibilities with respect to the number of immigrants destined to Quebec and the selection, reception, and integration of those immigrants. Therefore, we work in close partnership with Quebec on all things immigration. Without immigrants, Canada's economy and Quebec's would have struggled to meet the challenges of the past 2.5 years. Indeed, many temporary and permanent residents work in key industries such as healthcare, transportation, agriculture, and manufacturing. One of those programs, the so-called Guardian Angel program for healthcare workers, was built with the help of Quebec's leadership. Immigrants have been essential to Canada's post-pandemic economic recovery, which has been among the strongest in the world. This includes Quebec, of course. We also currently have one of the lowest rates of unemployment in Canadian history. However, because of this recovery, we're facing a massive labor shortage right now, with more than 700,000 vacancies across the whole country. Employers from all corners of the country are having trouble finding and retaining the workers they need, which is leading to missed economic opportunities. Permanent immigration is essential to Canada's long-term economic growth. It accounts for almost 100% of our labor force growth, and by 2032, it is projected to account for 100% of our population growth. 50 years ago, there were 7 workers for every 3 retirees in Canada. Today, that number is closer to 3, and it's projected to fall to 2 by 2035. If we don't change the trajectory we're on by welcoming more newcomers to Canada, the future conversations we're going to be having won't be about labor shortages. They'll be about whether we can afford to keep schools and hospitals open. Immigration helps fill critical labor shortages all across the country in key industries across all skill levels. Our plan will help prepare Canada's labor force for today's challenges and those of the future. Canadians already know immigration is one of our country's greatest competitive advantages. To maximize the success our economy is seeing, we have to rely on growth in immigration. In 2023, Canada will bring in 465,000 permanent residents, 485,000 in 2024, and 500,000 in 2025. It's important to note these figures are a long way off the numbers the Bloc is referring to. I would say that this increase in immigration will help Canada get the workers we need to fill critical labor market gaps and build a strong, resilient economy for the future. There are many benefits of being a world leader in immigration and to having welcoming immigration policies. Immigration helps us tackle our demographic challenges, and it supports the stable, reliable social programs we've come to expect as Canadians. As I've said, we do understand that this has to be done with care. The reality is Canadians are living longer and having fewer children. This is impacting our economy, not just today, but in the years and decades ahead. That's why Canada has to increase the number of immigrants we bring in. To put it simply, more immigration means we'll have more people in Canada participating in our workforce, and contributing to our social programs and growing our communities. As the member knows, the Canada-Quebec Accord is clear in the determination of immigration levels. Canada establishes the annual number of immigrants for the country, taking into consideration the number of immigrants Quebec wishes to take in. Under the Accord, Quebec has sole responsibility for the selection of economic and humanitarian immigrants and for the application of federal selection criteria for family reunification. If the members of the Bloc are concerned with the decrease in numbers of newcomers arriving in Quebec or the immigration levels set by the province, then that is a conversation best had with the province directly. Madam Speaker, the main concern of the Bloc Québécois appears to be the work of a non-partisan independent group of Canadians who wrote their own report on potential immigration targets and suggestions. We appreciate and welcome any and all Canadians providing suggestions and feedback on our immigration plan and our immigration system. It's critical for all governments to be engaged with the needs of the people we serve, whether in Quebec, Nunavut, Nova Scotia, or BC. That's one of the reasons that Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, or IRCC, launched and held meetings on the future of immigration. Thousands of groups of citizens and groups and individuals and organizations submitted their ideas on where immigration should be in the next 15 to 20 years. We're not trying to set immigration levels decades out. We're seeking to understand where the needs of employers, industries, communities, provinces, and territories are heading, so we can have the capacity and a modernized immigration system to support them. We've been listening to and working with Francophone communities and Canadians outside Quebec on the challenges of declining population sizes in minority French-speaking communities. The Department of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship have been working closely with the Minister of Official Languages to support the implementation of the Action Plan on Official Languages, which includes strengthening Francophone and bilingual immigration through the Francophone Immigration Strategy. In 2022, we achieved the target of 4.4% of French-speaking immigrants admitted outside Quebec. I look forward to questions and comments, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I always like listening to him because he speaks from the heart. But today I've heard speeches that implied that the Bloc is anti-immigration, which is not at all true. We're not against immigration, but we're in favor of a certain immigration policy. So I've heard a lot of arguments about the labor shortage, but it's always very short term. And also a lot of comments about bickering or squabbling, federal, provincial, but my question is, if a people wants to avoid being drowned by huge levels of immigration, is that such a bad thing? The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodridge. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. My colleague from Trois-Rivières. I think it's very important for our economy's growth, for Canada's economic growth. It's very important when newcomers come to Canada. It's important for there to be housing and social services to meet their demands.
Of course, the province of Quebec and the government of Canada have entered agreements into immigration since, I believe, the early 1990s, and that plan has worked over the decades, and it continues to work. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, rather. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Ontario, who's a man who was born in BC. I believe he speaks Italian and English, obviously. But the fact that he can express himself in French really warms my heart. Madam Speaker, one comment I'd like to hear from my colleague is often people talk about the Century Initiative. They're talking about that a lot. And they're equating that with a federal initiative. But we know that's a straw man. It's just an initiative, one among thousands of groups that submitted their thinking to the federal government. But the federal government has not taken any steps to increase the population of Canada to 100 million people. We have no such plan. Could my colleague comment on that? We're talking about facts here. How can we encourage Francophone immigrants to Canada, for example? The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
My honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, for his comments in the question with regards to how we set our immigration targets here in Canada. Obviously, it is a consultative process. We take in suggestions from numerous organizations and look to employers, the provinces, and what the numbers that we need to have. You know, I view immigration as nation building, as bringing newcomers to Canada that not only want to work, but create a life for their and their families, create futures, and call this beautiful country that we are all blessed to live in home. And I think that's something truly special when Canada says yes to a person coming to Canada, and they know how special it is, and that's what makes our country very unique throughout the world. And I will repeat this again, we are blessed to be Canadian, and we are blessed to call this country home. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Cowachenik-Aski.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask a question of my colleague about the likelihood of actually reaching the targets that have been set. Like my colleague, I'm a product of immigration, and I'm proud of it. Immigration is an essential part of our country, and we can all contribute to building a better Canada. But when we say we want to bring in more French-speaking immigrants, which is something we desperately need in Western Canada, we need consular services on the ground and services here in Canada, too, to support those families. Does my colleague agree that we need to ensure that those services are available? They need to be invested in. A very brief answer.
Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente, and to the honourable member. It's a very important question. And we know here in Canada that settlement services receive much funding from the federal government to help newcomers that come to Canada settle into their communities, quickly understand what they need and need to start working, and the services that are provided by each level of government. And our office tries to assist them as well to ensure where they go to for a driver's license, for example, or their hospital card, or to apply for different services. And we need to continue to do that, particularly for those coming here with, say, with the knowledge of the Francophone language, the French language, going to different parts other than the province, La Belle Provence. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by saying that I'll be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague, the member for Mirabel, who is most pleased to accept, so I won't have to do a 20-minute speech because I've only prepared for 10. Madam Speaker, I often say that I'm pleased to take the floor, but today, unfortunately, I feel like I'm here to discuss a decision, regardless of which government we're dealing with. I feel like this a decision that is anything but the idea of the century. It's an initiative from the McKinsey firm, And what's the idea behind it? That the idea is to increase the population of Canada to 100 million people by 2100, the year 2100. So going back to what the new targets were announced for 2023 to 2025, well, we already hit a record number of 430,000 people in 2022, and then the government said that they want to bring in 500,000 newcomers by 2025. So the Bloc has sounded the alarm about the predictable consequences of such a huge influx of newcomers. And the member for Lac-Saint-Jean asked this question during question period. Does the Prime Minister plan to invest more in French services? No. Will they increase health transfers? No. Will they do anything about the housing crisis to deal with this influx? The answer, once again, no. After the holidays, we learned that the government had radically increased its use of contracts of consulting with the consulting firm McKinsey. And it was one of the people from McKinsey, Dominic Parton, who was behind the Century Initiative. And my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou asked the following question. When it comes to French, you said you were concerned about that. I'd like to know the following. In the Century Initiative, what recommendations were made to protect, develop, and value French in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada? Mr. Barton simply answered, I think the focus, again, on the Growth Council was just on the economics. It wasn't thinking about the social context. It was just about productivity. Productivity. That's precisely what the immigration minister and the Liberal government has been saying all along, too. They didn't bother considering the demographic, the impact on demographics and language. So the government has the same targets as McKinsey, the same reason for increasing levels as McKinsey. The minister stubbornly says that the decision to raise immigration levels to 500,000 per year was his and his alone. Well, we can still ask questions about where the idea came from in the first place. This is clearly a bad idea. What purpose would it serve? People have that are in favor of this have repeated ad nauseum that it's about the labor shortage, and that's precisely what the Century Initiative would address, the labor shortage. But what about the new arriver, the newcomer himself or herself? There's no real thought about their well-being. My colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert said yesterday, massive immigration will only exacerbate the housing crisis. It's a recipe to make renters poorer, to make young people and families poorer, and to cause even greater distress for newcomers who often have a very hard time already finding housing, affordable housing, and so on.
My colleague from Montcalm raised something else today. He rightfully reminded us that the government only gave Quebec and the provinces 1/6 of the health transfers required to meet their needs and offer adequate services. And that we're only talking about the current population. The member from Montcalm then said, well, what did the government base itself on to say that we could care for 500,000 people more per year with 1/6 of the funding required? But did the government answer? No. The same questions could be asked about other services to Canadians and Quebecers, for example, education, and the fact that children of new arrivals will bear the toll of increased pressure on schools. We can rightfully fear that Francophone schools in Ontario won't be able to keep up because we know that there is a shortage of Francophone teachers. People responsible for school boards and unions are saying that the situation is disastrous. The government's immigration targets do not seem to target the interests of new arrivals. They simply seem to be responding in a utilitarian fashion to the calls from employers. But in addition to being disconnected from the needs of potential new arrivals, the current government's immigration targets have harmful and non-negligible impacts on Quebec. This House recognized that Quebec is a nation, but the government has simply left Quebec aside when establishing its targets. The Century Initiative and its targets for Quebec is what we might call a catch-22, because Quebec then has to decide between the lesser of two evils. On the one hand, if Quebec decides to increase its immigration thresholds in order to follow the Canadian trend, it will have immense challenges regarding integrating and franchising new arrivals. And I've already said aussi that access to health, education, and housing services will be endangered. And we might also wonder about land use, the green transition, and the maintenance of the social and economic model that is specific to Quebec. On the other hand, if Quebec decides to keep its independent targets, aside from federal decisions, then it will be doomed to lose demographic weight within Canada, which means that its political clout will also diminish within the Canadian Federation. We know that demographic trends in Quebec are already declining as compared to Canada. Just over 50 years ago, Quebec's weight within the Canadian Federation dropped from 29% to 22%. And that is during periods when Canada's immigration policies were much less ambitious. And this also has consequences on the very face of how powers are shared between the Federation and the provinces. According to former Liberal Minister and Professor Benoit Pelletier, the decline of Quebec's political clout in the Canadian Federation is irreversible, and it goes hand in hand with greater centralization of powers to the federal government, because Quebec is one of the factors that is slowing down this centralization. Madam Speaker, something that was pointed out by the Bloc Québécois is that it is normal and healthy in democracy to hold public debates on important issues affecting the future, especially the demographic future, the type of economic growth that we want, the solidarity system that we want to build. And these discussions include the immigration policy. We're being told that Quebec is free to set its own immigration targets, but as I have said, the federal targets will have an impact on Quebec's very face, and we were not consulted. And we can see this through the three unanimous motions adopted in the National Assembly. We might think that it is that the federal government forgot to include Quebec. Okay, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but the government now knows that Quebec is opposed to the federal will to increase the thresholds. So as of now, continuing in the same vein means ignoring Quebec's will and in a knowing fashion. We could perhaps have said when the Minister of Immigration tabled his new targets in the fall that he was only thinking of economic matters linked to the labor shortage. But after today's debate, if the minister decides to move forward with this, then as the member for Belleuil-Chambly would say, a known consequence is part of the intention, and that translates to a real intention to see Quebec's weight diminish without being able to ensure its language, cultural, and socioeconomic future. And given these two choices that the federal government is trying to impose on us, I do hope that Quebecers will see that there is only one third way to go, which is finally to give itself a country. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, le secrétaire parlementaire au Premier ministre.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Puis j'apprécie le fait que ma collègue a parlé de l'importance de prendre les intérêts de l'immigrant en vue au lieu d'instrumentaliser ou d'utiliser une analyse économique. Alors,
est-ce qu'on a des...
Are there problems with the interpretation? Is the interpretation working? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Should I start again, Madam Speaker? So, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the fact that my honourable colleague from Saint-Jean stated that we should take immigrants' interests into account instead of instrumentalizing the economy as a utilitarian argument. So my question for her is, if we want to ensure, because I'm a Quebecer myself, if we want to ensure the vitality of our French language, if we really want to adopt the perspective of immigrants, then I would imagine that there are hundreds and thousands of Francophone immigrants in West Africa, in the Caribbean, for example, who would love to come to Quebec. And then we can ask them, are they prepared to accept the conditions that exist in Quebec? I do have to give some time to the honourable member to answer. Please go ahead. Well, one of the problems with massive immigration when we're trying to get high-quality immigrants is that we cause a brain drain in their home country, so they need these people as much as we do. Also, when we're talking about Francophone immigrants, yes, we can bring them in, but as I said in my speech, we don't have enough resources to go with this, and we can see in Ontario, whereas there is a shortage of teachers in Francophone schools, a French family who moves here, if they have no resources in Francophone schools for their children, what are they going to do? They're going to send them to the English schools, and the impact on immigration, Francophone immigration, is null and void. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, it is rare that I have the opportunity to debate this with my colleague, but these people who are Francophones, they don't need Francization, and we could attract people who are ready to teach in French and who can offer their services to Quebec. So why don't we just allow those people to determine their own future? Why should we as Canadians determine what they need to do and in what conditions? Let's just let them vote with their feet. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. If the solution was that simple, to bring in French teachers, then why hasn't Ontario done so already? Visibly, there's no acceptable answer because there aren't enough Francophone teachers, and even if the people come and they're Francophones and we don't need to teach them French, there is still the problem of language transfer to the dominant language, which happens even with Francophones. And so if French services are not offered, which is the case right now, then Francophone immigration as such will not solve the problem, nor will the 4.4% that the government is targeting. And that has only happened once in 20 years anyways that the government has achieved that. So we have to be careful. We have to protect Francophones in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East. Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We're talking about immigration. Now, of course, there are many different ways to which we can have newcomers come to Canada and be part of those immigration levels. In fact, currently, there are many migrant workers who are already here in Canada, including undocumented individuals that are already here in Canada. In the very minimum, we're looking at least 500,000 of individuals that are in that category. So, they are here already. They're already contributing in many ways. So would the member actually support the call for the regularization of these very many newcomers who are already in Canada and for that to be contributed towards the immigration levels numbers?
The member for Saint-Jean. Well, either there are so many new arrivals who are not regularized right now is the proof that the immigration machine simply doesn't work. And yet they want to add more people into that machine with regard to undocumented people who already contribute to the economy. I think that's something that we should consider, which is also a solution to the labor shortage. We need an approach that is very versatile, that takes into account that seniors can work with tax incentives, and that we need to recognize foreign credentials, and that we need to bring people back onto the labor market as well. There are many ways to do this. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Jean, who is just as calm as the member for Repentigny, and it's a lovely thing to hear because we're talking about something that is very important. And these are subjects that we need to talk about calmly, and yet that doesn't always happen. we want an immigration policy, but we want a calm debate, and so I would urge colleagues from all parties to avoid these attacks that undermine democracy. And I am talking about the member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie, who for the past few weeks goes to see immigrants and tells them that the Quebec community is one that doesn't want to welcome them. And that is an attitude that should be condemned. Now, we've talked about Quebec-Canada agreements, and they say, well, Quebec controls its immigration. And we even heard from a member who told us that Quebec should stand up for itself. But Madam Speaker, it's true. There has already been a dialogue between Quebec and Ottawa. We first of all we had the Cullen-Couture agreements under René Lévesque because the federal government was afraid of the referendum. Then there was MacDonald Tremblay in 91 after the referendum because the federal government was afraid of a referendum once again. These are agreements that are based on power struggles that turn out poorly for Quebec, whether it be with regard to its weight here in the House or other. And that is why Quebec has been forced historically and that they have been betrayed by the funding for the promotion of the English language in Quebec. And today, they are being rejected by the federal government with its immigration targets that are very high and that fly in the face of our collaborative spirit. I hear ministers, members of cabinet, and I think either they don't understand Quebec's situation or else they don't want to understand it, or they understand it and they don't care, or the Liberals aren't listening to the Quebec members. We talked about a renowned economist, an academic, who said that the Century Initiative targets were bad. So, sure, I want to believe that some people don't understand. And, Mr. Speaker, obviously some people... I can forgive people for not understanding, but when I hear the minister or the member for Glengarry Prescott Russell says that Quebec controls its immigration, so stop complaining and stand up for yourself, well, that is unacceptable because the real policy, and I'm presuming that everyone here in this House have passed grade 1 mathematics. I'm just presuming that, including you, Mr. Speaker. I trust you. So when there are two different targets, when the Quebec government establishes targets for economic immigrants, for example, 50,000, and the Ottawa says, well, the total is going to be 110,000, well, that's the real policy. If Quebec doesn't change its targets and Ottawa raises its own, then the number of immigrants is increasing. And so that is the policy of maximum, and that's just basic math. And that is the very underpinning of this problem between Quebec and Ottawa, where more control was given to Quebec, but then Ottawa raises its own targets, even though we were supposed to contain in that same vein. Originally, we were not supposed to be letting the federal government raise its targets because the spirit of these agreements should be respected, because what good is it to tell Quebec to establish certain targets and then raise their own targets? So I know that the Minister of Immigration is very intelligent. I have a great deal of esteem for him. So is it just bad faith? Especially when he tells us that it doesn't come from McKinsey, because I know that they don't think very fast, but they're saying it's not McKinsey's policy. And they said that we were conspirators. So what did we do? Well, we said perhaps... they asked questions and got some answers, and perhaps that's why they set those targets. So we trusted them, and we asked them the question. We said, when the committee, which was chaired by Dominic Barton, we said, did you do any studies? Did you analyze what was going to happen on the labor force? And with regard to public services and education and the capacity of integration, we asked for their studies, and we realized that we were asking them questions that had never even occurred to them, because we realized that no study had been done. So maybe that's not McKinsey's policy, but when we look at that policy, they don't ask for studies, well, then what good is it? I'm not super intelligent, but it seems to me it's a policy of McKinsey and not of the Liberal government. So when we talk to chambers of commerce, consultants, and business people who have recriminations that are real concerning the labor shortage, but when they forget the collective aspect and when they don't ask questions about that, well, they may think differently than us, but those questions need to be asked, and they did not do so. There's the proof. So all of a sudden we're conspirators, just like John McCallum, a minister and economist who was shunted aside. And yet he's a renowned economist. He's the former chair of the Canadian Economist Association. Just like Benoit Pelletier, he's also being treated as a conspirator in a context where Quebec is a national minority in North America. All of a sudden, it's us who are the conspirators, like Gérard Bouchard, who said that the federal government's understanding of Quebec's culture is zero. But we're the conspirators, right? It's unacceptable. Just like Alain Bélanger, who says that 90% of all immigrants have to adopt the French language if we want to maintain the vitality of the French language. And just like Stats can, choose your indicator, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter. Every single one of those indicators shows that French is declining. But we're the conspirators, right? Like the 125 members of the National Assembly from all parties, nationalist, sovereigntist, federalist. We don't really know what the CAQ is, but we're the conspirators, just like them. Mr. Speaker, when everyone except the Liberal government is a conspirator, I would just like you to tell me, who's living in an alternate universe? I'm trying to understand. I really am. And so all we're asking for is a structured plan. So we tell them that, and they show up, and then they say, well, those new targets are going to solve the labor shortage. Mr. Speaker, if you say that this policy is urgent, but it's going to last for 70 years, I'm not sure that it's going to respond very quickly to the problem. No, we're going to put in place 3-year targets. So we have long-term problems, but we're talking about 70 years. So they don't think of... so this long-term for them is a sequence of short-term events instead of a blueprint for society. So I don't think they're ever going to solve the problem, and that's very troubling. So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying to you and to the colleagues from other parties, and I believe this, and I see it every day, immigration is an immense resource. A resource that is so important that it deserves to be considered specifically. We need to talk about numbers policy, immigration, without labeling or Quebec bashing as we saw today.
The Century Initiative is not the idea of this century. It's an idea of centuries past, that reminds us how Francophones in Canada became a minority, how they were minorified. This reminds us that in order to welcome and integrate immigrants respectfully, we need to consult with Quebec, and there should be full powers and authorities for provinces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. But he and I do not share the same vision, the same view of the situation. Now, here's my question for my colleagues. My riding is not so far from his. In my riding, we have many, many Francophones who immigrate to Canada newcomers who come from West Africa, who come from Haiti, and the percentage of the population that they represent has skyrocketed. And why do those people come to Quebec? It's because they can continue to live in French, to go to school in French, see their families and raise their families in French. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. These newcomers contribute so much to the vitality of my province, of my country. I think that's a good thing. It's positive. So here's what I would like to hear my colleague on. Because for me, it seems very obvious. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Well, Mr. Speaker, I will take advantage of this excellent question by the member for Hull-Aylmer to say hello to all of the African students and students from the Maghreb region who come to Quebec to study. They participate in integration, and I notice through them that they need support in order to learn our culture and our society, which is generous. And we do want to take advantage of all of their skills and help them to contribute to Quebec. But my colleague didn't listen to my speech. We can have different visions, that's fine, but the fact is that Quebec was never consulted, and imposing a different version on someone doesn't make someone democratic. Is the House ready? The question is as follows. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Savard-Tremblay, moves that, given that, 1. The Century Initiative aims to increase Canada's population to 100 million by 2100. 2. The federal government's new intake targets are consistent with the Century Initiative objectives. 3. Tripling Canada's population has real impacts on the future of the French language, Quebec's political weight, the place of First Peoples, access to housing, and health and education infrastructure. 4. These impacts were not taken into account in the development of the Century Initiative, and that Quebec was not considered. The House reject the Century Initiative objectives and ask the government not to use them as a basis for developing its future immigration levels. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion carry or be carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, please rise and indicate so to the chair. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded division. Pursuant to order made June 23, 2022, recorded division will occur on Monday, May 15th, after oral questions.
The Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 7:20. 6:20.
Is it agreed? Eh bien. La présidence est maintenant prête à se prononcer.
The chair is now ready to respond to the point of order raised by the Deputy Government House Leader about Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, amount of full pension, that it be now read a second time, and in the name of the member for Shefford. During the statement, the Speaker welcomed the member to speak to the need that this bill be accompanied or not by royal assent, royal recommendation.
Of the government noted that Bill C-319 would increase the amount of the full pension for Canadians aged 65 to 74 by 10%. This increase is not provided for by the Old Age Security Act. She argued that as a result, this charge against the Consolidated Revenue Fund is not authorized by the Act or any other. L'augmentation du montant de
the increase of the amount of full pension sought by Bill C-319 for all pensioners 65 and over would lead to an increase in public spending in ways that are not currently authorized by the law. So the chair feels that this bill infringes on the financial authorities of the Crown, and royal recommendation would be necessary for the bill to be voted on in the House at third reading. The House will soon complete second reading study of the bill, and then the bill will be voted on.
We'll now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés, étude à la deuxième.
Private members' business, second reading, debate on C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, amount of full pension, standing in the name of Ms. Larouche. Ms. Larouche, seconded by Mr. Thériault, moves that Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, amount of full pension, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, everyone's so excited. Let's calm down. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor for me today to introduce my first bill, Bill C-319, which amends the Old Age Security Act in order to increase by 10% the amount of the full pension to which all pensioners age 65 or over are entitled, and to increase from $5,000 to $6,500 the exemption for income from employment or self-employment that is taken into account in calculating the amount of the guaranteed income supplement. For years, the Bloc Québécois has made the condition of seniors one of its top priorities. Seniors were the greatest victims of the COVID-19 pandemic. They were among those who suffered the most and continue to suffer the negative consequences of the pandemic, isolation, anxiety, financial difficulties. But I don't want to talk about very sad things today, because I want to present seniors as a great force who want to contribute to our society. They built Quebec, and we owe them respect. This bill is designed to improve the financial situation of seniors and is divided into two parts. So in my speech today, I will talk about both parts. First, the part of my bill that deals with OAS increase, and then the second part that deals with the increase in the GIS threshold. Then I will conclude by talking a little bit more about the impact of inflation on the financial situation of seniors. First, the first part of my bill aims to eliminate the current age discrimination. In the 2021 budget, the Liberal government provided a 10% increase in OAS benefits for seniors aged 75 and over. This ill-conceived measure, and a late one, has created a new issue, which is a divide between seniors 65 to 74 and those 75 and up. Seniors are not happy about it. The Bloc Québécois opposed this discrimination, which creates two classes of seniors. Of course, the precarious situation, the economic context, the loss of purchasing power, the exponential rise in food and housing costs do not affect only the elderly, but all OAS recipients. So this measure misses the mark by helping a minority of seniors, as in 2021, those aged 75 and up represented 2.8 million people compared to 3.7 million people aged 65 to 74. This point of view is shared by FADOC and its president, Gisèle Tassé-Goodman, who described the measure as follows. This is a nice intention to help seniors financially in form, but in substance, people under 75 who are eligible for the OAS get absolutely nothing. To date, nothing has been done to correct this injustice, and this bill seeks to end this discriminatory measure. It's not true that the one-time $500 election check for those 75 up in August 2022 was going to fix anything. Some seniors even felt they were being used for electoralism. So the Bloc Québécois is therefore proposing in Bill C-319 a 10% increase in OAS starting at age 65 in any month after June 2023. To give an example, at present, this increase would raise the benefit paid to a single widowed, divorced, or separated person from $1,032.10 to $1,135.31 each month. The amount paid when both spouses are pensioners would increase from $621.25 to $683.38 each month, and this is not a rich life. Now, secondly, with inflation rising sharply and rapidly and the shortage of labor and experienced workers, the Bloc Québécois remains committed to defending the interests and desire of certain seniors to remain active on the labor market and to contribute fully to the vitality of their communities. That's why the Bloc Québécois has, for a long time, been calling for an increase in the exemption rate for employment income for seniors. As early as 2021, during the last federal election, the Bloc proposed in its election platform to raise its exemption from $5,000 to $6,000 to allow those who want to and who are able to continue working without significantly reducing their guaranteed income supplement benefits from the old age security pension. Taking into account the exceptional transformation of Canadian demographics over the past few decades, there are now more people aged 65 and up than children under 15. It is more than necessary to adjust our public policies so that older Quebecers can maintain a dignified quality of life that reflects their choices. The Department of Employment and Social Development released in May 2018, after a broad cross-Canada analysis, a document called Promoting the Labour Market Participation of Older Canadians, Promising Initiatives. After listing the harmful consequences of ageism in the workplace and the difficulties faced by seniors, such as lack of education or training, health problems, difficulty reconciling personal and family life with rigid work settings, the study proposes a number of measures aimed at facilitating the integration and stimulating the participation of workers with experience. Socialization in the workplace is beneficial for combating isolation. Life expectancy is constantly on the rise, and there are more jobs that are less demanding than in the past. So it's hard to understand the choices made by the Liberal government since it came to power. At most, they have been content with meek or one-time measures, as we saw during the pandemic. Currently, the amounts of OAS benefits are not enough to cope with the decrease in purchasing power and the spectacular increases in prices for housing or intermediate accommodation resources. 6 years ago, in June 2017, the Standing Senate Committee on National Finance published a report on the financial impact and regional considerations related to population aging. Everyone agrees that the economic situation of households has deteriorated significantly with the pandemic, and the sudden inflation is hurting Quebecers and Canadians. The findings and solution proposed at the time by the committee in 2017 could not be clearer. They proposed that the Government of Canada, in collaboration with its provincial, territorial, and Aboriginal partners, Indigenous partners, implement measures to increase the participation of underrepresented groups in the labour force and to improve the match between labour demand and supply in order to mitigate the negative economic and labour market consequences of demographic aging. As mentioned earlier, modest amounts have been provided to date, and one-time assistance was offered during the pandemic in June 2020. We recognize these efforts, but we are clear about the indirect impacts of such hastily created support measures and relief measures. Nevertheless, we note the growing distress of small and medium-sized businesses desperately seeking workers, as well as the closure of many businesses and the devitalization of certain communities. We believe that contributions to the tax authorities, tax incentives or income exemption rates on the OAS and GIS do not encourage older people to return to work, as they are deprived of hundreds of dollars a month. Moreover, we must not forget the sad irony of Liberal measures such as the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and the Canada Recovery Benefit, which were considered as income during the pandemic, which had the effect of taking large sums of money from one of the poorest and most vulnerable segments of the population. This grave misstep was finally corrected by the government only in February 2022, after several months of arguments made by the Bloc Québécois to the Federal Minister of Seniors when C-12 was tabled in the current Parliament. At the time, the Bloc Québécois Research Department found that GIS recipients who had received the Canada Emergency Response Benefit lost 50% of their GIS for every dollar of the benefit, and that's a tax rate of 50%. The tax rate is almost double that of the wealthiest people in our society. Yet, at the time, no one notified taxpayers who were concerned about this dramatic impact on disposable household income. During the study of the law, the Bloc Québécois emphasized this major injustice and prejudicial and unfair treatment. The Réseau FADOC described the situation as drastic. Returning to our suggestion, the exemption on earnings and other income would increase from $5,000 to $6,500 per year, leaving an additional $1,500 in the pockets of all claimants aged 65 and over. Compared to the 2021 proposal, the current bill suggests an additional $500 for a total of $6,500 to compensate for the deteriorating economic situation and context. The aim of these two measures, Mr. Speaker, is therefore to increase both the basic monthly amount amounts and their annual working income. As a result, we believe that seniors will be better able to cope with inflation and the current challenges. This is the least we can do to allow millions of people in our society who have contributed to our society to live in dignity. Third, now let's talk about the impact of inflation. Remember that this OAS amount is taxable, that OAS and GIS pension amounts are revised in January, April, July, and October, apparently to reflect the cost of living. These benefits were indexed annually until 1973. At the time, inflation was very high, especially for energy and food, and authorities felt that quarterly indexation would better protect against unexpectedly high price increases during the year. But by the summer of 2020, even the FADOC announced that it didn't even pay for a coffee at Tim Hortons. This is because the consumption habits of the elderly are different from the rest of the population, and therefore they experience different inflation. They experience it differently. StatsCan studied this difference in 2005. StatsCan found that the elderly spend proportionally less on transport, gas, purchase of a new car, but a lot more on housing and food. For every $100 they spend, 56 are spent versus 45 for all other households. So we can agree that that's not luxury, paying for housing and food. But what is the impact of inflation? Well, from 1992 to 2004, the average annual inflation rate was 1.95% for elderly-only households compared to 1.84% for all other households. So once again, seniors are more impacted. Now, I'll refresh the Liberals' memory here. On March 19th, 2022, Liberal MP Kirsty Duncan introduced motion M45. If the Liberal and Green parties are consistent with their support, 14 MPs from both parties jointly supported that motion, then this bill should pass. Mr. Speaker, I will now read the text of the motion because it's worth doing so. A, the House recognizes that seniors deserve a dignified retirement free of financial worries. Many seniors are concerned about depleting their retirement savings. Many seniors are concerned about not being able to live independently in their homes. B, in the opinion of the House, the government should undertake a study on population aging, longevity, interest rates, and register retirement income funds and report its findings and recommendations to the House within 12 months of the adoption of this motion. On June 15, 2022, 301 MPs finally voted in favor of this motion, while 25 voted against, for a total of 326 MPs present. There were just 25 NDP MPs who voted against the motion. Older people living on a fixed income find it difficult to meet their expenses as their day-to-day costs increase faster than their pension payments. OAS is adjusted for inflation approximately every 3 months, while CPP is adjusted in January of each year. But for some people, however, this is not enough.
Les gens ressentent le choc de la hausse du
People are feeling the shock of the 10.3% year-over-year increase in food prices that StatsCan reported in the 12 months prior to September. Food prices rose faster than the CPI, which rose 6.9% year-over-year in September, according to StatsCan. I was meeting with the Salvation Army this morning, and they too said they had observed, like many others, that requests for food assistance have doubled and that a good portion of these requests are coming from seniors. It's incredible to think that this is the first permanent increase in the OAS since 1973, in almost 50 years, that isn't inflation-related, or it would be a first. Hopefully that would help seniors who are growing in numbers of food bank users. The federal government in the summer of 2021, a month before the election, cut a $500 check to eligible seniors to help them deal with affordability problems associated with the pandemic. But it's going to take a much more long-term vision, not just a one-off check. Because aside from the increase for indexing, the full OAS for 65 to 75-year-olds remains unchanged at $666 a month. With such a low monthly income, it's not surprising that Canada has the generation of retirees with the greatest inequities and even the greatest injustices. Since the 2019 election, the Bloc has been calling for an increase in the OAS for all seniors, starting at age 65, and calling out the discrimination against those aged 65 to 74. So this bill is simply a logical extension of our position. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to thank Gisèle Tassé-Goodman of FADOC, Pierre-Claude Poulin of AQDR, and Diane Dupéré of AQRP for their support for this bill. They, like me, are simply the spokespeople, listening to the stories of seniors on a daily basis, not to mention all the seniors groups that have sent me messages of support from all over Quebec. This bill C319 is a minimum that we should do for them to give them a little helping hand. And one last thing. I hope the House will realize how important this bill is. It's not a luxury. It's a necessity. It's just common sense to help seniors to live with dignity. And if I go by the comments I've heard to date, seniors all over Quebec, all I can say is, let's work together. There are similar motions that have been passed. I'm thinking of our motion on an opposition day to call for an increase in the OAS. Only the Liberals voted against it. This time, I extend my hand to them. Let's put an end to this injustice you created and vote and pass C319. Once again, it's a question of dignity for our seniors. Thank you very much.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Honourable Member for her speech. I first met her when I was moving a bill through the House of Commons called S211 on sickle cell awareness. And I know she cares. I know she's a good MP and she cares about people. But, you know, she talks about supporting seniors. Yet the Bloc have voted against seniors in this House for years. They voted against taking the age of eligibility for retirement benefits from 67 to 65, and they voted against that. I'd like to ask the member why she felt that seniors should have to work 2 more years to access the benefits that they deserve, that they contributed to for decades, and that just surprises me for someone that cares so much about seniors that they would vote against seniors on a regular basis.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, before my colleagues tease me anymore, I talked about this bill not being a luxury but a necessity. That said, Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether my colleague isn't misleading the House because the Bloc never voted against those aged 65 to 74. Where's this coming from? We're not questioning the benefits for people 65 and over. We've never questioned that. I wonder if he's not misleading the House, or is he trying to is he mixing us up with the Conservatives who did do that? So there you have it.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Comments? 3 minutes d'en reste, hein?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my esteemed colleague and friend, the Honourable Member for Shefford, for all the work she does to defend seniors and their rights here in this place, in this Parliament. No one in this place works as hard to defend seniors, and certainly not the Parliamentary Secretary, who's supposed to be their champion. Nobody works harder than the member for Shefford. I'd like to ask her what she's been doing since she was first elected to this place. Could she remind us everything she's done with groups and leading all the way up to this bill to defend the dignity of seniors here in this chamber? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, do I still have 15 minutes left? No, it's... Seriously, though, it's not just me. It's a number of my colleagues who've worked with me on the file of seniors. When the Bloc first got here in December of 2019, when I first got here, the Bloc was already questioning what the government was doing for seniors. And it was so unfair to increase the OAS only for those 75 and older. That was the starting point, and I see my colleague for Joliette behind me all the way. We met with seniors on pre-budget consultations before the pandemic, and then the government announced all kinds of assistance for people, but we constantly pointed out where seniors were being left out. And there was a tiny little increase for seniors because the Bloc was pointing out the discrepancy. Every time there's been a shortcoming, the Bloc has stood up in the budget consultations, and countless times I've asked questions from 2019 to 2021, and after that I've asked the Minister for Seniors because there was a change in ministers. We've always asked questions. We've always stood up, And once again, this bill, the reason why we're presenting this bill is because we want further assistance, and I hope this time this bill will get Liberal support. I'm extending a hand to the Liberals. This is their chance to correct the injustice. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This point has repeatedly been made, and my colleague does a good job of dealing with it. But there's a counter-argument. They say about pension benefits. But when it comes to the net replacement rate, according to the OECD, the average was 55.7% of retirement income, whereas the OECD is 56%, and for the European Union is 63%, the income replacement rate, which means that in Canada, seniors are treated less favorably than the average for the OECD and the European Union. What does my colleague think of that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree fully. The OECD could do better in terms of supporting seniors, in terms of their replacement income. Wages are going up faster than the OAS, and the Conservatives are pretty mum on this issue. But seniors shouldn't be allowed to sink further into poverty. And at the end of the month, they're forced to make difficult choices because of some can't have to choose between paying the rent and having enough food to eat. And their overall situation is deteriorating. This will have costs for our healthcare system and costs for our overall system. And the Liberals should have thought about this when the calls were made for increased health transfers. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to participate in the second reading of debate on Bill C-319. I would like to thank the member from Shefford for sponsoring this bill. Private members' bills, Mr. Speaker, play an important role in focusing parliamentary attention on issues of concern to Canadians. Last spring, Mr. Speaker, for instance, we had bills on mandatory immunization, employment insurance for adoptive parents, school food programs, and just recently a bill to amend the criminal code for vulnerable adults. Mr. Speaker, seniors are the backbone of Canadian society. They are our parents, our grandmothers, our grandfathers. They are our mentors and loved ones. They are our former teachers, our bosses, our leaders. Seniors built our amazing country, and they deserve to live out their retirement without worrying about their financial security. And I want to speak today to all the measures that our government has delivered that support Canadian seniors. Mr. Speaker, increasing old age security by 10% for seniors over the age of 75 was the right thing to do because it was delivering targeted support to those who need it the most. We know that the older seniors get, the more likely they are to experience higher costs due to the onset of illness or disability and increased health-related expenses. You know what, Mr. Speaker? The facts and data support our government's decision. Because here on this side of the House, unlike some of the other parties in this place, we make decisions based upon data and facts. So let's turn to the numbers to get an idea of how our government's plan has been effective in ensuring that taxpayers' dollars are hard at work supporting those who need it most. In 2020, 39% of seniors aged 75 and over received the Guaranteed Income Supplement, compared to 29% for those aged 65 to 74. There are also more women in the over 75 age group than men, and there are more Canadians with a disability in that age group as well. According to the Canadian Survey on Disability in 2017, 47% of seniors over the age of 75 had a disability, compared to 32% under the age of 75. This evidence tells us that seniors over the age of 75 are more likely to be in vulnerable circumstances, meaning that they are more likely to need additional support. And so that is exactly what our government delivered. Conscious of the facts, Mr. Speaker, our government made the responsible decision to make an historic increase to the old age security pension for seniors aged 75 and older. And let's be clear, this was a huge win for seniors. This change represented the first increase to OAS in 50 years, Mr. Speaker. This policy has helped approximately 3.3 million seniors. They received more than $800 extra over the first year of the increase, and the benefit, of course, is indexed to rise with the cost of living, so it will continue to go up. But we didn't stop there. Since 2015, we have implemented a range of targeted actions that have not only contributed to the lowest poverty rates amongst seniors in Canadian history, but have also positioned Canada as one of the countries with the lowest poverty rates in the world for seniors. In fact, one of the very first things our government did after we were elected was reverse the reckless Conservative plan to increase the age of retirement. Immediately, we lowered the age of eligibility for OAS and GIS back from 67 to 65, allowing Canadians to retire sooner. This put hundreds of thousands of dollars back in the pockets of Canadian seniors. Mr. Speaker, C-29 was the Budget Implementation Act in 2016. When you look at the voting record, the Conservatives voted against it, the Bloc voted against it. That's where that reduction, that return from 67 to 65, that's where that vote was in 2016. We also raised the guaranteed income supplement by almost $1,000 a year, which helped nearly 1 million vulnerable single seniors. And we know that many seniors want to continue to work past retirement. That's why we extended eligibility for the GIS earnings exemption to include self-employment income and increased the exemption by over 40% to enable seniors who wish to continue working to do so. On top of all of this, we are ensuring that those benefits keep up with the cost of living. In fact, over the past year, OAS and GIS have actually increased by 7.1%, while CPP and QPP have increased by 6.5%. We're proud of our record, Mr. Speaker, which shows that year after year, we have strengthened seniors' financial security while lifting hundreds of thousands of seniors out of poverty. But of course, there's much more work to do. And that's why we're bringing the largest expansion of health care in 60 years, providing uninsured seniors access to high-quality dental care. I sincerely hope that the member across the way that is moving this bill will vote for our budget so that she can support seniors with dental care. Mr. Speaker, we're always better when we work together. I encourage members across the way, including the Bloc, to work with us to support seniors in Quebec and across Canada. Because, Mr. Speaker, time and time again, Bloc members are choosing politics over supporting seniors. Just look at the voting record. I'll go for a few more examples. Just mention the dental care for seniors. They've already voted against the early stages of the budget. I assume they're going to vote against the budget when the budget is ready to be voted on. Lowering the age of retirement, again, C-29 in 2016, Budget Implementation Act. Strengthening the GIS, also voted against it. Our OAS increase that supports most vulnerable seniors, they voted against it. But don't worry, Mr. Speaker, while opposition parties are playing political games, we're going to stay focused on delivering real results for seniors from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, Canada's population is aging. Seniors are the fastest growing demographic, and we need to be thoughtful in our approach to support them. And we will continue to be proud of the record that we have in supporting seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's always a privilege to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. Today, I'm speaking on Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, first let me start by saying that our seniors deserve our respect and gratitude. They have worked hard to build our country, serve our country, standing up for democracy and freedoms, raise families, start businesses, contribute through their careers over decades, volunteer and serve and contribute to our communities in so many ways before and during retirement. We all owe them a debt of gratitude for all they have done over their lifetime. We also need to fully recognize the cost of living challenges facing our seniors now, including the affordability of retirement. As we age, seniors can face many challenges, including financial insecurity, health issues, and social isolation. I hear increasingly from seniors deeply concerned about their ability to maintain the quality of life they expected when they were younger. That is why Conservatives are committed to ensuring seniors are top of mind when considering policies that will affect what was supposed to be their golden years. According to Statistics Canada, in 2019, over 1.6 million Canadian seniors were living in low-income households. That's more than 15% of the senior population. This was even before the 40-year record high inflation and before the unprecedented increasing of interest rates 8 times in 1 year by the Bank of Canada. Not all seniors have paid off their mortgages, and this is creating a crisis for many. Many seniors are struggling to make ends meet, and many are forced to choose between paying for necessities like food, fuel, shelter, and medication. And I hear this all the time in my community. One senior I know who lived on the edge of town had to sell his home because he simply could not afford the gas to heat his home and to drive his vehicle. It was heartbreaking for him, and I just talked to him the other day and he said that he was depressed. Of course, I encouraged him to reach out and seek help as I was genuinely concerned about him. Another reached out to me to say he can't afford to visit family and his quality of life has diminished. Another said he can't afford to replace his vehicle. One key part of this legislation proposes to increase the Guaranteed Income Supplement earnings exemption. To be clear, this won't help everyone. However, this increase will help seniors who are able to and want to work, to continue to work with keeping more in their pockets than they would have been able to because their earnings would have basically been clawed away. By increasing the GIS earnings exemption, we can help to alleviate some of these challenges for some people and ensure that more of our seniors are able to sustain and for some perhaps enjoy a more comfortable and secure retirement. Now, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives believe that seniors who have worked hard and contributed to our society throughout their lives deserve to retire with dignity and financial security. However, many seniors are struggling to make ends meet and are facing a cost of living crisis. The Made in Canada inflation by the high tax, high debt, high spend Liberals has hit seniors the hardest. There are some that are hit. There are many people in our society, but seniors, especially on fixed incomes, are some that are hurting the most. They are forced to choose between a warm home and a full fridge. Food bank usage across the country, including in my community of Kelowna Lake Country, are up over 30%. I heard from a senior recently from my community who said he usually donates to the food bank and now he can't believe that he's a client. Liberal financial policies have led to higher inflation. And this has been stated by the former governors of the Bank of Canada and by the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Seniors' retirement income is simply not keeping up with the pace of the cost of living crisis, which is cutting into the savings of many seniors. High inflation rates, interest rate hikes, and tripling of the carbon tax, which affects the price of groceries, gas, and home heating, is the real record of this Liberal government on seniors. It is the responsibility of the government to reward work, and especially the work done by seniors. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives oppose severe clawbacks on seniors' GIS benefits for those who are able to and want to work and choose to work. Increasing the earnings exemption is only fair at a time when so many seniors need cost of living relief and a sense of connection with their community. Many seniors feel increasingly isolated in their own towns and cities, and some have struggled with financial insecurity because of the record inflation. According to a study by the National Institute on Aging, 72% of Canadians aged 70 years and older became more concerned about their financial well-being in the last several years. Labor force participation of seniors can bring value to organizations through experience and mentorship, help with succession planning, and maybe for some mitigate social isolation if seniors want to and are able to and choose to work. The Liberals' choice to disincentivize work also comes during a countrywide labor shortage. A recent Auditor General's report on pandemic programs clearly laid out how, as restrictions were lifted, the programs continued disproportionately and disincentivized work. Help wanted signs have become all too frequent as a sight in small businesses and not-for-profits, becoming desperate for the manpower to provide the goods and services that they need. Now more than ever is not the time to punish work. Working should be rewarded, and this is common sense. Why tax away a senior's income if they're able to and want to work? Seniors are integral in sharing their knowledge and expertise with younger workers through mentoring programs, internships, or other training opportunities. This can help to develop the skills of the next generation of workers. On this side of the House, we're committed to standing with seniors, and we believe that this increase to the GIS earnings exemption is a step in not taking their ability to earn an income if they are able to, choose to, and want to, and without it being taxed away. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate our commitment to our seniors and ensuring that they have the financial security and support they need to enjoy their retirement years. We believe increasing the Guaranteed Income Supplement, the GIS earnings exemption, is one step in reaching this goal. This will help seniors who are able to and choose to and want to work, such as having a part-time job, which can keep more of the money in their pockets without affecting other benefits. This increase will help to ensure that low-income seniors have additional income to meet their basic living expenses, again, if they want to, are able to, and choose to work. It will reduce the impact of clawbacks. And why are we punishing seniors? As Canada continues to face a labour shortage, the government cannot continue to be a gatekeeper of economic recovery. We must make sure that work is rewarded and encouraged, not punished, if people want to work and choose to work. I also recognize the value of intergenerational connections and the importance of seniors remaining active and engaged in their communities. That's why Conservatives support policies that encourage seniors to share their knowledge and skills with younger generations, through work mentoring as well as through volunteering and community programs. In conclusion, we're committed to honoring and supporting seniors in Canada. We will continue to work towards policies that promote financial security, that don't penalize seniors, and which promote meaningful connections for our valued seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The debate continues. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very honored to rise, as always, for the people of Timmins James Bay on a very, very important issue, which is the situation facing senior citizens in this country and the systemic failure to ensure that those who built this nation are able to retire and live in the dignity they deserve. You know, I was just speaking today with the head of the Cochrane Food Bank because we're attempting to get supplies of food up into Fort Albany First Nation that's been under an evacuation and flooding, and they tell us the shelves are empty. And if you go into the grocery stores in Northern Ontario, the bins where people used to fill up with food, those bins are nearly empty. The cost of living crisis is hitting seniors more than anyone. And they have nothing to show for it other than these incremental increases that might buy them a Tim Hortons coffee, but is not going to put food on the table at this time. We have to look at this in a larger picture, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the absolute failure when seniors needed us, the people who raised us, built our society, brought us up from being children to adults, and when they needed us, we weren't there. I look at what happened in COVID, in long-term care, the privatized long-term care facilities, the absolute squalor that elders were left in and died in, so bad that the army was sent into Quebec in order to try and keep people alive. I mean, you send the army into disaster zones. You should be sending them into facilities that are run by provinces to protect and to look after senior citizens. We saw this in Ontario, where the death rates in the privatized care homes were staggeringly high, and afterwards, Doug Ford built this iron ring of protection around all those investors so they wouldn't be held accountable for failing to keep seniors alive during the pandemic. You know, Mr. Speaker, I was talking to a widow today who needs to get her teeth fixed. She has a right to have dignity. She doesn't have to get, the plates put in. She wants to have her teeth fixed. It's an $8,000 bill. She's a widow. And we have the Conservatives filibustering and trying to stop seniors from getting dental care. And the Bloc Québécois are supporting the attack on senior citizens in this country from getting dental care. I can't think of anything more shameful than that, because, I don't know if the Bloc or the Conservatives ever knocked on a door, but when I knocked on door after door after door, I talked to seniors who said to me, I can't afford to have my teeth fixed. Some people might think that's not that important, but that is so important for your dignity, for your sense of health. This is why New Democrats pushed for a national dental care plan that this year will include senior citizens. So the Bloc and Conservatives can fight this all they want, but we will make sure that by the end of this year, we can phone those widows back and say, that $8,000 bill you're facing that you can't afford to pay, it will be paid because you deserve it, and you deserve better. We are very interested in Bill C-319. I remember and this issue of fixing the shortfalls in the pensions, but obviously it doesn't go far enough. I remember just a few years ago when Stephen Harper flew to Davos, to the World Economic Forum, where he announced the Canadian seniors, they were just getting it a little too good, and he was going to increase the age of the old age pension. He didn't bother to tell Canadians that. He went to tell the world's elites at Davos, at the World Economic Forum, to tell Klaus Schwab, to whisper in his ear, Canadian senior citizens are getting too good a deal. I'm going to raise the age. And the Liberals ran on, we're going to fight that. We are going to make sure that we restore the age. And then the Liberals, what did they do in their budget? They created 2 classes of senior citizens. They told all our senior citizens, 74 and under, tough luck, get by, it's not too bad. You got your health. We're going to give a small incremental increase to those 75 and older. I was recently, just before inflation hit, I was underground in a gold mine in Timmins. And that's tough work. And I met a 70-year-old man working the jackleg drills. And you have to be in the best health to run a jackleg drill because it does massive destruction to the body. And he told me at 70 years old he had to go back underground to work the drills because he couldn't afford to look after his sick wife. That's the situation in Canada. So to say that, he's under 75, he doesn't need a top-up on his pension is an insult. But it's also an insult to say that if we just top up 65 to where they are at 75, that will get people through in a time of high inflation. It's not going to get them through. Any senior citizen will tell you that. What we need, Mr. Speaker, are much broader systemic changes to deal with an aging population in a way that we have failed. Certainly the issue of access to dental care is an important first step. We need a housing strategy that works. It's not a housing strategy where, the member for Stornoway, who lives off the taxpayer's dime with his personal chef, goes on about all the gatekeepers stopping building. He's attacking the municipalities for being gatekeepers. That's not going to get us housing. What we need are seniors housing. We need a national plan to actually build seniors housing. That's cooperative housing. That is reasonable housing. The Liberals promise it. Oh my God, you've never seen so much promises on housing. But they're just, where are they? We just never see it. So it's a systemic failure there. But in terms of the inability of people to feed themselves in a time of high inflation and the pitiful amount of money that they get in old age security, this is a broader, more systemic issue that has to be addressed. We have to rethink CPP. We have to look at the ability of people while they're working to add into their own old age security funds so that if they're working and saving, that fund will go with them wherever they retire. And that, contrary to the member for Stornoway, which, by the way, has a 19-room mansion, who calls that a tax. Investing in pensions is not a tax. The Conservatives keep saying that because they don't want to put the basic funds in place to have a proper pension. But we need to look at a proper funded pension system. So I look at Bill C-319, and certainly we'll support it going forward. It's an incremental step. It's a baby step along a long path, but it doesn't get us there. What gets us there is saying that we cannot live as a society with values where seniors are out on the streets begging, which I see on Elgin Street now, senior citizens, widowed grandmothers begging on the streets because they can't pay their outrageous rents. They can't pay the costs at the grocery stores. There's not enough in their pension. So I think we need a broader discussion, and it should be a discussion that's across party lines. How do we reform CPP so people can make the investments into a public pension? Not a privatized RRSP. I know a lot of people who tried to put money into RRSPs. They tell me they're never ever going to be retired. It'll never be sufficient. So we have to address those shortfalls, because we have to send a message now, and it's an important message to send to senior citizens, to admit that Canada has failed them. That Canada is failing them, but Canada is not going to continue to fail them at a time of high inflation, of high cost, of high rent, of high medical and needing access to whether it's pharmacare and dental care. That Canada will do for them what they did for us, which is that they held us in their arms, they raised us, they took on immense sacrifices so that we could be the society that we are today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue. L'honorable député de Mont.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At 7 o'clock, since there are no questions or comments in this type of debate, well, certain colleagues do some heckling, but I would first like to recall the goal of this bill, because it amends the Old Age Security Act, amount of full pension, because all retirees have a right to this. And second, to determine the amount of the GIS from $5,000 to $6,500. That is so that it does not affect the GIS. And in this regard, Mr. Speaker, speaking of the GIS, the Bloc Québécois has waged quite a battle since it was elected to this House way back in the 1990s to ensure that more and more Quebec seniors are entitled to the GIS. Many seniors didn't even realize it. And so we made sure that they were aware of it and that they knew that they were entitled to it so they could collect it. Now, the Minister of Finance back in 2016, well, we had reviewed how the GIS was working, and we noticed that once again, many, many seniors who were entitled to it were not receiving it. And when we were doing budget consultations, along with myself, my colleague from Montcalm, and my colleague from Repentigny, we said anyone who is entitled to the GIS should be automatically registered and should receive the GIS. That's the Bloc Québécois who achieved that. And the Minister of Finance said, you're right, it should be like that, and we're going to set that up in 2018. But once again, only last year, in my local riding, there were still seniors entitled to the GIS who were not getting it. So there are still people falling through the cracks. Now, that being said, just on April 6th, 2023, so not long ago, Michel Girard, who everyone knows, he's a longtime economic columnist, said that almost 410,000 people age 65 and over were living with an income below the poverty line. It's unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. This means that 53% of people living alone are living on an income below the poverty line. So we're seeing an impoverishment of our seniors over the years. And we have to remedy this, especially in this inflationary context, especially in a pandemic context, a post-pandemic context. But the issue, Mr. Speaker, that underpins this bill is social autonomy of seniors. When we talk about the autonomy of seniors, I've mentioned this very often, but I want to point it out here. Autonomy of a senior cannot be reduced to physical autonomy. That's not all it involves. Obviously, there are people who are becoming incapacitated in terms of their mobility, but that doesn't mean that they're not autonomous in other ways. Autonomy, neither can autonomy be reduced to social autonomy. Often, though, we as a society are undermining seniors' social autonomy because what is that? Well, it's income and it's the way we allow them to continue to be active in society. So, and ageism exists. And the more people get closer to retirement and they're trying to prepare for it, where they've contributed all their lives to society through work and community activities, well, and yet more and more they are excluded from decision-making roles. If it wasn't for senior advocacy groups, for example, FADOC and so forth, Mr. Speaker, seniors would be doing very poorly, and I thank them and I commend them. And I also commend my colleague from Shefford because she is a member of Parliament who, as soon as she took over this file, showed remarkable leadership, Mr. Speaker, remarkable. She rallied all of the networks, the advocacy networks, and she made sure that they all work together to achieve this. So I hope the government will listen to reason.
A senior's autonomy is not just their cognitive autonomy, their cognitive capacity. And there are a lot of stereotypes. 20% of seniors have cognitive difficulty, but 10% of those issues are reversible if proper care is given. So seniors can work, and some cognitive decline is reversible because isolation can cause cognitive decline. Seniors living below the poverty line, they need help. As we age, Mr. Speaker, what we don't want to happen is to lose moral autonomy. Moral autonomy refers to a human being's ability to make a decision which is fair, to have decision-making capacity and practical judgment. We don't acquire that by age 20 or by age 30. We acquire and develop moral autonomy throughout our lives. That's why we need to make more space in society for seniors, because they can show us the way if we listen to them and if we don't push them aside. because we feel they're unnecessary due to ageism. And we shouldn't push them aside by decreasing their income and their means of having a decent life. A senior who is financially secure is a senior who will fall ill. Financial illness leads to physical illness. Now, on an economic level, financially, we need to take care of seniors. We need to give them more than the bare minimum. Then our society will be healthier. There will be less illness among seniors than in society. It will also cost less for us. And seniors will be happy. What's more important than that? What's more important in life than to have a meaning in life? We are all seeking happiness, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day. So I make an appeal to honor, justice, and fairness from all parliamentarians to support my colleague's bill. We should do so for all seniors from coast to coast to coast, and especially Quebec's seniors, so that they can have at least the bare minimum. There is consensus among advocacy groups in support of what we are calling for. And this is the bare minimum, Mr. Speaker, the bare minimum for seniors to be able to breathe a bit. Thank you very much. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion. Just about 4.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always an honor to rise in this House to represent the good people of Windsor-Tecumseh, and especially on an important issue as the one we're debating here today. And so I am absolutely pleased to participate in the second reading debate on Bill C-319. And I'd like to begin by thanking the member of Shefford for sponsoring this bill. I think the bill the member for Shefford has put before us today is an excellent example of focusing parliamentary attention in the right way on an issue that matters to Canadians. Understandably, Canadians care about seniors. They built this country and now deserve to live out their retirement years in financial security. But it's more than that. Discussions about improvements that better support everyone who is aging in Canada means all of us. The future of aging in Canada is, after all, everyone's future. Mr. Speaker, my colleague has already explained why Bill C-319 doesn't flow from the demographic evidence that we have, and showed that it would work against us in a few ways. And so I'd like to use my time to talk more generally about all of the ways that our Government of Canada has supported seniors financially over the past 8 years, as demonstration of our ongoing commitment to ensuring seniors live a secure and dignified retirement. We have been working hard to support Canada's fastest growing age group with the right set of programs and services. With a quarter of Canadians expected to be 65 or older by 2051, we have been working hard on many fronts to plan for the future so government can respond to their diverse needs. Since 2015, we have restored the age of eligibility for the old age security pension and the guaranteed income supplement from 67 to 65. And it's worth pausing here for a moment to point out that in 2012, the Conservatives introduced an awfully misguided policy, Mr. Speaker, that restores that increases the age of eligibility for OAS and GIS from 65 to 67. Not only would that have forced seniors in my riding and across Canada to work longer, Mr. Speaker, but it would literally rob them of thousands of dollars of absolutely essential supports for our seniors, and it would have plunged thousands of them into poverty. We have a different approach, Mr. Speaker, an approach that is rooted deeply in respect for our seniors. We provided a one-time tax-free payment to help seniors with extra costs during the pandemic. We worked with provinces to enhance the Canada Pension Plan, increasing pensions for future retirees. We increased the OAS pension by 10% for seniors 75 and over, and we increased the GIS by up to $947 per year for the lowest income seniors, benefiting close to 900,000 vulnerable seniors across Canada, and committed to increasing the GIS further by $500 for singles and $750 for couples,
which will help the lowest income seniors make ends meet. The government also included a series of new targeted measures in the 2022 Fall Economic Statement focused on Canadians most affected by rising prices. One of those measures is doubling the GST tax credit for 6 months, putting an average of $225 extra back in the pockets of our seniors. We're delivering on a $500 payment to nearly 2 million low-income renters, many of whom are seniors, struggling with the cost of housing. The grocery rebate introduced in this budget will again no doubt make a difference in the lives of so many seniors. And I can't overlook that Budget 2023 introduced dental coverage to seniors who need it most. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the measures we've taken to improve the overall health and quality of life for our older Canadians and our seniors. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
When we return to this debate, the honourable member will have pretty close to 6 minutes worth of debate. La période prévue pour les études.
The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise today on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Nation, Anishinaabe people, and do so with humility and gratitude. Miigwech. I'm rising tonight at adjournment proceedings to pursue a question that I originally asked in question period on March 10th of this year. It's in relation to the tailings ponds maintained by Imperial Oil. The Kearl mine is the one in question. Imperial is owned by Exxon in the United States, and this mining project has been in place for some decades. The question of the suitability of that terrain and the suitability of their plans for holding vast amounts of millions of liters of toxic effluent in those ponds was a subject of some concern in the initial environmental assessment hearings, which I attended at the time as an intervener on behalf of Sierra Club of Canada. There were many promises made in those hearings. I remember them well. Everything was going to be world-class technology. Imperial was going to be very careful to make sure that the toxic materials were maintained within containment. Of course, what I raised on March 10th in question period was that we knew now, at that point, we knew that for 9 months, the Kearl mine had been leaking toxic effluent on the lands and waters of the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation. And at the time, Imperial had been lobbying for more subsidies from Canada while failing to inform just about anyone that this was occurring. They discovered it in May of 2022, and the First Nations discovered that this had been going on for some time in January and February of this year, 2023. What's really incredible is what we've learned since then. The Environment Committee, the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, has heard from Chief Alan Adam of the Athabasca Chipewyan, has heard from the Mikisew Cree, have heard from Métis, and also from the Alberta regulator. And we also know now that we're not talking about something in the past tense. Initially, media coverage said, well, this had been going on for some time. It's still going on as far as we know. The containment in the tailings ponds isn't working. In fact, the CEO of Imperial, Brad Corson, who parenthetically is now the highest paid CEO in the energy sector, his salary actually doubled last year. It's now 17-point-something million. But he testified that it was, and actually it was officials from Alberta regulator who said the correct word to use is more seep than leak. It's seeping out through the sides. And the approach that Imperial Oil is taking to this seeping of toxic effluent is to try to capture it through piping and return it to the place where it's leaking. When I asked when was the Government of Canada going to get tough on these corporate criminals, the response from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg South, was that the thoughts of the government are with the families and the well-being of the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation and other affected communities, that the Minister of Environment was looking out at reaching out to the Alberta government and these First Nations and saying that, well, we want to better understand the situation. Well, we better understand it all right now. The late Dr. David Schindler testified on May 12, 2009 to the Parliamentary Committee that there was enough evidence to charge Imperial with violations of the Fisheries Act then. What are we waiting for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look, I appreciate the question raised by the member from Sanish Gulf Islands. I have to say I take pollution incidents and threats to the environment very seriously, and I'm deeply, deeply disappointed, as the Minister of Environment and Climate Change has said himself, by this situation. Our priority remains with the health and the well-being of the people of the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation, Mikisew Cree First Nation, and the Fort Chipewyan Métis Nation, as well as other communities. Let's talk a little bit about the action since the time of that question and answer in question period. Environment and Climate Change Canada enforcement officers have a mandate to enforce federal environmental legislation aimed at pollution prevention and protecting Canada's wildlife and biodiversity. The enforcement has opened an investigation into a suspected contravention of the Fisheries Act at Imperial Oil's Kearl Oil Sands site, and the Fisheries Act prohibits the deposit of deleterious substances into the water frequented by fish or in any place under conditions where the deleterious substance may enter any such water. Environment and Climate Change Canada continues to make progress in creating a new notification and monitoring working group, which would include the federal and provincial governments, Indigenous nations from Fort Chipewyan, and the Government of Northwest Territories. From the federal perspective, an enhanced communication protocol must be developed to improve notifications at all steps in the notification process in cases of future environmental emergencies, and officials are working with Indigenous communities to collectively establish the mandate and scope of this working group, as their inputs and insights will be critical to ensure this group convenes with a direction and purpose that will meet the community's needs. In general, and I want to underline this point, tailings ponds are regulated at the provincial level, and in Alberta's case through the Alberta Energy Regulator. So we will be exploring further options with Alberta, including how the Government of Canada can support assessing the risks of tailing ponds and broader landscape and tailings management issues of concern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that my anger at the situation is less directed at the federal government than at the province and that Imperial Oil and Exxon themselves. When Brad Corson, CEO of Imperial, testified to our committee, what he said was he was terribly, terribly apologetic, and then he described the problem as a communications failure. It's a pollution failure, it's a poisoning failure, and it's going on right now. It hasn't stopped. And even in the business of communication, there were 3 meetings with the Athabasca Chipewyan Cree First Nation Committee working with Imperial over the course of the summer, and Imperial never told them that they were looking into this constant pollution that was happening. It's time to charge them. We get their attention when they realize they're criminals, their social license has been used up, and they must stop polluting the lands and the waters of this country, that province, and the territory of the Athabasca Chipewyan Cree and the Mikisew Cree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Environment Climate Change officials carried out inspections at the site since they became aware of the incident on February 7th, 2023. And in addition to the investigation, officers will continue to monitor the mitigation measures taken by Imperial Oil to prevent impacts to fish-bearing water as required by the Fisheries Act direction issued by Environment and Climate Change Canada Enforcement on March 10th, 2023. A Fisheries Act direction is a compliance tool that may be issued by enforcement officers when there is an unauthorized deposit of a deleterious substance into water frequented by fish, or when there is a serious and imminent danger of such an incident and immediate action is necessary. We are continuing, the department is continuing the investigation, and I thank the member for having raised this issue.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.